Wowie! How is everybody doing? Not a long intro today. Because why are we gonna sit here and delay the party? One second, am I live on Twitch? Because the thing is still saying starting soon. Or, I'm sorry, it's still saying offline. There we go. All right, we're live on Twitch. We're live on Kick. It's still saying starting soon. Is that what the audio quality is like? Fuck. Offline. There we go. All right, we're live on Twitch. We're live on Kick. Still saying starting soon. Is that what the audio quality is like? Fuck. Jesus Christ. Why did you guys let me stream like this last time? How embarrassing. Well, we're still gonna have to put up with it for a little bit longer because I'm still in the process. I'll just play this lightly in the background. Maybe it's a little too lightly in the background. Yeah, let's do this. Right there. All right, how's everybody doing? Right now, I'm still in the process of cleaning. I'm still in the process of, you know, doing all of that. But we're almost at the end here. I've rearranged the stream room. I don't remember if that was something that had happened last stream. So we're gonna see if this is at all acceptable to anybody. I do think that there's something fucked up with the background. I don't like the background. I'm not gonna lie, folks. Let me turn off those lights and then we'll go ahead and just turn on the cam. I believe this is the first time I've turned on I believe this is the first time we've streamed from this, and it feels sterile. It feels juvenile. Not very sophisticated. I've got a lamp with spaghetti neck. That is honestly the only... A soy soul stream, yes it is. And we won't be, I just heard the audio quality, so I won't be subjecting everyone to that. But like, we won't be subjecting everyone to this horrible mic quality for too terribly long. But just like, the problem is, this room is very comfy when you have some warm light going on. But if I have the warm lighting going on in the background here, you see how that's a problem? There's just a giant bright spot right there in the corner. I think that's a problem, personally. In my opinion. But I don't know a good way around it, you know? I just don't know a good way around it. So, that's where we're at. Today on stream, what the fuck are we doing, folks? For one, what are we doing? Well, while we go over stuff, I will be, because I've rearranged the room, my shelves that I keep all my clothes in, yes, I do have drawers. No, I do not use my drawers. I prefer to be able to see what I have in stock, if you know what I mean. Nice sardine can room? What does that mean? Sardine can room. Are you calling me poor, you son of a bitch? Also, let me just make sure really quick that everything is showing up the way that it should be, because I see that Dank Brandon is posting in the YouTube chat, but it's not showing up on my... there we go. How's it going, JubeTube? Okay, I've got my Twitch up. We are streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick today because the editor thinks that having Kick would be really helpful for not deleting VODs, you know? Chilling, also doing a room rearrangement. Listen, I don't know what it is about me. You know, entropy and change, you know. I just feel the need to rearrange shit on like a every 6 months basis, right? It feels like the entire room needs to change. And that was the difficulty with this room, because past right about right here, there's an immovable object right off screen here. All right, in previous streams, you might have seen it. It's the big cabinet with the 2 mirrored doors. Yeah, that's not fucking moving. There is nowhere else in this room that that thing can go. So that's staying there. So I essentially moved my desk, which is here. It was right there. So anyways, we'll be going over some stuff here in a second. I've got some clothes to put on to hangers and to fold and to put everything back. I will say this, I did preemptively put all the underwear up already so that you guys don't have to deal with that. Hopefully you guys will all thank me, you know. Fishy pun, how's it going? Yes, the mic is scuffed. The mic is scuffed. I'm using a... Here, we can try... You can tell me if this is a little bit better because I put it on the outside of the Torchy's sweater. So, but yeah, just for the short term, while I rearrange my clothes here, my clothes situation, so I can clean off the desk, we're gonna have some shitty. That's way better. Oh shit. Okay, well, let's fucking go. Well, wait, hold on. Now I'm super curious. Shit. Okay, well, let's fucking go. Well, wait, hold on. It's still horrible. Anyways. So, let's go. Let me... All right, let's see here. YouTube. Pull up a new YouTube window. So I don't know if you guys heard about this, but there's nothing to see here when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I've been saying that for years, but now the Trump administration is saying it, so I'm skeptical. I think that it's entirely possible that that man has fucked children. This music is not appropriate. Oh, man. Oh, my God. But anyways, yeah, so I don't know if you guys heard about this, but yeah, this Epstein guy didn't fuck kids with anybody, even though everyone said that he did. I haven't looked into this whatsoever, so I could be wrong. No, not watch later. What the fuck? I started watching this video and then I thought, you know what? This would be great stream content. The Epstein disaster of 2025.
Jeffrey Epstein is not...
There we go. Are we ready, folks? Epstein who? Yeah, Trump doesn't want me talking about him anymore. I heard that there's... I'm tempted to watch, I don't think we're going to, but I'm tempted to watch the press conference / cabinet meeting from yesterday or the day before, where Trump, there's just like little nuggets of like wonderful shit that happened during this press conference / cabinet meeting, because I guess those are the same thing now, because we live with a cabinet full of Republican influencers, not politicians, but whatever. So like number one, we have Trump not knowing, oh shit, you can't even see me. We have Trump not knowing that the fucking aid to Ukraine has been paused. Hegseth did that with no permission, without notifying the White House. He just said, we're not doing it anymore. And then they sent the Marines into an empty park in LA. Like, God, can you fucking believe the world that we live in? The US Marines, I believe it was the Marines, please correct me if I'm wrong, were going into a park that is supposedly the birthplace of MS-13, and they sell fake IDs there. And so they deployed the Marines, baby. They deployed the fucking Marines, baby. And there was no one at the fucking park except for like a school summer camp. Ah! Ah! What are we doing? It wasn't empty. There was a summer camp for kids there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, what the fuck are we doing? It's worse that there was a summer camp there. It's funny that it was empty, except for the fact that there was a summer camp there. I mean, it's funny, but it's not good, you know? So, like, there's that happened. You know, Trump doesn't know that we stopped sending aid to Ukraine. He's pissed at Putin finally. You know what? Maybe we should watch that part, because I don't know. I haven't got to watch this. I've just got to see little clips while watching the Bulwark podcast and shit like that, you know? So there was that. He doesn't know what's going on in his own fucking government, all right? Number two, he starts telling everyone, why are we still talking about this Epstein guy? Stop talking about this Epstein guy. It's been years that you guys have been obsessing over this Epstein guy. Why are you talking about him still? When there's dead little girls in Texas because of flooding, and you are thinking about Epstein right now? That was the only time in that entire press conference that Trump talked about the dead little girls in Texas as a defense from a question about Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump did not go to Texas. Donald Trump did not say anything at this press conference about the dead little girls. That's my understanding. Someone can fact check me on that. I would love to be proven wrong. He didn't say anything about the dead little girls, except when he was confronted about his pedophile ex-best friend that killed himself under Donald Trump's federal watch in 2019. Never forget that. The powers that be were Donald Trump at that time. So that's number two. Don't talk about my pedophile ex-best friend. Think about the dead little girls that I haven't thought about once all day. And then three, the third fucking amazing thing that I've seen out of this press conference / cabinet meeting, if we can even call them that anymore, is Pam Bondi saying, whoa, 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 hold on. Hold the fuck up. I need to interject. You see, when I said in March that, you know, when you asked me, are you going to release the Epstein client list? And when I responded, it's on my desk for review, I wasn't talking about the client list. You fucking rube. You viper asking this question? No, I wasn't talking about the client list. I was talking about, you know, just like, you know, we're talking about releasing the Epstein and the JFK and the MLK. They're all on my desk. And you're actually a real asshole for asking me that question. You son of a bitch. You snake in the grass. What are we doing, guys? Oh, we're in hell. We're in fucking hell, and we can't escape. All right. All right. So we're going to watch this video. It's called The Epstein Disaster of 2025. I watched about the first, I believe, the first 5-ish minutes. Yeah, I watched this on my own time, and I thought this would be really good stream material, just because a great avenue of attack right now, without even being dishonest, is just to ask the simple question: why is Donald Trump trying to hide this from us? I don't have to believe in a single conspiracy. I don't have to peddle a single conspiracy to ask the simple question: what is it, when they were saying there was all this evidence like a week and a half ago, what changed between then and now? Were you lying then, or are you lying now? And they've just given the Democrats an easy layup 2026 wedge issue. And I'll tell you what, I actually see the Democratic Party writ large asking this same question in good faith: what is Donald Trump trying to hide? So let me go ahead and move this right here. We'll go ahead and let me make sure I don't have anything doxable right here. React. Where is, hello? Display capture? There we go. All right, now we're gonna watch it. Sorry, I wasn't prepared.
Not a name that requires context. Anyone browsing YouTube outside of the 4K.
Obviously, you fool, Trump is blackmailing the deep state with those files. What? Is that like the cope? Is that the cope that Donald Trump took all the files and is saying that I'm now blackmailing the deep state with it?
Kids section of the website is more than likely familiar with who he is, but the same way that historical texts have preserved the infamy of Roman emperors like Nero or Caligula.
That's literally an argument some MAGA are using. That's fucking embarrassing, bro. That's fucking embarrassing. We are going to put this at 1.25 speed until we decide we can't.
As a result of their cruelty. Digital archives, for as long as they continue to exist in the future, will likely preserve the sickening legend of Jeffrey Epstein. Born and raised in New York City after humble beginnings as a physics and mathematics teacher, the story of Jeffrey Epstein and his meteoric rise to fame and fortune is the story of elite corruption. What do you do when hundreds of the world's most powerful businessmen, financiers, politicians, and public figures are closely associated with a man who has been convicted of horrifying crimes? The answer to that question obviously changes by perspective. If you had no involvement whatsoever, the attitude is pretty simple: bring these people to justice. But what about if you did have something to do?
I am so sorry. I didn't watch the video. I listened to the video. What is this? What is this fella right here doing?
To fame and fortune is the story of elite corruption. What do you do when hundreds of the world's most powerful businessmen, financiers, politicians, and public figures are closely associated with a man who has been convicted of horrifying crimes? The answer to that question obviously changes by perspective. If you had no involvement whatsoever, the attitude is pretty simple: bring these people to justice. But what about if you did have some?
That didn't, that one actually didn't look AI generated, because it looked like a mask. If it was AI generated, they would probably just have a fucking skull as a head. So what is the purpose? Wait a second, that was Alex Jones's thing. He said Joe Brown said. I don't know who Joe Brown is, but that would be Alex Jones's cope.
Something to do with it. What if your friends had something to do with it, or your boss, or the principal investors in your company? What then? Do you lie, destroying evidence and silencing witnesses? Do you make it a spectacle, distracting from what's real, muddying the waters, and pray that everyone forgets about it? Or do you simply ignore the problem and hope that the existing power structure protects itself? I would argue, hence the video existing.
Listen, I'm sorry for, mostly this is for Tron, but listen, the spotlight effect that the light are doing, I'm not into it. I'm turning on the horrible background lights right here. It's gonna look bad. Sorry folks, we'll figure out some kind of lighting fix for it in the future. I rearranged the room. I am not moving shit back.
In the first place, that the currently dominant elite power circles of the world are doing all of these things, cycling between them frantically as they grapple with the question of what to do when hundreds of your peers are closely connected to a man like Jeffrey Epstein. Let's get started. The first thing we need to do is establish foundation and clarify an exceedingly dominant misconception, which is Jeffrey Epstein's Little Black Book, also known as Exhibit 52. Exhibit 52, that is the Little Black Book, is very often misunderstood.
And the only reason I picked this video is because this guy seemed like the little bit of it that I listened to was like, all right, well, he seems like he knows more about this than some like weird conspiracy nutter. Like this is the part where he's talking about, the Little Black Book is not exactly what people make it out to be. Yeah, so he seems like he knows what he's talking about.
Good. As an example of that, here's an exchange between current Vice President.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yes, hello. Uh-oh. I have to run outside of my apartment for 2 seconds. I'm going to play the Pokemon music for you guys. Sorry about that. I'll be back in like less than 3 minutes. So yeah, just give me just a second. All right, sorry about that. Let's see here. Where are my earbuds? This is the ultimate MAGA cope from the most honest Trump supporter, Richard. Oh, gotcha. I've been seeing, listen, and it could be, I fully admit, okay? I fully admit, they could be Russian bots just sowing discord. They could be, you know, bots from Iran or from China. They could be, you know, just troll. They could be fake. But I gotta say, there have been some posts over the, you know what? I don't know if they're fake or not. Let me see here. We'll talk about the denims thing here in a minute. Jesus fucking Christ. Where is it? Like, people were telling me that I was unfucking believably crude and gross and a horrible fucking person, okay? They said I was a horrible fucking person. I was so crude and gross. I should get my point across in a different way when I'm talking about how fanatical these fucking people are, okay? But like, I've said multiple times, I think that Donald Trump could go on Fox and Friends and rape their child on fucking live national news, and they would find some way to justify it. I have been saying that for like the past 2 fucking years. And everybody said, no, Walt, you're fucking crazy. No, Sondsol, you're crazy. You're just being so mean and cruel to conservatives, and you're being so gross. And here we are. If Trump did that to my daughters, forgiving him would break me. But Jesus calls me to forgive as he forgave me. I'd need his strength every day. It would be the hardest, holiest act of love I could ever choose, but I would still politically support him as my president, yes. I'm glad we have the happy music on in the background, you know? It's really, really helpful to keep your spirits up, I guess. All right, let's keep watching this. Pause. Yeah, ask if he forgives Biden and Bill Clinton. Did he say Jesus forgave him for raping his daughter? He was saying that he would forgive Donald Trump for raping his daughter. He would, oh wait, hold on. I guess I understand. I guess that there is a little bit of an implication there, isn't there, Dank Brandon? There's a little bit of it. The implication isn't very good in my opinion. Anyways, let's keep watching this one.
J.D. Vance, and a prominent conservative influencer named Jack Posobiec back in 2021 about how the DOJ, Department of Justice, in conjunction with Ghislaine Maxwell's legal team, struck a deal where her little black book would never be made public. For those that don't know, Ghislaine Maxwell was Epstein's co-conspirator responsible for executing large amounts of his very prolific sex trafficking enterprise. Fundamentally, the statement itself is true. In 2021, as part of the United States versus Maxwell trial proceedings, a motion in limine was filed and partially granted, excluding Exhibit 52 from being made public, though parts of it were still shown to the jury. Reading from the motion itself, the argument was that, quote, given their unknown date of creation, the lack of any authenticating witness, and the fact that the documents do not appear until 2009, 5 years after the end of the conspiracies charged in the indictment, there is no relevance that can be attached to the information. And then further down, quote again, the documents cannot be authenticated, and no evidentiary foundation exists that would allow for the admission of the documents. Thus, who may or may not be the author of whatever ended up as these photocopies is not evidence that can or should be considered by any jury in this matter, end quote. Obviously, the job of any lawyer representing any client is to make sure that anything disfavorable to them is excluded from the public or the trial, but this redaction of public evidence, fueled by influencers, politicians, and pundits, became the foundation of a widespread misconception that Exhibit 52 was some sort of client list. To this day, confusingly, you'll often see the little black book referred to as his or separately hers, depending on the context of the isolated conversation, and a large number of people, even now, believe that the little black book, of which there's only one, by the way, not multiple, is a smoking gun. This is where it gets interesting. It turns out that despite being suppressed by the court, the little black book, at least a heavily redacted version of it,
in my mind, over the whole course of this situation, saga, conspiracy, this is where I've been. Is it inconceivable that a bunch of rich billionaire type dudes are out there fucking little girls? It's not inconceivable to me. Is any individual part of it inconceivable? Not really, except for the blackmailing part, you know? I don't think that Epstein had a blackmail list. I don't really think that he needed anyone's prompting to kill himself, and I don't think that anyone had to kill him. I think that he probably killed himself because he got caught, fully caught, as like a massive sex trafficker. Probably killed himself. Like, sorry, that's not inconceivable to me. What is inconceivable is that there has been like this massive fucking cover up, like top to fucking bottom, with all these different actors who are all being shushed up, and nobody has been able to leak any information that's been damning on any individual person whatsoever. It seems at a certain point that you gotta just accept there's probably just not enough evidence. The blackmail list probably just doesn't exist. There's probably not a bunch of videos of a bunch of men fucking little girls or drinking baby blood or doing anything crazy, whatever the conspiracies are. It's probably a lot more cut and dry. It's still evil. It's still horrible. It's still something that I'm glad the guy's dead about, you know, but like, Jesus, you know, the camera in his jail cell just broke. I've heard all of the different explanations, and you know what? All of the explanations in conjunction are not unbelievable, because all of them sound like American prisons. The fucking, our cameras are functioning, the guards are lazy and sleeping, etc., etc., etc. Like, these things are not inconceivable to me. So like, oh, they lied on the manifest saying that they checked on him, and yeah, they were covering their asses. A lot of people in low-wage jobs do this. Crazy. It's insane to think, but yes, sometimes people lie. They cover their ass to save their job. It just, the conspiracy never, at least as far as I can remember, I don't think there was ever a point where I was like, they absolutely got him. They went after him and they got him in jail. I don't know if I was ever at that point, but yeah. He killed himself isn't as sexy for Twitter though. Exactly.
Was actually released by a website now defunct called Gawker in 2015. Rather than some sort of client rundown, it was more like a contact list. But soon afterward, in certain dark corners of the online world, the unredacted version was also made public. Obviously, the footage is blurred for the video in the background because it contains the accurate residence phone number and email addresses for a bunch of the most powerful elite people in the world, and I'm pretty sure the video would get instantly nuked if I ever showed any of it. But the truth here is that this material has been accessible for almost a decade, if you know where to look. Even still, the fact that the thing most widely regarded as a smoking gun isn't even really a smoking gun, and has been public for almost a decade, didn't stop the rumor mills and the conspiracy theories from turning. This is where I have to use a few examples. Long before the July of 2025 Epstein disaster, which is currently unfolding, Numerous government officials, subsequent, former, and current, made decisive statements about files, names, releasing information, and overall transparency. These are by no means the only statements that were ever made, but here's a few notable examples. Speaking to Piers Morgan, counselor to the United States President himself, Alina Habba, said, quote, "We have flight logs, information, names that will come out. I don't see how it's not shocking."
What has happened here is the Trump administration doing an own goal. They have fucked themselves because their entire movement is built off of this kind of conspiracism. And they used that kind of conspiracism all throughout the campaign. They used that conspiracism all throughout his previous presidency, all throughout the previous 4 years of Biden, all throughout the campaign. And they thought that now that they are fully in charge and they have full sycophantic control over most of the levers of government, that they could just go in and continue to be the people who have all of the power and still allege conspiracies. But there's a problem with that. The conspiracies usually involve the people who are in charge of all of the levers of government. You guys, now that you're in there, and now that you've been promising all of this evidence, if you don't produce it, you look like you are the problem. Or you could have been honest with the American people from the beginning and not had to deal with this now. But now we have President Pedophile, and I'm not ashamed to call him that because it's more likely than most people in society.
Shocking that there are so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not held accountable, end quote. Speaking to Fox News, Attorney General Pam Bondi said, quote, "A truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the hands of the FBI," end quote. During another Fox News interview afterwards, which I'll be playing this time instead of quoting because of how hyper-relevant it is, she directly stated that the Epstein client list was on her desk.
DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Post hoc sorry, I have shit all over my desk and I can't see the actual words that you're typing because there's shit in the way of the screen. Post hoc rationalization to reach for a narrative that implicates Trump. Conspiracies don't necessarily involve the government. My brother in Christ, this conspiracy, all of the conspiracies that MAGA was built on are about the deep state. The deep state, I'm going to assume, involves the government. Are you going to sit there and try to fucking fight me on this? That the government or the fucking MAGA conspiracies involve the fucking government and the fucking elites? Do I have to, do we have to do this fucking game? Important qualifier? Okay, well, I don't know if you just came in here late. We're talking about MAGA and how this is fucked, how Trump has fucked himself, how the MAGA movement has fucked itself by building everything on conspiracies, right? These conspiracies are all built, I'll just go and lay it all out concisely, right? So if you're going to build a movement off of, being the underdog, there's this deep state, we're going to clear them all out. You cleared out a bunch of people the first time. Now you've come in a second time. You've really cleaned house, right? You've really fucking fired so much of the fucking government. You've put fucking dick suck, cum guzzling fucking sycophants in every major position in the fucking government. And now they thought that they could still play that same playbook that they had in 2016, that they had back in 2020, when they, over the past 4 years of Biden, into this campaign, into this election, into this presidency. But now that they've fired all these fucking people, they have all these dick suck, cum suck, horrible, evil, like SS officer type people in charge, these conservative influencers in charge. Now they've realized, oh shit, you know what? we kind of blew our load really early. We were saying that we have all of these. We could have really strung this out and said, we're really digging into all of this stuff. We're really digging into all of this stuff. But no, that we have all the evidence on our desk. We're reviewing it. Truckloads. It's here. It's on my fucking desk. You know, oh yes, we have the little black book. There will be indictments that come out of this. There will be indictments that come out of this. We'll go back. These are the statements by the people around Trump. They have fucked themselves. So if we want to call Trump President pedophile, he's earned that because he has put himself in that position, because he was friends with the famous pedophile. And he could just say, fuck that guy, you know, it's bad, you know, like, yeah. But they hyped this up. They allowed it to get hyped. They used the hype. JD Vance was hyping it up. And now the chickens have come home to roost. We'll see how much, you know, conservatives actually care, with the implication that their guy has either lied to them this entire time or he's a pedophile or both. Like, that's what y'all have to contend with as conservatives.
A few notable examples. Speaking to Piers Morgan,
Listen to what they
counselor to the
said.
United States President himself,
This is
Alina
them.
Habba, said, quote, "We have flight logs, information, names that will come out. I don't see how it's not shocking that there are so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not held accountable," end quote.
And now there's nothing to fucking see. I know there's lots of allegations and that you guys push a defamation judge as evidence of rape. Brother, what are you, who are you? Oh, you're talking to someone. Okay. I was about to say, who the fuck are you talking to? Like, what Sondsol doesn't understand is there is no Epstein client list. In fact, Epstein never existed. It was just a massive public psychosis. Yeah, he was actually just a hologram the entire time.
Speaking to Fox News, Attorney General Pam Bondi said, quote, "A truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the hands of the FBI," end quote. During another Fox News
There's a truckload of evidence. I can't believe that nobody's ever been indicted over that. We're about to get the pedal ring. We're about to get all those evil democrats. Motherfuckers. You're headless right now? I know, Ice Beans. All right? Fuck you. I'm doing laundry, bitch. Sorry. I need to stop saying bitch. Evidently, when I say bitch, it comes off as misogynistic. So I need to stop doing it. So all of you people, listen, all right? Hey, listen. The next time I say bitch, I need you guys to hold me accountable, all right? Only if I'm talking about a woman, though. If I'm talking about a man, I get to call him a bitch, okay? Because that's my own gender. Fuck you. No, I agree. Trump and the sycophants have fucked themselves on this. Okay, well, good. I think that truly conservatives have to just start calling their friends and their family fucking freaks for being supporters of this shit. Like, why run from it? Well, because I would like to have friends IRL. JMac is the problem. So there's a lot of like, listen, the internet's a different place. To whiny women, own it. Listen, I said retard and these people went after me, okay? They can make pedophile jokes, but I say retard 2 times. And it's, oh man, the hard R. Anyways.
News interview afterwards, which I'll be playing this time instead of quoting because of how hyper relevant it is, she directly stated that the Epstein client list was on her desk.
DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Is the audio super off? Am I having a stroke?
Been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
There's also Deputy Director of the FBI.
It's gotta be.
Dan Bongino, prior to holding that post, saying, quote, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a...
Hold on, we're at 6:15. I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna see.
Really happened?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yeah, he just has bad audio. Saying, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't having it. You got to make sure sometimes that you're not having a stroke. I've got to rearrange. I'm trying to set up my fucking clothing shelves back there, but I can't quite really do that because I don't have space to pull out all the clothes here and then put them back on. But it's blocking all my chats. Those people were bitches. Yeah, hell yeah, they were. Let me blow up the screen. He's a white. What do you want from me? Okay, listen. I'm doing laundry and I'm walking around my room, so I have a wireless mic. That's why I'm small. Okay.
Is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth. End quote. And lastly, most importantly, I might add, there was current FBI Director Kash Patel, once again prior to his appointment to the post, speaking to conservative influencer Benny Johnson and being asked about why the FBI would deliberately withhold Epstein's list, saying, quote, simple, because of who's on that list, end quote. Underscoring that point, speaking to Glenn Beck this time, FBI Director Kash Patel in 2023, responding to the explicit question, who has Jeffrey Epstein's little black book, said, quote, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI. On day one, roll out the black book. Not just that, on day one, roll out all the text messages and communications we were told were deleted, end quote. It's particularly interesting to look back at all of these statements now, considering that Kash Patel is currently the director of the FBI at this point in time. Let's recap before going fully down the rabbit hole. The Little Black Book, despite being suppressed by the court during United States v. Maxwell, has been widely available unredacted for years. Despite that fact, many people not only still view it to be a smoking gun, but simultaneously demand it be released on day one should President Trump be successfully reelected, which he was. But what really happened after that? Well, what happened was a PR stunt. In February of 2025, shortly after the re-election of Donald Trump, a two-pronged document release, with big air quotes around those words, took place, seemingly orchestrated by Attorney General Pam Bondi. The first half of the stunt was a collection of conservative influencers, stooges really, who were given a binder labeled The Epstein Files Phase 1, and then did a pathetic little parade photo shoot in front of the White House. The second half of the stunt was a press...
so fucking embarrassing, dude. I think, honestly, like, I don't think I can say this on Twitch, but I would Kermit Sewer Cycle. If I was part of that crew, bro, it would, there's something I realized about myself probably around age 26 or 7. You know, like, you think about the 7 deadly sins. Mine, I'm prideful. I'll get an injured pride. Okay. I know it. I'm pretty good at not, acting out because of it, but I'll get an injured pride. There are some things I see other content creators or political commentators or politicians do, right? I'll see them go out and shamelessly fucking lie, provably and embarrassingly. And I know that there is very little in this world that could get me to kill myself. I'm just not that kind of person. I fear death more than anything else. That hit to my pride, that amount of shame, I'd be fucking gone, dude. I have the Epstein list. Yes, I'm someone. The walk back. The walk back would make me suicidal. I don't know how these people, I don't know. There must be some kind of lobotomy style, operation where they take out or they mash or they grind it or they just turn it into hamburger meat, whatever part of your brain has the shame controls. They just go in there with an ice pick and just kind of fucking shove it, like there's gotta be, there's gotta be something. I just don't know. I don't know. Like I'm small time. I've not done that much, like all things considered, looking at everyone else in this space. I haven't done all that much that I should be ashamed or embarrassed about. But man, you know what? I look back at some of these arguments that we've had on Twitch politics. I'm just like, man, you know what? That's really fucking embarrassing. That's really, what the fuck were we doing, right? Why the fuck was I inserting myself into this? Why did I care so much about this, right? But you know what? None of that, however embarrassing or however much shame or however stupid that shit was, it was never on tier with that. International. You have to understand, internationally, people are interested in the Epstein story. Right-wing movements across the fucking globe base their shit around it. I won't post a link. People love it. Do you guys think that I'm bad at folding clothes? Is that what ice beans and gas are talking about? Excuse me, fuck you. I am excellent at folding clothes. All right. I'm excellent at folding clothes. My first job was at Old Navy, okay? The only reason it looks like I'm struggling is because I'm trying not to fuck up you guys' audio experience by tucking it under my chin where the fucking microphone is. All right? Folding ain't hard. Fucking losers.
Released by the Office of Public Affairs titled First Phase of Declassified Epstein Files, containing a statement from FBI Director Kash Patel reading, quote, "There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned, and anyone from the prior or current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. If there are gaps, we will fill them. If records have been hidden, we will uncover them, and we will bring everything we find to the DOJ to be fully assessed and transparently disseminated to the American people as it should be. The oath we take is to the Constitution, and under my leadership, that promise will be upheld without compromise." End quote. Sounds real good, right? Yeah, sure, maybe.
Sure
but
do.
as we can very clearly see after checking the files that they provided in the statement, not only was this public information already, all of it, this was merely a further redacted version of the same little black book that had been misunderstood, misrepresented, and widely scrutinized for an entire decade. Apparently not even the director of the FBI has an accurate understanding of what this piece of evidence is. In my opinion, that's already very bad, but it gets infinitely worse. For some reason...
Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. What were they saying at the beginning of the... What were they saying at the beginning of the administration? This is the most transparent administration in American history. Am I wrong? Because I feel like I remember people saying really, really fucking stupid shit like that. That sounded cool. Was that egregious right there? I tried to do it very softly. Because it is actually a lot more difficult to fold it without tucking it under your chin.
Well, why I'll never know or understand. The administration began making jokes about all of this. Widely displeased with how transparently useless the PR stunt had been, supporters of the administration began voicing discontent at the entire Epstein debacle on social media, after which the House Judiciary Committee posted, quote, "Breaking Epstein files released," with a link that contained Epstein files v2 in the URL. Considering the fact that the previous lackluster, almost insulting declassification stunt, which contained zero new information whatsoever, was still hanging fresh in the atmosphere, the stench was still permeating, the surrounding air, people began clicking to see what these files might contain, only to find out that the link redirected to a YouTube video by Rick Astley, which is known as Rickrolling, aka trolling. It's a joke about getting people to click something that they think they want to see or that they think is valuable, but then it's not.
I don't know what the fuck anyone in the GOP is thinking. Does anybody have any clue? I took the week off of, I'll tell you guys this, I've been better, okay? I've been better. I haven't watched any conservative streams or YouTube videos or media for the past week. Okay? I haven't done it. So I don't know what the people here on Twitch are saying. I don't know what they're saying, what their cope is, because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like this, it's really getting. Oh, wrong one. This one. Oh, even when I have this, it still cuts off my head. Oh well, maybe I should, for Tron, fix this a little bit. Hopefully, I don't mess up the camera too much. Hopefully, I don't show anything that's like doxable materials. Uh-oh. I have my... Oh, I was about to say, I have my diploma on the wall, but I don't have a fucking diploma. I'm a fucking retard. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit more straight. No, it's not. A little bit more straight. Yeah, we just have to turn off this fucking light, don't we? We just have to suffer. All right, we're suffering together. Shoe Flubes, how are you doing? Did people actually click that link raw? I mean, I would never click a link. After I found out how easy it is to get like phishing linked, bro, I don't click fucking anything anymore. But anyways, or like the little IP tracking things. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, shit's getting so fucking bad. Like, I don't know. I genuinely, I don't know how. I get a gas. You know, I sang Never Gonna Give You Up for a debate tournament thing. Because debate tournaments, for some reason, they also have, because it's a speech and debate tournament, they also had little events where you did monologues or duet acted scenes or lip synced things. I don't know why. Or, you know, all these different things. Karaoke stream. I used to do those all the time when I would drink on stream, but I don't really drink on stream anymore. Don't remind me of middle school, dude. Yeah, no, those were fun. But why'd I get on this? Oh yeah, I sang it at a debate tournament thing. Anyways, you don't have to drink just karaoke. I do have to drink to do karaoke in front of other people. It's worse when it's a small crowd for me, you know? Weren't you completely crossfaded the other day? No, I wasn't completely crossfaded the other day. I think that it was a little bit... The only time that I've been like super fucking crazy, like high on stream was that first conversation with Rez where I was like 400 milligrams deep. I was high and I was tipsy. I wouldn't say I was crossfaded truly. And I wasn't even that crazy. I was just like fucking more taken aback by the just the fact that I can't have a fucking joke about anything going on right now. But like completely crossfaded, I haven't gotten like stupid fucking crazy sloppy drunk since the infamous HelloFresh stream. Anyways, what was I was in the middle of talking about something and now we had Rickrolling. Oh, but like, yeah, the Republicans, the conservatives, all of that shit that's going on with Trump and everything. Man, I don't, like, they know they don't have to fucking support Trump, right? They know that they don't have to, right? So they're about conservative media not watching it. Yeah. But like, it's like, it would be, and if they were ever wrong, well, here's the thing. I do think that this is why I admitted that I was wrong when I was a socialist. Here, I'm going to pull out these clothes right here and sort through them, put them in appropriate places. One sec. But like, I used to be a fucking socialist. I made that a huge part of not only my content, but like my identity at the time, which, you know, now I know that's fucking cringe, but at the time, that's where I was at. All right. I needed something. The world was really shitty, but you know, it was how I identified. And I was able to admit that I was wrong. But you know what? It did take seeing people in my movement do crazy fucking shit. It took people in my movement doing mean shit to me. It took me seeing them go fucking crazy and do crazy things. And I don't know. I feel like maybe I just don't have as much patience for people anymore. Or maybe because I don't feel unique, right? I don't feel unique in most ways. I don't think that I had a unique upbringing. I don't think that I had a unique, you know, area that I lived in that like made me the way that I am, you know? Like, so because of that, it is now harder for me as I grow older to put myself into other people's shoes who are my age or older, who are you are. Hey, Gas, you might need to. Sorry, I saw that word and I thought it was in YouTube. We need to delete that message off of Twitch. I know that you can't delete your own message, so I have to do it. Where the fuck is my mouse? Okay. Okay, we deleted it. Did Sondsol steal valor? To be that? No, I won't say it on Twitch, but no, I'm fine. That's not me. Anyways. Well, the thing is they don't just have to just admit they were personally wrong. Also, all the content and media that they're watching continues to be as wrong, yeah. But I'm not unique. There's nothing exceptional about me. I don't think so. I think that I'm like a perfectly mid 5 out of 5 white guy with like perfectly, like if I was a D&D character, all of my stats would be perfect 10s across the board. Maybe intellect fucking 9, you know, maybe my int's 9, maybe my charisma's +1. I don't fucking know, but I'm not fucking exceptional, right? And I can do that. It's not psychologically fucking crazy. And now, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But it's not that fucking hard. And like, what's more embarrassing, admitting that you were wrong or knowing that you're wrong and continuing to be wrong? I personally don't get it. But like that's where we're at right now, is conservatives really need to start distancing themselves. If you're a conservative and you think that what's going on right now is not good, is not chill, is not great, is, dare I say, fucking bad, fucking say it, dude. You don't, like, it's really that fucking simple. And you might be surprised at the amount of people around you that also agree with you, but needed someone else to stand up and say, hey, what the fuck first? That's what happened with me when I was a socialist. Given my cognitive dissonance lecture, what do you want? What do you want from me? They don't admit they were wrong, though. They never get there. I know, but like, I don't understand how you can't right now. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you can see all of this going on right now Like, I think unless there is like a take where it's like, yeah, I really just want to get the fucking Mexicans out, and I don't care about literally anything else. I don't care if they explode the deficit. I don't care if they, fuck up our economy. I don't care if they ruin our international relations. I don't care if they fucking sell Ukraine. I just want the fucking Mexicans gone. Then I would be like, okay, well, we have a difference in values then. Obviously. You're a demon. But like, for anyone that says that they value literally anything else, like, man, it's actually fucking mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. You need the lecture? Elon's breathing down my neck so I can't come on right this second. Oh, wait, what the fuck does that mean? Elon's breathing down my neck. Do you work for X? If you have a video on your YouTube, then I'll go and we'll listen to that. But it's just like, damn, bro, like this shit's fucking embarrassing. Like, it is embarrassing to be a conservative right now, dude. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck they. I just again, I have too much pride in myself to ever be willfully putting myself in a position where I look like a fucking retard, you know? I just couldn't do it. I would probably just like stop streaming. Like this is what I would like genuinely, like if I didn't have the gumption to speak out against my own side, okay? If I didn't have the gumption to do that in 2021 when Biden took office, right? And they really were as demonic as Trump is being right now, but for the Democrats, right? And they did that at that point, and I didn't speak out, I would probably just be too fucking embarrassed to keep streaming. Now, I would like to think, and I don't know, given my past where I've gone against my previous ideology, I like to think I would, but I would like to think that I would speak up and say, hey, this shit's fucking bullshit. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You guys are going crazy, But like, even if I didn't have the fucking courage or the gumption or whatever these people have that keeps them going, I wouldn't have the gall to keep going, I would, it's simply just an embarrassment thing. I DM'd you the answer. Let's see. I got you. I'll give you a similar level of compromise so that you can feel safe with that knowledge with me. All right, let's go ahead and keep watching, okay? I'm going to try and finish. I'm almost done sorting these clothes, and then we can just sit and we can use the real microphone and we can, I don't know, man. Actually, the fucking lighting on my background, it actually looks so fucking bad. It looks like I just moved into this apartment. I have to find some kind of fix for that, guys. That's embarrassing. Like I want you guys to understand something. Like, I care about perception, okay? Like, the fact that I have a blank ass wall and it just doesn't look good is enough to make me consider ending stream right now, okay? Like, Jesus Christ, I have shame, all right? And these people are out there jerking off with sandpaper, hoping that nobody notices that they're like desperately trying to fit in with everyone else. Are you a hoarder? What about this room makes you think that I'm a hoarder? Hold the fuck up. Wait, what is that supposed to fucking mean? No, wait. Answer the fucking question. Where's the hoarderness? The floor is clean. It's disorganized? Come on, man. That's cruel. Okay? All I see is stuff. Well, if you weren't seeing stuff, you would be fucking blind. You either see stuff or you see nothing.
Not there. It's just this music video. The Trump administration was now mocking and laughing at the people who wanted to know the full story behind the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. But hold on, because it gets so much worse from there. Released by Axios on July 6th of 2025, a joint DOJ-FBI memo stated, quote, "As part of our commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have conducted an exhaustive review of investigative holdings relating to Jeffrey Epstein. To ensure that the review was thorough, the FBI conducted digital searches of its databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked..."
Wait, hold on really quick, because this is such a dog shit segment. I'm sure Tron won't want to turn this into a segment. Oh, sorry, Tron. If this is a segment that you cut into something, then we can just post onto the YouTube, but whatever. But have I ever told you guys the story of the hoarder that I say my family, my dad knew? There was this old lady back when my dad was a pastor in this tiny little town in Arkansas. And, you know, she was, one of the things that a pastor has to do is like go around and, you know, do little checkups with people in the town and make sure that they're still alive, you know, and, you know, you're just like a little pastor in a town, right? And you're doing little wellness checks essentially on your congregation. Well, he would go to this one lady's house. Her name was Miss Mabel, and bro, she was a crazy hoarder, you know? I know a lot of hoarders, it's an American thing. Is it just an American thing? I think it's like a psychological thing. Maybe it's more American, I don't know. But anyways, my dad would like try to throw stuff away without her noticing, just to like try and help her survive. But there was one day, and I was very young, so I might be butchering the story, okay? But we go in, and I was with him because I was super, super young, too young for school, right? And my dad could take me around with him. So I'm with my dad. We go into this old woman hoarder's house, and she's sitting there with a possum on her lap, petting it. She just had a possum that had eaten its way into her house and was eating the cat food, and her vision was so bad, she thought it was her cat, and it was there for so long and got so comfortable that it would crawl into her lap, this wild fucking animal. And so my dad just like lost it and just started throwing all of the garbage into bags and throwing it on the corner. Like he could not handle it. Listen, possums are cute. You know what? There is one thing in the entirety of the ecosystem of Australia that is cute, and that is their possums. North American possums are not cute. Australian, wait, hold on. Have you ever seen, hold on. Australian possum. Look at these cute little bug-eyed fucks. Oh, I guess the chat's kind of covering it up. Look at these cute little fucking bug-eyed losers. Dumbass little freaks. All right. Back to Epstein.
Locked cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored. These searches uncovered a...
You joker, I should unsub right now. What are you talking about? Did you guys actually think that I was talking about koalas? I was talking about Australian motherfucking possums are cute. The ones we have here are scary as fuck. I would not touch a possum. I'm not going to tell that one. Never mind.
A significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, end quote. Further down, skipping to the most relevant portions here for the sake of time, quote again, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent...
And so, like, here's the question. Where did the idea of a client list come from? Because client list is pretty aggressive, right? Like, that's directly implicated. Like, I understand it's a conspiracy, but who started that part? Where did that part come from? Because that's the part that I never really bought, you know? Why does my hair look so fucking bad? Jesus Christ. I look like I live on Skid Row. Whose FBI report is this? Biden's or Trump's? This is Trump's. What do you mean Biden's? Both of the FBI reports about Epstein were under Trump. Epstein killed himself under Trump. It happened in 2019. It was Trump's FBI both fucking times, guys.
prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could
Actually,
predicate an investigation.
Hold on. Let me go back. I might have freaked out on you for no reason. You might be joking. That might be sarcastic. It's Trump's though.
Review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties, aka it's over, we're not going to prosecute anyone. And again, further down, after a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on August 10th, 2019. All of this, combined with the fact that the administration had already executed their Phase 1 PR stunt, on top of the innumerable claims about covering up.
Wait, Biden was president from 2012 to 2021 to 2025. Okay. Just asking? Okay, listen. 2021 was 2 years after Epstein killed himself. The investigation, I believe, was concluded by then. I could be wrong, though, if you want to correct me, but just like, it doesn't really matter, because either way, like, could have done an investigation as well. Well, here's the thing. I always read your name as Redberry Mond, but it's Redmond Berry. Anyways, Mr. Berry. Like, yeah, Biden's could have, but like, here's the thesis statement of the day, essentially. Trump fucked himself by leaning into the conspiracy stuff so much. Trump's camp, the movement has put itself into a really tough place because now they've made Trump look like a pedophile. I don't think that there is like a crazy conspiracy behind all of this, to be clear. I don't think that they're trying. I think that what happened is they hyped this up for so long where there's nothing, where all of it is like pretty much out there, you know? Most of it's pretty much out there. And at this point, since they've hyped it up, they have to deal with the hype that they've built, essentially. Is my very long-winded way of getting to that point, is they built it up and now they have to deal with it. They made with this, the fact that just a couple of weeks ago, they were talking about having the client list, and now Donald Trump is saying, why are we even talking about Epstein? Blah, blah. Like, sorry, I may have sound like RFK there, but I'm sorry, I don't think that, I don't believe in the conspiracy. But they're making him look like it. You and me are the only skeptics on this issue? I don't think so. I think that like the majority of the Democratic Party accepts at least the consensus that Epstein killed himself, right? And that like the obsession with it is a little fucking crazy. I think that that's the general consensus. I don't know about with like crazy leftists or anything. I really don't. But yeah, it's not that, but like, I don't have any sympathy for the administration or for Pam Bondi, or because again, they were selling this, dude. That we just got past the part where they were selling this. We have truckloads of evidence that just got pulled up and we sent it over to the FBI and it's on their desk. Oh yes, it's on my desk. The client list is on my desk. I didn't say that the client list was on my desk. I was saying that, you know, the entire file, all of the evidence from all of the JFK, all of that was on my desk. You know, like they set themselves up, and now they're doing what they should have done from the very beginning. What they should have done back in 2019 is dispel the fucking conspiracies. Dispel them. They're killing us. Didn't the Diddy stuff convince you of the possibility of a conspiracy? I might have said something like that, but I don't know enough about the Diddy stuff to... Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, just like the fact that, like, and then there's evidence of Donald Trump being friends with Epstein, notable pedophile. And then there's photos and evidence of Donald Trump being friends with Diddy, notable sexual abuser and sex trafficker. And they're the ones that are fostering these conspiracy theories. What the fuck? Did they never think? No, they don't think. They never think about anything. Meaning what exactly? Oh, the joke that I think I made a joke about, like, Donald Trump let Diddy get off because Diddy had some blackmail on Donald Trump. I probably made a joke something along those lines. Yeah. Anyways, I gotta finish. I really want to finish this because I don't want to stand up anymore. Okay? We're watching the video. I'm talking. I'm doing my fucking laundry. Fuck you guys.
Names and evidence across multiple agencies and prominent administrative individuals who are now elected or appointed to public office. This is what sent people over the edge, okay? This memo. But to make things infinitely worse, the level of discrepancy in what we're being told is unignorable. It has been claimed for years that Jeffrey Epstein...
Oh yeah, not only, like, I believe now, we're well past what I have seen in this video, so everything right here is new to me. The only discrepancy that I know of from the, you know, the stuff that just got released is that I guess every night at midnight, like 11:58 to 11:58:59 to midnight, that minute gets erased because there's like a system reboot or some shit, right? Which is totally believable because nobody wants to fund anything in our government unless you're kicking Mexicans out. So shit's old. Shit needs to be updated. We have shitty fucking prisons. Congratulations. Welcome to the complaints of the Democratic Party for a long time. So, like, it's an entirely reasonable explanation, but you guys didn't think that when you released a 10-hour unedited video, quote unquote, that has a discrepancy like a full fucking minute, when the two guys, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who were like the biggest purveyors of the fucking conspiracy, are the ones who are like, listen folks, you can trust me now. Now, when I tell you that this 1 minute is like, there's nothing to be seen there. It's just like that nothing happened during that minute. Like, it's just routine, nothing. Come on.
Ran a sophisticated trafficking ring with hundreds, potentially thousands of victims. He operated a private island with his own jet to and from called the Lolita Express, where...
Also, just to, like... The scale of this, I haven't really ever done a deep dive into Epstein because, let me be real with you guys, I don't I don't need to know a whole lot about a pedophile to know that they're not a good person. And I don't need to know a lot about the case to know that it was probably really fucked up. You gotta admit, Trump does exude PDF file energy. Sometimes old men just do that. And I don't know if it's the dementia or the time period that they were raised in, or if, like, you just lose your shame as you grow older. I don't know. But he sometimes does. But yeah, like the scale of this atrocity, for lack of a better word, is unbelievable. How do you have the time? Like, they trafficked human beings, you would assume, on an individual basis. They're not doing this in bulk, right? They're doing this a la carte. How do you have the fucking time to sit there and, you know, schmooze some student girl into getting onto a plane with you? Like, I assume that's what my understanding of how it worked is Ghislaine, however you're supposed to say it, would like sit there and say, oh, this Epstein guy, he's so nice and he's a billionaire and he's my friend and we can, you know, and then they would go to Lolita Island and it would be bad. But people smell blood in the water now. People are hoping for a knockout punch against their political rivals when the awful truth comes out. Well, right, but that's who hyped that up? Who hyped that up? It's their own fault. It's their own fault. And they've made Trump look, both sides, I'm sorry, not really. Like the Epstein stuff really has been a hallmark of the conservative side of things. Like, it's an everyone problem, but which party has made it a core part of their message? It's the Republican Party, and you can't fucking argue otherwise. The fucking Democrats aren't going out there and campaigning about, you know, they're not talking about Epstein at all. Who's talking about Epstein all the fucking time? Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, Donald Trump has talked about him in the past. JD Vance has made jokes both on Twitter and in interviews. These are the people who are pushing it. Will Libs on Twitch promote it? Okay, I'm talking about people that actually matter. Like, I don't know who on Twitch promotes that, but I'm not even talking, I'm talking about not the Twitch influencers, I'm talking about the conservative influencers that are running the fucking government. Like, I've settled on that. Like, they operate like a bunch of fucking influencers. Fucking Cruella DeVille, what's her name with the fucking little white strand in her hair? Tulsi Gabbard, making that weird ass promo, like, hype video about how nuclear war is going to happen. Hegseth going out there and doing more press conferences and delegating the real work to all of his underlings while he sits there and sniffs out fucking leaks all over the fucking Pentagon. Like, oh, I'm just... listen, so I just learned to love my country. After years of getting all these different reasons to fucking hate it, I realized that in spite of its flaws, it is something to emulate for everyone else in the world. And immediately, this happens. How fucking embarrassing for me. How fucking embarrassing for me to read the fucking founding fathers, to read the Constitution, to consider going to like, after finishing my degree, which I hope I can do after they destroy the Department of Education, you know, I was hoping to go to, you know, and get a master's degree. And constitutional law, because it's very interesting and very, it's not just interesting, it's something worthwhile. It's something to be proud of, our Constitution. And oh my fucking God, the past 7 months have been more akin to the rise of the Third Reich than the American Revolution. Because I've read books on both of those topics recently. It's just, it's utterly depressing at a moment in my life that's already like rough enough as it is. And then like, it's just how fucking embarrassing for my country. I was going to enter the federal government, like for real, now there's no chance in hell. Well, listen, I'm sure that it might even happen during Trump's presidency, so keep your eye out there, ice beans, but you got to understand. Hey, Gas, why are you typing in the announcements channel right now? Anyways, you should keep your eye out on the, in the global workforce, whatever the website is that talks about all the federal jobs and all the internship, all the, jobs on the hill and shit. Keep your eye out on that, because it's entirely possible that they realize that they fucked up too much shit and they have to do some mass rehirings. They're probably going to do some like signing bonuses. USAID, probably not. They're not going to open that back up, but they're probably going to realize that they fucked up some shit with like the weather service or some of our intelligence services, or like any of those areas, or the like literally any of those areas that we've gutted. They're probably going to do a mass hire either in the latter half of the Trump administration when things get really fucked, or as soon as the Democrats in charge. Didn't leave the channel after seeing it. No, you're fine. I was just joking with you. I just had it open right there and I saw you typing. All right, let's keep watching. I'm going to finish the close.
Dozens of the world's most powerful people frequently visited, gathered, and spent a tremendous amount of time. But now we're told that's it. There's no clients, there's no incriminating footage of third parties, and there was no blackmail, on top of the claim that he simply committed suicide, so case closed. In tandem with this wildly suspect denial, after officials in the Trump administration have been loudly proclaiming that the Epstein files would be released eventually, there's 10 hours and 52 minutes of prison block footage, and this is where things just completely go off the rails. The number of inconsistencies, contradictions, and issues with this footage are almost indescribable, but for the sake of time and clarity, I'll focus on a few of the much more damning ones. First, supposedly, as per the original Office of Inspector General report, following Epstein's death, most of the cameras malfunctioned, logically inspiring the question, so where did this footage come from? And second, the guards on duty at the time allegedly fell asleep for multiple hours, fabricated rounds reports, while leaving Jeffrey Epstein alone in his cell for an extended period of time, which allowed him the perfect opportunity to take his own life. Accepting that scenario as fact is already difficult, and I don't, but let's examine this new footage, which supposedly proves that no foul play was involved. First things first, this is not Jeffrey Epstein's door. This is the entrance to SHU. The stairway immediately across from the camera, and barely visible, only a tiny sliver of it is what leads to the door of Epstein's cell, which has already caused mass confusion, as rumors circulate that the door in the video is not the same as the door in the original report, which is true, but not really an issue by...
What is this layout? Wait, did they have a layout earlier and I just didn't notice it? No, okay.
By itself. What is an issue is this guy at 12:06:01, but not because of the person, rather because of where he goes. This man, upon entering the block, throws what appears to be laundry, slightly moves a trash can, then walks.
I don't fucking know. I've never been in a jail before. I did, should I say that? Maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm sure that there's a way for someone to dox me by saying that.
Entering the block, throws what appears to be laundry, slightly moves a trash can, then walks out of frame, one floor down, to the right-hand side, and he never comes back into vision. What this means is that there's another entrance, which allows access off camera, and that second entrance also then allows access to the stairs directly leading
Jails don't
to
always
Epstein's
look like the
cell.
movies.
Big
Well,
issue,
right, but like
next one, let's move on.
it's not that I expect them to look like the movies, because yeah, I know like there's some that have like bunk beds in like a giant room, and like people can like be in that jail for like weeks or months, you know. Like I understand that, but like this looks like it's like a trapezoid, and then it like kind of like wraps around like down into like it's like almost like a landing, and then it like goes down into like a little common area, and then it has stairs that go, and it just like doesn't it almost reminds me of like a lot of a lot of church references this stream, but back when I was going to different churches all the time, like different youth group rooms or like church, like youth pastor, whatever the fuck, like the youth rooms would have layouts like this, which is why it doesn't look like a prison to me. It reminds me of a kid, like a church youth group room. Ice beans, just because I don't feel like typing, the answer to that question is yes.
Next up is this. At precisely 1040, if you go frame by frame,
Trapezoid,
originally
whatever
discovered, I believe, by a man named Adam Cochran on Twitter, you can see something orange climbing up the stairs. This is a problem because as per the original DOJ report, quote, the OIG determined that SHU staff did not conduct any 30-minute rounds after approximately 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, and that the count slips and round sheets had been falsified, end quote. This is a discrepancy, a bad one, because despite that initial report, no rounds were conducted at or around 1040. Instead, only seeing a very brief, barely perceptible orange sleeve or piece of linen maybe climbing the stairs. Maybe it's someone bringing something to his cell. Maybe it's Epstein himself or a different prisoner wearing the signature orange. But any explanation for this contradicts the original report. It was previously claimed that no one approached his cell and that the guards were asleep for an extended period of time. But as we can clearly see by watching these 10 hours of footage,
some motherfucker was still awake.
The guards were never asleep for an extended period. They and others were walking around consistently. Here's an even more interesting one, okay? Look at the railings. What do you see?
Even more railings.
The correct answer is two unpainted wooden railings on the outside facing into the center. But if you check the crime scene photos from the initial report, you can very clearly see that only one railing is unpainted. This may sound like a trivial difference to a lot of people.
Oh, there's a layout. Hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. This just like doesn't look like a like. Maybe this is like the normal way that a cell block looks, but this is not what a. Like this whole business right here does not scream cell block to me, I guess. But then again, I've never been to jail, so. But one second. So we were talking about the wooden, okay, so yeah, they're unpainted here. And then they're painted here, and this is the G and H. Okay, got you. Okay, they're unpainted
on the
here.
Outside facing into the center. But if you check the crime scene photos from the initial report, you can very clearly see that only one railing is unpainted. This may sound like a trivial difference to a lot of people, but it has very clear implications. One of three things must be true.
Well, it has to be this one that's like the view from the, right? Oh, fuck off. Yeah, because it goes this way, then, oh no, maybe not. I don't know, because it goes down and then landing and then down. Yeah, so it has to be that one.
Look at the railings. What do you see? The correct answer is two unpainted wooden railings on the outside facing into the center. But if you check the crime scene photos from the initial report, you can very clearly see that only one railing is unpainted. This may sound like a trivial difference to a lot of people, but it has very clear implications. One of three things must be true, okay? Either A, they allowed a worker into the area during an active investigation shortly after a suicide, who then painted the railing after Epstein was dead but before the crime scene photos were taken. That's a very short window of time, by the way, where presumably the entire area should be locked down completely. B, there are mistakes and mislabeled entries in the crime scene photos of the original report, which is not a good thing. Or C, the camera is in a different location compared to what we're being told. And just to be clear, one of those three things must be true. There is no fourth option. How about this? Like I said, there's a multitude of problems here. There's a minute of footage missing from the recording. 11:59 p.m. to midnight is gone. The lighting changes, perhaps the camera settings changed on top of that, given the distinct aspect ratio shift. And the simple explanation is something to do with the rollover between days on a given 50. Like, just to be clear, one of those three things must be true. There is no fourth option. How about this? Like I said, there's a multitude of problems here. There's a minute of footage missing from the recording. 11:59 p.m. to midnight is gone.
Yeah.
The lighting
that's what I said
changes,
earlier.
perhaps the camera settings changed on top of that, given the distinct aspect ratio shift. And the simple explanation is something to do with the rollover between days on a 24-hour cycle. But even if that were to be true, having a minute missing every day of security recording footage in a prison is a massive liability, especially the one that has Epstein in it, and further exacerbates the problem that nothing we see rather, is trustworthy at all right now. What is the threshold for any one individual person, in your mind, let's say, where too many things are conveniently wrong? What is that threshold? The cameras were conveniently almost...
Here's it. Like, I didn't know this. I thought that the very beginning, because he was talking about the fact that people don't really understand that there's no Epstein client list, and it's all been... I thought that this guy was like not super conspiracy brained. I thought that he was more informational. I can see that now it's a little bit more conspiratorial. So apologies. I don't usually like to watch that on my stream, but fucking... Like, here's the question. Can anybody in chat think of a reason, like if Epstein was killed in his cell, right? Which I think that most people agree that he was hung in his cell or strangled in his cell. Like, what changes because of the painted railing is the question. What changes because of that? Conspiracy theorists are eating good tonight? Yeah, they are. Like, they absolutely are. But, yeah, I just don't, what would be the fucking point? I don't get it. I don't get what the fucking point would be. Like, is the implication that they killed him and there was something on that railing and because there was something on the railing, they had to very quickly hire someone to come in and paint over the railing. But somehow none of the people that came in to investigate noticed the paint smell or the wet paint on the railings. And the fact that there was wet paint on the railings never came up in the fucking investigation report at all. I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. After watching the Sean Munger video on the JFK conspiracies, there's a really good analogy, metaphor he uses to explain good practice in assessing information. Maybe we'll watch that after this. CTs. Crime scene techs. To confirm the color difference. But yeah, like the CTs and misrepresent evidence all the time. Oh. I thought you were talking about like crime scene techs. Yeah, they will, like the Sean, if you like, or if you're interested at all in JFK conspiracies or the JFK assassination at all, there's a fucking unbelievably interesting video. Maybe if I ever regain any amount of relevance on YouTube or stream or whatever, I'll be able to interview this guy. He's just a history professor named Sean Munger. And he does this 2-part deep dive into every conspiracy theory claim that he could possibly find about the JFK assassination, and systematically goes through with all of the evidence that is out there from the government, from every single possible fucking source, and just shows how fucking stupid it is. You know, I'm only interested in the moon landing. There is also, I was going to do a moon landing debate on the Crucible, but I guess it fell through and I don't know why. But yeah, there is like the definitive moon truther documentary on YouTube, and there is an accompanying debunk video with a historian and a physicist or something. And it's just like, bro. And I will say this. It is super fucking interesting to listen to people when there are like conspiracy theories that have people that go that in depth on them. To hear someone go as in depth debunking them, it is so fun and fun to listen to. Please don't do it. If the guy there is Jim Bob, your brain will actually melt. I've talked to Jim Bob one time. I got the feeling from that interaction that he was out there.
All broken, but now we have footage. Except the footage doesn't really show us anything, and the railings are different. Turns out there's another entrance, one we can't see, and the original report is wrong in multiple ways about who did what and when, across everything from guards sleeping to falsified count. Meanwhile, the government is quite literally taunting people, not only releasing documents that were already public, but further redacting them, as if that somehow fulfills the numerous promises that they made about releasing the Epstein files, as well as the Little Black Book, when they clearly don't even know what that is, seemingly believing that the Little Black Book is a client list, which it isn't, and it never was. But now for the capstone. After this footage came out, after the memo about closing the case, no clients, no blackmail, no further investigation into the corrupt elites who associated with Epstein for years of their lives at the height of his trafficking empire, after the footage in the video and the fact that it's just suicide, so don't talk about it anymore, this is how the US
trafficking empire. But what is that? Like, here's the like legitimate question, because I've never done a deep dive. I don't know what happened with Epstein, except for that he was a bad person that did really bad things to kids. Because, like, what was the time scale? It had to be decades, right? It had to be decades, like at least 20 years. Let's just like make some guesses based off of the scant little information I know. So it had to be at least 20 years that he was doing this shit, okay? Probably more, probably like 25, 30 years. He's rich, he's powerful. How many girls a year can you traffic? First off, how many can you do per year? And then, like, I don't understand the logistics of it, of any of this, you know? Okay, I'm almost done with this. I need to keep on going. Let's keep watching this video. Like, does anybody know what the logistics, like, have to ask Matt Gaetz? Like, again, it's just like, it's crazy, because I've heard thousands of girls, which implies at least 2,000. Is that right? Split that up over two. That's what, 100 a year? How long? Was he murdering them? How the fuck? Are there so many people out there? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything. Thousands? Was it actually thousands? How many Epstein accusers victimized more than 1,000 sex trafficking victims? How do you do that? More than 2 decades. God, I'm so good at guessing. It's like the easiest guess in the entire world, I know. Did he just like invite them over and then like invite them over and then send them away afterwards? I just don't understand like how, like what this, I don't really want to know, to be honest. Like, I don't need to know like the sordid details, but like the logistics are are eluding me. Anyways, 1 second. I just heard a really big crash. I need to go check on that. You okay? All right, we're all safe. Oh fuck. We haven't had hopefully it's fixed. Right before stream, there the maintenance guy came, but we haven't had potable water for like a week and a half. So we have these big water jugs, and it fucking fell, and fucking mess. Anyways, let's see here. Do I still have my? Okay, I still have my headphones in. Okay, let's finish this. I'm gonna finish my stuff in the back. I'm actually just gonna like get set up to sit down now. So.
U.S. government responded. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt claimed that Attorney General Pam Bondi never claimed to have the client list on her desk.
Yeah, and now like all of the 1984 memes are going towards the Trump admin. Like they're saying like, "Don't believe your lying eyes." Oh no, like the party has spoken. And it's like, oh fuck, if they're getting that right now, that means like they're losing people, dude. They're losing people. And you know what? I did see a post and ContraPoints retweeted it, and because ContraPoints is, you know, the queen of the liberals online, we must listen. Oh damn, you know what? I can't see quite what I'm doing with the camera here. Is that fine? Anyways, so yeah, the thing that we should keep in mind is for the people who are yeah. How about I do this? A little bit better? Yeah. For the people that are like QAnoners and stuff, really the best thing to do for them right now would be to, be kind. This is probably a very rough moment for them. I don't deny that whatsoever. And so like it might be good from a, busting them out of it, snap out of it, snap back to reality type thing. If you have a family member who might be questioning their allegiance to the Trumpster right now, it might be something that you consider just being nice about it, not gloating, but like, that's not where I'm at. I don't have to be nice. But if you have a family member that's on this shit, like, yeah, you should probably just like be nice about it if you care, right? If you don't care, then gloat away. Let me also get this fixed here. Stupid fucking camera. All right. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that too. Internet gas. Don't worry. All right. That seems fine, right? The camera, this camera angle. I'm gonna be sitting like this most of the time. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good. I might still walk around and fuck with the background, but not right this second. My mom votes for Trump. I even filled out the ballot for her. No, don't say that online. People will take that the wrong way, my friend. But like my grandfather voted for Trump probably. He's a Newsmax OAN watcher. He's 80 something, or maybe he's turning 80 this year. Like, I understand. I have family members that are conservative. Like, fuck. But I think that I'm lucky in the regard that my family that are like conservative or Trump supporters are really just not that political. Like, my grandfather is just not that political. He's just an old Southern dude, you know? It's just who he is. I gotta accept that. I'm not gonna try and change his mind. He's super fucking old. But like, so I'm not, I kind of waffle between like telling people to say fuck you to their family, because I feel like for like my uncles and stuff who like I'm sure don't have a very high opinion of me, and I've heard as much, I feel the need to, you know, show them what's what, or I want to tell them how they're fucking wrong and stuff. But I also understand that it's not easy for people to just like sell out their family. So I'm not going to like sit here and really truly believe and say like you should, you know, cut off your family and stuff like that, because that's an impossible decision that I could never tell someone to do. But when it comes to your friends and the people that you choose, the people that you don't choose, like your family, that's one thing. The people that you choose to be around, like again, when I noticed people were like bad people in the socialist circles, I didn't want to be associated with them anymore. I would tell people that what they're saying is wrong, what they're doing is wrong. You know, I'm not unique. I'm not particularly brave. And I think that what conservatives need to do is find that very not unique, not, you know, exceptional bravery to tell their friends and to tell their, you know, coworkers or the people that are around them, hey, this shit's fucking crazy, and that we need to recalibrate. Something needs to be said. All right. Anyways, I'm going to turn off this. I'm going to move over to the big mic. Let's keep watching.
Publicly to the press. I can't help but think of Orwell, 1984. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. When Pam Bondi was confronted in a cabinet meeting directly, President Trump jumped in saying, "Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time? Do you feel like answering?" Where, in the very same meeting, minutes later, he was talking about whether or not he would get gold leaf and put it on the corners of the molding in the room. Talking about the man responsible for hundreds of victims trafficking to the world's most powerful elite, after we are told that nothing happened with no further investigation, is a waste of time.
Okay, you can hear me.
But talking about the gold leaf molding in his palace, that's worthwhile. That's what we should be doing. I don't understand.
What did I say? So like this guy's a conspiracy theorist who seems to have like a more nuanced understanding of the Epstein case than I would expect the average. Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe there's like a deeper, like sinister nature to the fact that the black book isn't the list or whatever the fact, you know, but like, I didn't think that he was a conspiracy theorist at first. Now I think that he is. And he's hitting on all the things that I said that they were hitting on, that they're like Oh, like why is he telling us not to talk about this? Oh, 1984. It's literally that is being turned around on them so fucking fast. And I don't know if they're going to be able to, because they don't have, honestly, without the conspiracism, now that they're the ones that are in charge, now that they're the ones that are the deep state, they've put their loyalists everywhere. They're showing that they can just fucking, ignore the fucking Supreme Court. And so they're just doing stuff. When they don't produce, when it comes to Epstein, when they don't produce, when it comes to the evidence for the, 2020 election being, when they don't produce that shit, it's gonna make their base super fucking mad.
How anyone can look at the situation objectively and have anything positive to say. I'll finish with this. Jeffrey Epstein is one of the most mysterious villains of the past century, maybe more. The sheer number of unanswered questions is staggering, but one thing above all else is abundantly clear. The elites don't play by the same rules as the rest of us. Jeffrey Epstein had his own bank called Southern Country International in the Virgin Islands. Drowned out and lost in the more recent commotion, I think, is the fact that defying his last will and testament even, his own private bank after his death received over $15 million in 2 transfers from his estate, and when confronted about this, the estate
What?
Is the fact that defying his last will and testament even, his own private bank after his death received over $15 million in 2 transfers from his estate, and when confronted about this, the estate lawyers claimed that the payments were made in error. One of them was returned, $2.6 million shortly after, but $12.9 million transferred from his estate posthumously to a bank that he owned disappeared. 2 weeks after the transfer occurred, year-end filings showed that the bank had only $500,000 in assets. But meanwhile, you and me and all the rest of us, that is people who did.
What is the implication there? Like, I don't understand.
Sorry. Virgin Islands. Drowned out and lost in the more recent commotion, I think, is the fact that defying his last will and testament even, his own private bank after his death received over $15 million in 2 transfers from his estate, and when confronted about this, the estate lawyers claimed that the payments were made in error. One of them was returned to
an AML gold mine? I don't know what that means.
Received over $15 million in 2 transfers from his estate, and when confronted about this, the estate lawyers claimed that the payments were made in error. One of them was returned, $2.6 million shortly after, but $12.9 million transferred from his estate posthumously to a bank that he owned disappeared. 2 weeks after the transfer occurred, year-end filings showed that the bank had only $500,000 in assets. But meanwhile, you and me and all the rest of us, that is people who didn't fly to Epstein's private island on his little plane, we live our lives in fear of what happens when you make a mistake on your $3,000 annual tax return.
Oh, okay. Fuck, he's still alive, yeah. Let's elect the guy who was best friends with the child trafficker, as the president at the time of his suspicious death, and that has numerous lawsuits and accusations against him for issues with women and minors, and have him release the documents that incriminate himself. Yeah. Oh, so anti-money laundering. Yeah, sure, I'm sure.
Return. Because the government, by the people, for the people, no longer properly represents the people. It represents those with power and money, nobody else. That's it. If my channel disappears, you probably know why that is, but I honestly just...
I'm sure he's dropped so many truth bombs and ended it with, well, if my channel disappears, I didn't kill myself. Like, I'm sure, my guy. Very cool. All right. Well, folks, what are we doing today? This is not an acceptable camera angle. God, my hair looks fucking horrible today. How do I fix this camera angle? I need to move it that way and then tilt it this way, I think. Down. Let's see if we can do that super quick. How is everybody doing in chat? Do we got people in YouTube chat? I don't know what... I don't look at my viewership numbers. So if you're in YouTube chat, sound off. If you're in Twitch chat, sound off. Yada, yada, yada. Background music while I fix the camera. 1 second. Coke. I guess we can listen to
what people actually believe out what's going on. Like you were saying, just post an infographic and people believe it. I think we're getting close to that critical mass where everything's becoming fake. There was this post from Rudyard Lynch. You guys know what if
I
all
thought you
this-
were Jewish.
Me? No.
I saw it on an infographic.
Yeah.
Spend too much time on X, man.
But, you know, you are joking, but you know those infographics where it's like they got a list of people and they put Stars of David on them? Luke Rudkowski was on We Are Change. They put him on it. And they were circulating this thing and showing all these people in media with Jewish stars on them, and Luke was on it. And then everyone started laughing because Luke's not Jewish. And he's like an independent media guy, and he was like, "What is going on?" And apparently the person who made it apologized. So I mean, this it's fake. Rudyard Lynch has this long post where he told everybody.
Are they talking about? Wait a second. Is the
He said, "Get off the internet now, cut yourself off, and just survive because everyone's gone insane."
That's the one good thing about anti-Semites. If they say you're Jewish and they're wrong, they will apologize.
Shut up. Hey, hello? Hello? Pause? This is the fourth time I've clicked on you? Jesus. Okay. Watch again, please.
But posts like this
I
and
might
what
need to
people
move
actually
my
believe out what's going
microphone
on,
now
like
that
you
I'm
were saying,
looking
just
at
post an infographic and people believe it. I think we're getting close to that critical.
Kid, not kid. How's it going? He looks relatable and kind. This lighting is fucking god awful. I don't even think my camera's in focus. Is my camera not even in focus? It's a little in focus. This lighting is god fucking awful. I'm super triggered about it because I spent way too long rearranging this room for this lighting to be this fucking dog shit. But there's nothing that I can do about it, I don't think.
Critical mass where everything's becoming fake. There was this post from Rudyard Lynch.
Kid, not kid.
You guys know what if
I
all
thought you
this-
were Jewish.
Kid, I have a question, and I don't want to. I feel like maybe I've asked you this last time you were in chat, and just because I've fried my brain with multiple substances, I don't remember. Have we ever spoken in a VC at any point? Because you've been around this streaming space for probably what, since like 2022? I don't think that we've ever been in a VC together.
Me? No.
I saw it on an infographic.
Yeah.
Spend too much time on X, man.
But, you know, you are joking, but you know those infographics where it's like they got a list of people and they put Stars of David on them? Luke Rudkowski was on We Are Change. They put him on it. And they were circulating this thing and showing all these people in media with Jewish stars on them, and Luke was on it. And then everyone started laughing because Luke's not Jewish. And he's like,
it's just a joke. It's just a little joke, you know. Like sometimes people, sometimes the anti-Semites they incorrectly label you as a Jew, and it's just like a little funny joke. You know, you tell them, "Hey, I'm not a fucking Jew," and then they say, "Ah, my mistake. It was the nose and the curly hairs." Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Is this really a joke that you think is like, this is the joke that you want to fucking make on fucking your live stream where hundreds of thousands of people watch? That's like, oh man, the Nazis just incorrectly labeled our friend as a Jew. That's not scary at all. It's just a fucking... It's so fucking crazy. All right. Background music again. Well, I fiddle with the camera a little bit more because the lighting is making me... I can't say suicidal on Twitch, can I? I look pink. Why do I look pink? I'm just gonna have to live with it. First, I trim my beard too short, reveal my weak chin. Now I look pink on stream. Bad lighting. Tim is a Nazi. The wokes were always correct. True. Why the wrong post? Wait, that was the wrong post? Let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to, because this is the furthest that this microphone arm extends. Hey, if you're watching right now, like, comment, subscribe, and use that donation link. Hey, you know what? If you're watching on YouTube, here is the donation link. If you're watching on Twitch right now, here is the donation link. And you guys can help me buy a new microphone arm. I'll get one of those really fancy ones too. Where the fuck should I put it? Should I put it here? Will that get in the way? It's going to be really fucking annoying to move it there. That's where it has to be. Because I don't think this isn't going to be good. That's annoying. We owe the wokes and the soys an apology. I'll never apologize, because here's the thing. I've thought about that. They weren't right then. This is the reason why I feel guilty telling my little brother to chill the fuck out, right? Because he's super fucking angry about everything, and I want to go and fight the cops. It's like, hey, you need to calm down. You need to think about strategy. But like, I was saying that same thing in 2020. I just wasn't as justified. Now it's way more justifiable. But like, it's obviously you still shouldn't do like violence and shit. But like, fuck, dude, it was way less justifiable back when I was angry. Okay, let's see this one.
I believe you're asking a question on Epstein.
That'll give me time to mute. You know what? I can mute, and I can go back to my wireless microphone until I find a good spot for my regular microphone. Oh my God. Trump was a fascist and we didn't listen. Well, here's one thing that I'll admit. That is one thing that I would probably not have argued if I didn't think that it was strategic in nature. Like, I would never have argued with people that Trump was or wasn't a fascist if I didn't think that it was like something that was important for messaging. Little did I know that nobody has any principles, and that I was psyoped into caring about, having standards of behavior by everyone. Now I realize that that's gay. Standards of behavior is for gay people, and I'm not going to be one of those. Anyways, let's watch this, and I will figure out my mic situation.
At a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas, it just seems like a desecration. But you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that.
Anyway, what she basically responds with is, she didn't mean the Epstein.
Coward, bitch, soy boy, fucking titty baby bitch. What the fuck? What the fuck? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? You cut it off? You cut it off right there? Like, again, I want you guys to, like, and I don't think that this is incorrect. People can, if I'm wrong on this, please correct me. I don't think a single time in this press conference, cabinet meeting, whatever, he didn't mention the dead baby girls in Texas one time until someone asked him about Jeffrey Epstein. And for some reason, Jeffrey Epstein just reminded him of little girls. And he said, wow, I can't believe you're talking about Jeffrey Epstein when all these dead little girls in Texas, blah, blah, blah. And then proceeded to not talk about the dead little girls at all for the rest of the thing. Am I wrong? Or did Trump literally wheel out the dead little girls from the flood solely as a means to escape a question about Jeffrey Epstein? Bro, it's unfucking real. And these people will pause right after that and then like, oh wait, hold on, it's this microphone. They'll just slurp up the cum. Oh, well, I mean, like, he's, like, fucking, maybe it's not a big deal. Like, fuck you. You guys have accused every fucking Democratic fucking lawmaker for the past 20 years, 30 years, 40 years of being secret pedophile cabal people.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that.
Anyway, what she basically responds with is she didn't mean the Epstein list was on her desk. She meant the files were on her desk. She needed to go through it. She says the reason the minute is...
And then they fucking, like, he goes from weaponizing the deaths of little girls. Like, people can talk about Destiny doing that, and we're going to talk about that later. Because I have opinions. And if anybody knows what Whick's take on that was, I tried to watch the fucking stream last night, but then I decided I was going to do something better with my time than watch the occasional person come in to try and soy over like being nice to conservatives. Fucking spineless bitches. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
Is missing from the footage because every day...
but like the fucking Pam Bond or like these people, fuck me. It's fucking gone. I actually have an issue, guys. I have like severe short-term memory issues right now. I need to fucking figure that shit out. Like, I think I'm gonna take like a very long tea break from weed, but Whick and Destiny something. But like the wheeling out of the weaponizing. People could talk about Destiny weaponizing the little girl's death, and I think there's a Piers Morgan segment on that. Motherfucker, this is the most fucking blatant weaponization of the deaths of like a tragic death. I just don't. The entire point of the Destiny thing is this thing. I'm looking at the thing. It's super low. Is this better? Test. Okay, there we go. But like, I don't really see Democrats defending the post itself, but like, I see a lot of people very indignant that anyone would have the gall to talk about standards of behavior. Who has the fucking gall to look at a fucking Democrat right now and say that they're being cruel? Unironically, if someone said some shit like that to me in person, like I'm not like gassing myself up or anything, trying to make myself like I'm not a confrontational person in real life. I'm barely a confrontational person on, well, I guess I'm pretty confrontational on stream. But, you know, if someone said something like that to me, as a conservative, someone said that to me, I think I might lose my fucking mind. Someone tries to concern troll me over making an edgy joke while they're laughing about fucking abuelas getting, you know, swept up in the fucking Iranian woman who's lived here for 37 fucking years of her life, running away from the Iranian regime, like right after the fucking revolution. She's getting swept up by fucking ICE. No one's fucking heard from her, from what I understand. The fucking wife and mother of American citizens being swept up. No fucking, you know, like you guys are jerking off with sandpaper and then like going around and showing everyone how look, I gave a bigger load for Trump. I offer up a bigger load for Trump. Like that's what they're doing. And then they had the fucking I don't understand how they could possibly have the chutzpah to walk up to anyone who makes a passing remark about anything going on in regards to conservative issues. Oh man, I think I would lose my fucking mind. I think I would go fucking ballistic. They're all celebrating concentration camp. I couldn't give a fuck about being cruel. Yeah, exactly. Like there's the conservative guy that I keep on interacting with on Twitter. I can't say his name because it has a slur in it. In a loving way, I'm sure. But Jesus Christ, this is a very difficult maneuver with this microphone. Jesus. This better be a good spot, or I'm going to go postal myself right now. That's the back. That's the front. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's great. Okay. They're too used to being able to shut libs up with crybullying. Yeah, and I think that like there was I think it was an Axios article. I'm not 1,000% sure on that. But I guess Democrat constituents are talking to their congresspeople and saying like, you need to be willing to get shot. You need to be willing to get arrested. You need to be willing. And it's like, yeah, they're speaking my fucking language. Not for nothing, but even rats show empathy. True. That's what's like. They try to signal to each other that they don't have any empathy for other people, and that's the thing that like gets me, right? That's why I can't interact with the Twitch conservatives right now, because they don't believe the things that they're saying, and they don't have the level of conviction that they say that they do. Because if they did, then they are actually like subhuman, horrible fucking people. So, skipping your post, I'm trying my best to keep up with everyone. There's a big difference between those are brown people from insane asylums, the other are white Christians. Oops, sorry. Yeah, it's there's a pop filter underneath the sock, kid not kin. Fuck you. Do you think I'm too poor to purchase a fucking pop filter? Pop filter's like 3 cents. How's it going, Tron? Anyways, let's keep watching.
The camera resets at the start of a new day, so every day is missing this minute, which literally doesn't do anything. It like answers nothing and proves nothing. The big point of the story is Trump saying, "Well, you're talking about this still? Why are you talking about it? Because you campaigned on releasing the files, and you've been in office for a few months. So we're asking you, what's up?"
Because it makes people like you point it out.
That's the most evasive that I've seen the president on. I don't know why he didn't just brush it off or give some, theatrical answer that he does to a lot of serious questions. Yep. But no, he kind of, with his body posture and everything, I feel as though you could tell the cabinet and the president are concerned about this story and they need to think of a way to get their base off of this, because I think it's his base that's, again, most invested.
It's everybody in the country, even the left is going after it. You know what offends me the most?
The left is going after it because it's easy fucking money against you guys, dude. We are using it because it's easy fucking money. I don't believe in any of the Epstein conspiracies. I don't believe in them. But you know what? It's really fun to ask the question, why is Donald Trump trying to bury this story? Hey guys, really quick, I just have a question. Why is Donald Trump trying to bury this story? What are they hiding from us? Is Trump's name on that list? Whose friends are on that list that they're protecting? We need answers, is all I'm saying.
How bad they are at this. Yeah. That's what my only conclusion is. They're intentionally making it seem like a cover-up, because how are they so bad? Like, seriously, Dan Bongino could have come out and said, guys, there's an investigation. We're looking into it, and we don't want to compromise it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to be patient with us because we have to make sure we do it right. End of story. And then people would have been like, okay. Trump could have come out and said something similar.
Sorry,
how are they so bad? Like, seriously, Dan Bongino could have come out and said, guys, there's an investigation. We're looking into it, and we don't want to compromise it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to be patient with us because we have to make sure we do it right. End of story. And then people would have been like, oh.
And they could have rode that until the end of Trump's presidency. They could have rode that until the end of Trump's fucking presidency. But they didn't. And I don't understand why. I don't understand why. It's just, I don't get it.
Okay, Trump could have come out and said something similar. Look, we've got a lot of big things to deal with. I appreciate the question. I know it matters to you. I know it's important. I'm sorry, but I cannot deviate from a conversation about little girls who died so you can talk about this political story. But why are they so bad at it?
Because he didn't even talk about the little girls. That's my understanding, and nobody's corrected me thus far. So, like, Jesus Christ, like, even like if they're even recognizing it, dude, it's bad.
What do you think this says though about the credibility of Cash and Bongino? Because these were guys who had so much political capital in the MAGA space.
The most convincing thing, I talked to Mike Cernovich today because he's the one who blew this whole thing open, him and the Miami Herald. And he said that he thinks that there is some kind of, what did he call it? I think he called it a super system. I'm not sure. A system.
The past couple of weeks, I've really been thinking about getting rid of my social medias. I would still stream, but I would delete everything off of my phone because I'm not, this is fucking retarded, dude. I'm so sorry. God fucking damn. There's a super system above. We got to root out the people who are above the president of the United States. I just need some rest. I just need some rest, man. This is it's retarded. It's fucking stupid, dude. It's just stupid. And it's like, at some point, like, I can see people going along with it. Like, I can understand, especially when they're the underdogs and they don't have any power, so they can't, like, when Biden was in power, I could understand because they don't think that they have any control whatsoever. It's all just, But now their guy is in fucking charge and he's raped the entire federal government from top to fucking bottom. Just completely just destroyed look at what they did to my boy. There's military on the streets of fucking LA. Look what they did to my boy. It's just, I don't fucking know, dude. It's at a certain point, even if this has been your entire fucking life, at a certain point, something's got to snap you out of it, man. Something's got to snap you out and say like, hey, this is really fucking, like, this is stupid now. Like, it's stupid. I thought it was stupid from the beginning, but I didn't drink leaded water as a child, so I guess I had a leg up on a lot of these people. But like, motherfucker, what the fuck? He needs the lecture. It's probably everything that you say to me is going to be something that I agree with, but it's going to be something that I'm really just on an intellectual level, I understand all the concepts for why people get into these things. I understand cults and all that stuff. My girlfriend's getting her master's in fucking forensic psychology. All right. Like we watch a lot of stuff about cults and, you know, that sort of like these like, it's just the mindset of the, I need to stop saying this because it's getting into my regular vocabulary and my girlfriend does not like this, but it's the mindset of the raped. This is just like the most cuckoldry, like weak man position to be in. It's not just a cult. This is organized resentment. Much worse. This is what fascism is. Yeah. And you know what? Like people don't like it when I say this, but like conservatives really like they keep on telling me who they are. They are just glad that things are getting worse for the people they don't like. They don't care that things are getting worse for them too. Like this is crazy. We're past the tipping point. Like things are never going to be the same. We're 6 months into this. It's a 4-year term, folks. This is just the fucking beginning. Assuming we have midterms, assuming there's no shenanigans that they pull to try and make sure that Republicans never lose office, then maybe we have hope. If the Democrats, you know, are able to do something, but blaming Jews for their problems and MAGA blaming. I mean, I haven't seen quotes back to back, but I've read enough about the Third Reich to understand that yes, like it's very, very similar. And it sucks that like it has been overused and nobody takes it seriously. But like this is so fucking similar to the rise of the Third Reich. I'm in your VC, I'll keep it short. Okay. You know what? Let me change my earphones really quick so I can actually hear you. One sec. Didn't support literal fascism like they had in Germany after World War II. Yeah, I know. Like, remind me to read that again so that I can respond to it. All right, connect. Come on. Bluetooth. Show Bluetooth devices.
Them above the government.
Are we connected?
I think he called it a super system.
Okay, we're connected. Cool. All right, what's up?
Okay, I'm gonna keep this short because I don't think you need the full lecture. Maybe just like the repackaging part. So like you obviously know like that you probably know that like most people will like reduce cognitive dissonance by like essentially selecting for like essentially like confirmation bias, or they'll avoid
Yeah,
they'll
of
avoid
course. Counter evidence.
like yeah, but like do you know or are you familiar with like the repackaging concept?
Not by name, but probably by concept.
Yeah. Like that's, I think that I mean it's not so I mean I don't really know if there's a term for it, but basically the other explanation that Festinger, who like literally wrote the book on this, he basically refers to like when you change something about the conflicting cognition that makes it okay. So it's essentially it, and I call it repackaging, where like essentially you are, it's actually a really good example, a really classic example is the stupid like fox leaping for the like the grapes thing, where like this fat fuck apparently can't get some grapes. So like as he's walking away, like the fox looks at the grapes and he's like, "Oh well, I didn't want you anyway. You were probably sour." And the whole idea is that you change one of the conflicting thoughts, so that now even if evidence is presented to you, or like you can have all the evidence thrown at you, you will still believe in whatever it is that you're believing.
Sure.
Like, and that is why even if you sit there and go through literally every evidence point that, like if you take a random ass MAGA person and say, what do you care about? And then prove them wrong on every single thing, they will still believe in it. And it does go back to the cult thinking. Like this is what fuels the cult thinking, but specifically it's that repackaging idea. So like, I know you were kind of just like maybe just like venting or whatever, but this is the like specific mechanism that allows people to like, there is no breaking point for them. Like, I mean, there's probably breaking points for some people, but like for the majority of them, no, they will go to their graves thinking this way.
Well, yeah, I mean, to some extent, I understand that, and I understand the concept that you're talking about. Like,
yeah,
but I think that what breaks people out of stuff like that is just having people around them that are willing to say, "Hey, this shit's kind of fucking retarded," right? Like, just like having someone near you in your life that says, "Hey, it's a little retarded, all of what's going on, right? It's a little crazy." Yeah. It's all it really takes. You don't have to fucking be mean about it. Like, and I don't have it in me right now, right? This is for other people to do. I don't have it in me right now to be nice about it, because holy fucking shit. But yeah, if other people want to be nice about it, they absolutely can. And if people want to like try to understand, but like, again, it's I can put myself in a lot of different shoes. I can put myself into the shoes of being disaffected from politics. I can put myself into the shoes of being disaffected with the Democratic Party. I cannot put myself into the shoes of watching what the fuck is going on, like especially with the deportations, especially with like all of the expansion of the president's power to do shit. Like, if there is not a single fucking principle that conservatives by and large have that they have not openly, blatantly, and proudly broken.
Yeah, like shat all over. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And like, I mean, and like what you were saying, props to IRI. He like fucking, he has been doing those like TikTok debates, and it's simultaneously, weirdly enough, it's simultaneously very depressing and also a little soothing. Because like it means that there are people out there who do that specific kind of work. You know what I mean? I am coming around to the idea that like that the value of that work can only go so far. But I think going back to what you were saying, like there's no way, like you have to live with conservative, like you have to live with conservative, you have to live with these people. So like whatever it takes to like see that there's kind of less of them, not saying that in a genocidal way or anything. I'm just saying if like some people can be snapped out of that kind of thinking, then, you know, if there are people who are willing to put in the work, then sure, like, you know, that's fine. Because I don't know how else to deal. Like these people are here. They're like, and now it's to the point where like the racism is like out in the open, complete. People are calling for like brown people to be deported. Yeah.
Here's a question. Like, after it's all over, assuming that we make it through all of this, like, I don't think that anything will ever be the same. I think that it's permanently changed. But like, assuming the Democrats get control and everything, people start to recognize, like, something really bad happens. People like recognize Trumpism is like kind of fucking, like, let's assume at least that Democrats take control, right? Let's say 10 years happen. How the fuck do you think this can last? Do you think that this do you think, Trump dies? Do you think that this lasts?
Do you mean Trumpism, or do you mean like whatever
broader
fix
conservative,
we have?
this craziness with MAGA type people?
I don't think I used to think that Trump was sort of an anomaly, and I think he still is, in the sense that, like, I don't know necessarily if we'll have like people who are like King Trump, Daddy Trump. Like, I don't know if we'll have that. We need another big personality like that, and so far there is no big personality like that. At least this is my understanding. However, I don't think we would need another Trump daddy we wouldn't need another daddy figure, because like the conditions that created Trump have been long in the making. Like, basically, like, since whenever they got rid of that fair, like the
NAFTA thing,
the press shit, the fairness of the press shit.
No, you're talking. No, I got you.
Ever since they were basically like, we need to make them unimpeachable. Like, ever since then, Fox News, like, whenever those, like, all of that shit. This is how long it's been in the works for. Especially if you start researching things like the USPS, and like how basically as soon as it was created, which it was created, like, that agency was created in order to have a free flow of information throughout the United States. And like, literally 6 years later, Nixon was like, oh yeah, this needs to go. Like, that's how early this sort of shit started happening, right? So basically, and it's been going since then. Like, Collins has had her hands in this shit for fucking years, right? So anyways, my point is, I think that, like, the Democrats are going to have to do a lot of fucking work, and like, there's going to have to be, not to sound doom or anything, but we are going to need essentially like an FDR type person, because that's the only way we can unfuck what has been done to the government. Like, I know you were saying.
No, hold on. I want the next Democrat to go in, and absolutely, I think that we should run on limiting the power of the executive, and we should get in with full intention to do that. But first, we're going to fucking unbelievably do we're going to be like Trump negative 1.0, just unfuck literally all of it through whatever fucking means. Pack the fucking courts, fucking imprison all these fucking people, throw them in alligator Alcatraz. Fucking, if there's a Supreme Court justice that says otherwise, they're going there fucking too. Like, motherfucker, like, I'm all on board, because that's what they're doing right now. And then the second that we get rid of all of these people, then we can have a conversation about what amendments need to be put in place to hold back the presidency, and we should pass those.
No, and look, I don't disagree with you, okay, in the sense that, like, there is going to need to be this, like, massive unfucking. I'm just saying that, like, we do need to be realistic, because this unfucking is going to take decades, like, if not longer. Like, I don't think anybody really understands the level of knowledge that has been lost from the federal government because of all of these firings. Even if they turn around and hire all these people right back, there's so much knowledge that has been lost because of people who knew the system, had been in it for years. And this like, literally my
We've
job
lost
every day.
so much
Yeah,
institutional knowledge.
we've just fucking lost it. Like, you know, without going into what I do too much, basically, like, I was a year in and only just starting to like really get in the groove of things. Year two, it just finally like clicked for me, and I stopped being able to see the things that I didn't know. Like I stopped being able to see, oh, this is when I learned this. It was just like it was secondhand knowledge. And that sort of, like, imagine that sort of person just gets yanked out of the government, and then like you put in some schmuck, or you put it on the rest of the people to do the work of, like, you know, 50 other people. Like, no, you know,
Or
that
you put in your
the
friend's 22-year-old son who interned for your campaign.
big balls, yeah. Wait, how do you not?
I was talking
Trying to
about.
get in. Oh, no. Sorry, I just noticed a kidnap came trying to get in. But yeah, like I'm just saying that like basically that sort of knowledge is going to take decades to come up, and in the meantime, we're going to be dealing with racist people. We're going to be dealing with people who like openly think that, yeah, I'll get Alcatraz, totally good idea, you know. And they're going to be in the government too, by the way, just so you know. Like, these are people who are going to be shaping the government for years. Like, at this point, the Doge employees, they're basically going and embedding themselves in other agencies. And the whole we actually, I'll say this, and I'll probably hop out. But like, one good thing about like the big fucking butt ugly bill, one good thing that would have fucked us even further. This got removed, okay? But one of the things that got removed from the bill, due to the
Kid,
board
go
law,
ahead and check your DMs.
was this provision where the retirement contributions would have increased from, it was like, it's at 4.4%, okay? So 4.4% of your paycheck goes not to anything else, but to your retirement contributions, every paycheck, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They were going to increase it to 9% every paycheck for every new hire employee who gets signed on to the federal government. Or you could choose that, or you could choose to have the original rate, but at the expense of your fucking rights. Like, you would be basically an at-will like employee if you choose to take the full like percentage instead of taking 9% to go to your retirement contributions. No new hire is going to choose their rights over the money. That's just like, realistically speaking, that's just going to be the case. We very narrowly got that. So like, not only did our federal government almost get like, it's still being raped, mind you, but it was almost about to be raped even worse. Okay, all right, sorry.
No, you're fine. How's it going, kid?
Hey, kid.
Uh-oh.
Waiting. Oh, goodbye, kid. Did you give him permissions?
I did.
Okay.
Okay. But
yeah.
Like let's see. Test. No, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Skill issue.
Professional streamer. I was just gonna say, like, it's very, so like I've spent the past 5 years fuck me, it was since 2016 rationalizing the psychology of these people. Okay, like I understand all of the psychological things that go into pulling people into one political thing. Like some people even like argue that there's some genetic components and shit. Like I don't know if I like go that far with things. All right, kid, test it.
I'm not even streaming.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Sorry.
All right, but just to like finish that, like I understand all of the different reasons why people might believe these things.
So quiet?
Oh, it might just be me. I can turn up my volume if you need me to.
It sounds like your mic's not even in the room.
Oh.
Yeah, and for me, you're like super loud, kid. I think it's because Sondsol is super quiet.
Oh yeah, why didn't you tell me it's using the wrong microphone this entire time?
I don't fucking know. I just thought. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought.
I've Sondsol at like 200%.
Yeah, it should be better now. But
Okay, I hear.
yeah, so like,
Okay, now you're
yeah,
right.
I've spent the past 5 to 10 years trying to rationalize and understand why these people are this way. You know, like one of the big things that when I moved to DC, one of the things that I was kind of choosing between was like, I either want to like work with like the DNC in some like communications capacity and try and like do outreach for, you know, those people in the middle, or like those, the working types, working class types that are just disaffected, you know. But like, man, they like, holy fucking shit. They just keep on telling me how much they fucking hate me, how much they're glad that like my parents who are teachers are being told by their school districts not to interfere with ICE, not to talk to them, not to say anything, not to be mean, to allow their elementary school kids to get fucking deported. Like that's what the directive from like the school district, like that's shit that like my family has to deal with, right? Like this is directly impacting people around me in very, very direct and very real ways. And these people are like, good, I'm glad that's happening to you because I don't have a factory to turn screws in. And it's like, I don't care how many deaths of despair happen in the Midwest, in the Rust Belt anymore. There should have been way more fentanyl funneled into those places from the fucking federal government to get rid of this anti-American sentiment. What the fuck? As a joke in a video game. That was the plot of the death of, Rome 2, a video game. But fuck, dude, it's just fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, you know what I always find really funny is during the election when people were saying that like Kamala Harris just needs to find more policies. That wasn't true at all. That wasn't true at all.
It's not
Nobody gave a
true.
fuck about policies. No one fucking cared about policies.
All of the criticisms that they give to the Democrats are not things that the Republicans are doing. They don't outreach. They don't do self-reflection as to why they lost 2020. They don't think about how they can win over liberals. They think about how they can rape as many fucking Mexicans as they can possibly, get in before they ship them out to fucking South Sudan. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
And liberals are constantly looking for ways to bridge the gap and try and talk to and try and bring people onto their side. That it's the
fucking hate us.
It's like on the one hand you have people that are constantly shifting the Overton window further and further to extremism and further to genocidal rhetoric and fascism, and then you have on the other side the liberals constantly trying to find something in the middle to do outreach, and then what you actually functionally have is liberals just fucking dragging their feet along towards shifting the Overton window without ever putting their foot down.
Yeah. I think that something that's like so irritating is the like you were memeing in chat like we were all making fun of the leftists when they called Trump a fascist. It's and like I understand the meme because like I've thought about that, there's been a lot of time for introspection because liberals, they do that when they lose, and it's like, man, was I wrong on all of these different things? Like, was Trump a fascist? Like, yeah, I've even argued as much as a liberal. It's just I didn't think it was useful to call him a fascist, right?
Oh yeah,
like,
I mean, I was joking because I totally was one of those.
Yeah, no, I was too. Right? You were one of those lefties.
I just liked rubbing people's noses.
Well, see, but here's the thing. I don't think that a lot of the things that people like the Israel-Palestine issue, I think that given all of my priors, it was not going to be as bad as it has been, and like at a certain point, like things would fucking stop, but then it just like didn't.
Mm-mm.
And so like when people are screaming from day one, there's a genocide happening. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? They just fucking terrorist attacked the fucking, like, they just killed a whole bunch. There were some really fucked up videos. Everyone saw them, right? But like over time, things became correct, but they weren't correct at the time. And that's what's so irritating is that there are a million things I've been criticized for that
I feel like have become true, but weren't true at the time, and there was still time to swerve out of the way. You know,
it's one of those things where like imagine you have someone who who walks in the room who very much has just like bad energy, you know, just terrible fucking energy, and then someone's like, oh, that guy's a fucking pedophile.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck? Why would you just call him a pedophile? And then they're just like, you can just tell. And then turns out, like a year later, you find out that dude was a pedophile.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, well, sure, he's a pedophile, but
you weren't right.
But
yeah,
but I think as far as the Donald Trump thing,
yeah.
As far as the Donald Trump thing, I think it's always been immediately or it should have been immediately obvious that Trump has been a fascist the entire time. I think just people just don't know what fascism is, and on both sides, you know, a lot of the people that were calling Trump a fascist didn't really know what it is. They just happen to be correct, and then a bunch of the people who, or I guess everyone who was trying to say that he isn't a pedophile. I'm sorry, Freudian slip. When people were trying to say that he isn't a fascist,
Floridian slip. That's
none
a Floridian
of them knew
slip.
what it was either.
Yeah. But yeah,
that one there, kid, is a Floridian slip.
Yeah, for me, I had a conversation. There's a guy who we met over here in DC, and you know, he's the first person probably ever that I have spoken to that knows more about fascism than me, right? Like meaningfully, like telling me stuff that like it's like, you know, when I meet people like that, it's like, fuck, I want to talk to this person way more. This person's really fucking smart. This person's really cool. I want to be around this person because like that will be good for me. But it's like you don't get any of that online. I feel like I used to, but I don't.
Online's a psyop. It's not real.
It's but like it's a little real though. Because
everyone's in this psyop. Yeah, that's the real part of it, but it's still a psyop, you know. Yeah, I could talk forever about that shit. It's way worse than people think. But as far as I just thought, there's this for people who don't understand what fascism is. I think Dugan has like a. And it's not just Dugan. There's been many different ways of reiterating this, but I think the way that Dugan describes it, ironically enough, Dugan does not call this fascism. He pretends that it's something else, but he is a fascist, so we can use it. When he says that the ideal state for him, the ideal nation state, is one in which the nation itself is the organism, and the people make up the blood cells of the organism.
Yeah.
And that there is, I think, like half of the equation to understanding what fascism is. And then the other half of the equation has to do with, some people think that fascism is only they think of it as this top-down totalitarian system where, you know, the fascist, the capital F fascists are brainwashing the population. But it's actually more so of this sort of give and take, you know.
Yeah.
And the best example is the Haitian immigrants, right, where you have this viral post that happens because of there's a bunch of jobs that opened up in a place that didn't have enough labor. They put out advertising for the jobs, and then people came and filled the jobs, and then people that lived in the area, they got resentful and they started posting on social media these rumors about Haitians, and then libs of TikTok took that, made it viral, and then you had Trump and JD Vance, or I guess JD Vance first, I think, JD Vance and Elon, and then Trump saying, okay, well, I hear you, the American people, I hear you. You think Haitians are eating your cats and dogs, and yes, they are in fact eating your cats and dogs. On day one, I will remove their temporary protective status, and we will get rid of them. And then day one, he removes their temporary protected status. But that was something that was turned into through social media and through the way that that information moved through social media. This image of this resentment of the American people that he can respond to as if they are the American people, but they never really were. They were really just, you know, a couple people that lived in Springfield, I think it was.
Yeah.
It just, you know, saying random shit on the internet.
Yeah,
But
and
people
like,
people wanted to attach themselves to it because on some level they felt the resentment too, even though they don't have Haitians in their community. And then it becomes this thing where it's like fascism isn't only simply this thing that's like top down, it's also this thing that's sort of bottom up. It's also this like collective resentful movement of people. And when you get these two concepts together, and you have people that are in power or have the ability to organize those resentful people into a fucking blob of you know, call them the American people, call them the true patriots, call them the fucking whatever Tim Pool would probably say. And then there you have it. It's like, and then all the while, you know, you have all these libs that have been you know, since day one, trying to settle the storm and thinking that the I guess the acceleration of this this hateful movement is coming from the fact that these blue hair wokey soy cucks or whatever are like, you know, being cringe on YouTube. It's like, well, I think maybe we should take that tactic again of taboo and shame and bullying and being really fucking mean, like that shit that people were saying back in the day. Oh, that's a little bit too far. Now we're seeing people that are we're seeing fucking you know, in California we're seeing fucking formations in a park
for
trying to
no
scare
reason.
people.
They like
For no
there's
reason.
no one in
There's
the
no
fucking
fucking
park.
way.
It's embarrassing, and it's
Yeah,
like,
and that nobody was there to fucking to XYZ fill in the blank. Like yeah.
So the most that I've read on fascism, I read I think it was called Fascism by Giovanni Gentile, and you know, like it's really rough to talk about fascism with basically anyone that doesn't know anything about fascism or has never read any kind of fascist theory or anything like that, because it's not completely incoherent. It's largely incoherent, but it makes sense. But like, they don't have like economic policies. They don't have ideology around what the economy should look like.
Yeah, because it's not the point.
The point is like what is the Mussolini quote?
Mobilization is the point. Yeah.
Well, there's a Mussolini quote. It's something like, "I'm not just Italian. I am desperately Italian. I'm desperately Italian." Is just for the nation, just for the nation. All else is subsumed for the benefit of the nation. All individual rights, all, you know, wants and needs at the end of the day are subordinate to the needs of
the nation.
The nation. And you know, I feel like this is because I don't think that these freaks care about the nation, honestly. I think
there's no nation. It's a spook. It's not real. It's something that people say. It's something that people paint a picture of so that they could have an image of who they are as a person. But like, if you talk to these like MAGA fascist freaks about the nation, they're gonna paint you a picture of white picket fences and Christians and shit like that. They're gonna you know, remove all the immigrants from the painting. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna show it's a fantasy. It always is a fantasy when people talk about the nation, when people talk about patriotism. It always is. You don't have a nation. You have the people that are around you, your community, period. The things that you see around you. Your idea of the nation compared to someone who lives in fucking Louisiana. I don't know where you live or whatever, but like,
I'm in DC now, but I don't know if I agree with you. I think that there is
there's borders, but like funcally, what does it mean?
Well, I know. I mean, like, when it comes to like having a nation, I think that there is. I don't think that it's as rigid as conservatives make it out to be, and it's not nearly as like cracked and, atomized as lefties make it out to be. A nation is probably a thing. It is a loose collection of concepts, cultural norms, and it's all these different things that all kind of bake into the cultural identity of a certain country, right? There's a lot of overlap.
Yeah, sure. There's like a cultural
right?
milieu. Yeah, there's like a milieu.
But there's a lot of cultural, and especially historically, there was a lot of cultural overlap between Belgium and France. But there is a distinct national identity between Belgians and the French, right? And the same goes for,
Yeah, but sure, but it's and there's a distinct national identity of the MAGA fascists too.
A national identity? I'm
Yeah,
not
of course.
sure. A national
No,
identity.
that's the thing that holds them. That's their glue. Yeah.
But their national identity isn't different than mine. Maybe we're speaking different. We're saying the same words but speaking different languages. When you say
the thing that I'm
yeah.
the thing that I'm sort of critiquing is the idea of the mythology around it. The thing that gives the color to what people call the nation. When people say the nation, in the same way that when people say their capital C community, when people say their people or even when they talk about their culture, any of that stuff. The things that people are saying is they're sort of painting a mythological picture
well, sure,
in their
but this
head.
is like literally fascist theory that you're like pulling from. But I don't think that that's where nationalism gets its roots. Is from oh fuck, I can't remember the what myth.
I do, but I won't belabor the point. But I do think that something that is I think really helpful. You probably know this, but for a lot of people is and this is why it's really confusing when people talk about like Nazi Germany being the National Socialists. And they talk about me 5 minutes. Oops. Sorry. When people talk about this stuff, the thing is that one of the best ways to understand fascism, like historically, is that fascism developed as a response to witnessing a massive, huge mobilization of people around Marxism.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea was, well, Marxism and these socialists are all it's a massive mobilization of people, but the problem is that it's no good for a particular statesman who wants to say, well, the problem with Marxism is that it splits people in half. It has
workers versus
the workers versus the capitalists. What you need to do is you need to.
But I don't think that that's the only definition or the only way at which nationhood is arrived. I don't think they might have the myth of the nation as their baseline understanding of what the nation is in order to have the, kind of, central idea that they're going for. But nationalism existed before fascism. Nations existed before fascism.
Really quick, because I think this might be something that creates I see Internet Gas says nationalism is neutral. I'm not talking about morality here. I'm not talking about good and bad. I'm talking about functions. I'm talking about what a thing is. I'm not talking about I'm not saying nationalism is bad. I'm not saying nationalism is good. I'm not a moral person. But I think it is a mythology nonetheless.
Sure. Yeah. The only pushback that I'm giving here is because the only time I've ever heard about this concept in the way that you're talking about, like the myth of the nation, is in the preamble to the translation of Gentili that I read, where they talk about the ideological genealogy going back to, I believe it was Sorel in France and a French anarchist, and he was the one that came up with this myth of the worker. That was the myth that he was speaking of. And then
was he an anarchist? I thought he had a pretty weird development, but
that's just the way that they present it, because I can't.
Yeah, they did get the
Sorel.
The mythos stuff. from
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, so like the only pushback is because like I don't think that nationalism is a myth. I think that it is an emergent just like thing that people kind of rally around kind of naturally in a way, but not in a because we're a little bit like too small brained to have the full concept of a nation. But because
That's
we
what people
have
do with myths, by the way.
what you mean?
I mean, they like think of any mythology, I guess. These are things that or even how mythology moves through like culture and stuff like that. Yeah, it's incredibly organic.
Sure. I was just saying, like, what I'm trying to say is, I don't think that it's a mythology in the way that you're talking about. I would say that it's more just like a thing, like an economy is a thing. I don't think that the economy is a myth, even though like it is not a tangible thing. I understand like the concept of like the myth of the nation, right? But like what I'm saying is because I'm at a loss for
It's a
actual
matter of
language to
emphasis.
describe.
It's a matter of emphasis. It's not like I'm sure that we could talk much more in depth of it, but there is a distinction between someone who says, my nation is, a reflection of the people that I see around me, and then they just describe all the things that they see around them, and they say that that is their nation, right? There's a big difference between that and then somebody who says, my nation is 4th of July and white people and Christians and the greatness of America marching into the sunset with nukes behind its back or something, right? There's a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. It's a matter of emphasis, but it's much deeper philosophy shit that doesn't really matter. The thing that matters is bullying and creating taboo and shaming conservatives.
And I think that they had the monopoly on that for so long. And I think that Democrats, liberals in general, like even at the time where I was like in my most edgy, like arguing against like the lefties, soy, oh, you guys have more genders than I think that there are, like I wasn't like trying to be shitty to anyone, I wasn't like, that wasn't the underlying feeling. Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
I think it was kind of a game that people were playing.
Yeah, like it kind of, after reading like the Federalist Papers and some of the anti-Federalist papers, there is not to make us seem bigger than we are, but there is some like analogs there of like young people in the, political, heat of the moment, going back and forth and arguing about like really stupid, dumb bullshit, right? Like that's happened for time immemorial. And this is probably just like the latest iteration of that, right?
I think people didn't understand how vulnerable they were to it when they have like the New York Post or the libs of TikTok or whatever that comes that has some article that ends up getting shared around a billion times of something that happened with some trans person in California who does something in a locker room or whatever, and then all of a sudden the entire country is talking about it, and I don't think people really were in a space to think about how vulnerable they are to that sort of a thing. And now I think it's so far that we're so far in that sort of a process that we're now looking at it and looking at conservatives and saying, how did this happen? And it's like, well, I think it should be kind of clear at this point, how that happened. You got everything from the fucking the culture wars prior to 2016 to the Haitians and now fucking Abrego Garcia,
Yeah. Like I've been going through like a million self-reflection things since moving to DC, and part of it is like trying to rationalize this stuff, because I told Ice Beans at the beginning of that conversation, you know, like the past 5 years, 10 years of me paying attention to politics, if I was going to go into politics, I wanted to do one of two things. I wanted to either work with the DNC on messaging to people, or I wanted to go and work at like the Department of Education, something like that, right? I didn't really want to run for office or anything, but I like reaching out to the people that like we could reach and stuff like that. But like now it doesn't feel worth it, man. Like Econoboy is kind of red pilled me on bipartisanship is gay. Reaching out to Republicans is gay. Reaching out to like, we just need to galvanize our base and get them to vote. And, you know, like it's go hard or go home time. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. So, I think the one that, and the reason why I stepped in, and I got to go in a second because my wife wants me to make her coffee. But I had to step in, no offense, Ice Beans, but Ice Beans is too sweet, I think. And
I was that
I think the
way.
thing that
That's the thing. I was that way. I wanted like everyone to like understand. If we gotta understand, we gotta understand. It's like, I'm past understanding now, motherfucker. Now I want fucking blood. Fuck these guys. Not literally
but the
blood,
thing is,
but you know what I mean.
No, I feel you, but I think it makes sense to put it in a like a functional way, not just, you know, resentful, like I hate these people, fuck these people, like who fucking cares? But functionally, it's actually like strategically correct. You know, if you look at if you look at social values and morals, how they develop within a culture and a country, and over time, you'll find that a lot of these moral systems and these moral values that we have are produced by shame and taboo, right? And I think conservatives need to be treated like pedophiles. The way that pedophiles used to be way more normalized in society until
Have you
there
been
was a
watching
development
my
of a
stream
taboo.
and just lurking? Because that is exactly the shit that I was saying, and people kept on getting fucking mad at me for it.
I've been saying this since 2016, baby.
Okay,
but...
well, you're okay. Maybe I was watching your shit from back then. No, like it's yeah, it does need to get to that point. I don't want to like keep you, but like motherfucker, like it has gone too far. I do not care if people like get upsetty spaghetti about a Destiny tweet about the like dead flood girls. You guys have been posting under every single dead trans girl. Like you've been posting the hanging soy jack, like, you know, bad passing trans person. Like, fuck you guys. You have no, like, I don't like Destiny's post either. I hate their response to his post more than I hate Destiny's post.
I have no idea what Destiny does or did or whatever.
It was a
but
pretty rough post.
Oh yeah, I mean that's sort of how he gets attention these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm not on social media. I don't fucking care about Destiny or
yeah, no, that's totally fair.
They're all fake to me. You know, the internet is basically completely fake.
Yo, dude, listen, I'm on that train too. I just keep on getting grilled over it, so I'm trying to like re-up my knowledge on everything because I keep on getting fucking grilled over my allegiances one way or the other. But anyways, sorry.
Yeah, just fucking all that shit's gay, dude. All that like. Dude, I constantly bully people who come into my stream and try to figure out if I'm like a pro Destiny or pro Hassan or pro Vosh or whatever. I just say all those guys are gay. Like all those guys are fucking.
They're very.
Who cares? It's the internet. Stop it.
All right, my man.
But
well,
anyways,
hey, man,
yeah,
nice
I just wanted
to
to. Yeah, I don't want to piss off my wife, but it was good talking to you. Be safe. Keep up the fight. Keep talking shit.
All right. Catch you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's see here. Sondsol, yeah, I heard. All right, what we were about to watch?
They need to think of a way to get their base off of this because I think it's his base that's again most invested.
It's everybody in the country, even the left is going after it. You know what offends me the most? How bad they are at this. Yeah. That's what my only conclusion is. They're intentionally making it seem like a cover-up because how are they so bad? Like, seriously, Dan Bongino could have come out and said, guys,
It's so fucking true. They really are making it. They're making it seem like a super big cover up. They're making it seem that way. I don't know if they are meaning for it to, but
there's an investigation. We are looking into it, and we don't want to compromise it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to be patient with us because we have to make sure we do it right. End of story. And then people would have been like, okay, Trump could have come out and said something similar.
But
look, we've got a lot of big things to
totality.
deal with. I appreciate the question. I know it matters to you. I know it's important. I'm sorry, but I cannot deviate from a conversation about little girls who died so you can talk about this political story. But why are they so bad at it?
What do you think this says, though, about the credibility of Cash and Bongino? Because these were guys who had so much political capital in the MAGA space.
The most convincing thing, I talked to Mike Cernovich today, because he's the one who blew this whole thing open, him and the Miami Herald. And he said that he thinks that there is some kind of, what did he call it? I think he called it a super system. I'm not sure. A system above the government that terrified Dan Bongino. He said he looked terrified in that interview when he said he killed himself. And he didn't seem like himself. I don't know. I trust Cash and Dan.
he probably is terrified because he's been pushing this bullshit for a long time, and now he realizes that it's all bullshit. And now he has to go out and tell everyone, after he told everyone that it was real, that it's bullshit, and he doesn't know how to deal with that.
But the most compelling thing that I've heard is there is something we don't know that has these people terrified related to Epstein. Now, it may be as simple as there is something behind the scenes related to Epstein that I believe the most probabilistic reason. What Epstein was doing goes far above and beyond what anyone actually knows. And it would cause massive damage if this compromising information gets out. Weakening the U.S. system or compromising allies and trade routes.
Or the CIA.
Or the CIA itself. Tucker Carlson was saying some of these top-ranking CIA guys might have been...
I just don't think that it's that deep. I don't think that people would lose their mind if they found out that there were a bunch of pedophiles. I don't think people would be that surprised. Why would there be a collapse of the system? Why?
And diddlers. But Cernovich was implying he thinks that there is either the banking families, the trillionaires, powerful forces in government that exist above the system. And that's what's got them so scared that they would actually say...
Motherfucker. 1 second. Where are you live? We're going to talk to this girl tomorrow. Hello? We're going to be talking to this girl tomorrow, so. Yeah, well, I was going to read that first. We're going to. Wait, did this just start?
I just don't want you guys to hear my fan because it's really warm.
Okay, it did just start. Cool. Big lie. The big lie is the name of a propaganda technique. Oh, I know the big lie. Originally coined by Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, who says the great masses of the people will more easily fall victim to a big lie than a small one. It denotes where a known falsehood is stated and repeated and treated as if it was self-evidently true, in hopes of swaying the course of an argument in a direction that takes the big lie for granted rather than critically questioning it or ignoring it. Well-known forms of the big lie include Hitler's use of anti-Semitism and Nazi propaganda, blaming Jews for all of Germany's problems, communist propaganda blaming the bourgeoisie for all of workers' problems, the frequent demonizing of the left wing as communist and the right wing as fascist, also some populists blame refugees and immigrants as the source of all problems. All right. Stardust is back, W. Yes. All right. I'm curious about this because we're going to be talking to this girl tomorrow. I have to pee. Nah, we'll just start watching it. I might move back to the wireless mic though.
I live right now, and I'm kind of overheating.
You know what? It's okay. We're just gonna go.
Also, I broadcast from a fucking closet currently.
Bringing in more of like a populist rhetoric in when in his campaign, and he won on some of this populist rhetoric, right? And it's funny because you'll see people like you know, a lot of these conservative commentators today having similar foreign policy takes as Obama did. But another thing I think is that, you know, Americans have like kind of a very short memory, right? So like
They're trying to rig the system. Directs the legislature and a special session to run mid-decade redistricting. The goal is to pick up +2 to 4 Republican House seats for the midterms next year. Jesus. Well, I mean, it's, yeah, they're going to get whatever the fuck they want because that's what Republicans do. They just get whatever the fuck they want and then they cry whenever someone else gets anything. This is unconstitutional. Anyways, let me just rape your entire fucking country in front of you. Jesus Christ.
we look at the Iraq War and look at how it turned out, and we look at Afghanistan, how it turned out, and we think like, oh, we should just stay out of everything, right?
I want to see
like,
what this
look at what
discussion's
happened
about.
in those
If
two
it's
places, and we were lied to about Iraq or whatever, right? Which is fun.
stupid fucking. Okay, if this discussion is interesting, then we'll watch it. We're gonna talk to Tali tomorrow, who is in the bottom left right there. So this will be, it looks like it's something that will be relevant. If it's boring, then we'll move on.
Fine, like, yes, there are things, we're not perfect, right, as America, but that is discounting like all of the good that we do in the world, right? And anti-interventionism isn't really the solution, right? Just because we've had mistakes, right? But America does far more good internationally, in my personal opinion, than So I think it's a mix of things. It's a mix of having a very short attention span, the rise of populist rhetoric, the rise of these certain like thought movements, right? Like with the anti-establishment. Yeah. So and that also is partly because we again have very short memory spans, and we're drawn to remember the negatives. So yeah.
What about you, Tali? What do you think?
What is the question?
I'm going through political whiplash right now. I think very much both sides we're just so heavily polarized right now, not to state the obvious, but so I hold both sides. I see both sides as very reactionary, essentially, to the other. And so I don't know exactly where to start the blame game. I think certainly for
What did she just say?
the second Trump administration,
Hold on. This is going to be a I'm sitting down type of thing. 1 second. Okay, we're locking in. Is this Food Shops? No, it's not Food Shops. She doesn't look or sound like Food Shops. All right. All right. I'm settled. We're set, right?
blame game. I think certainly for the second Trump administration, his ability, the ability for MAGA to rise again. I think I maybe put more blame on the left than I really do even the 2016 election. I think for the reason that I laid out. I think when Trump was elected, the left was polarized even more negatively, right? And so there's this game of like whatever the Republicans do, we need to stand in opposition to that, no matter how sort of ridiculous that thing might be. Even if we're being set up to look ridiculous, we're still going to take the L and look ridiculous because we have to be against what the evil people are doing. And so I do feel like the left sort of got more extreme and made it possible for the MAGA coalition to grow beyond what is just sort of the true MAGA base. And I do see the MAGA 2024 coalition.
It's so easy to say in retrospect. It's so easy to say in retrospect. But like, are we just supposed to not stand up and fight? Sure, there were probably moments where they could have picked their fight better. But like, a lot of it is hindsight is 2020. How the fuck are we supposed to know what is worth fighting when we don't know how bad it was going to get?
Much broader than, like you guys are sort of talking about, the core MAGA base who really were, especially in 2016, characterized by their sort of populism and anti-establishment, drain the swamp sort of fervor. I think more people were pushed to the right, to MAGA. Yeah.
It's an interesting situation.
You did fight No Kings lasted more. No, I'm talking about like, she's talking about 2016.
Because obviously there are policy issues at play. There's the state of the world that, in 2024, basically, right? All incumbents across the globe were losing power, right? So you can't entirely place blame in any one sector or give any single reason why Trump and MAGA specifically have kind of gained power. I do, though, want to talk a little bit about 2016 in this and that whole election, because I think that was kind of the seeds, if you will, or at least that was the initial blossoming of MAGA and MAGA movement. It had its roots in the Tea Party and obviously that, but I would not put the blame so much on the politicians, but on the people in the Democratic Party. And let me explain what I mean by that.
I just gotta fucking stream is down. Steam. Oh. I don't think Steam is down. I just have to sign in with the QR code and 1 second. Oh my God, it is down. I can't even sign in. What am I supposed to do while streaming if I don't have video game access? Well, now I'm upset. I can't even have fun on stream. Yay. Trying to see if I have. No. Shame. Lame. All right, I guess we are locking in. Wait, it's back? Well, it's taking longer to pull up the QR code. No, it's still down. I just need to load the fucking QR code so that I can use the Steam mobile app. I'm trying. Okay, well, anyways, it doesn't matter. What did Whick just say? Oh, he's blaming the Democratic voters.
Party and obviously that. But I would not put the blame so much on the politicians, but on the people in the Democratic Party. And let me explain what I mean by that.
I am so sorry. I understand that I understand that leftists are really annoying. I was one. I was annoying. Guys, I am so fucking sorry. Everyone knows that young leftists are really just fucking annoying and they're gonna grow out of it. And everybody knows because it's a fucking meme. It's a age-old meme that you are a socialist when you're 20s and then or you don't have a heart, and if you're still a socialist after 30, you don't have a brain. Like, that's a fucking meme. And people are acting like these people have fucking power when it's a bunch of fucking polyamorous fucking trans girls sitting in some fucking like $1,200 a month fucking studio apartment in New York City. $1,200 studio apartment, please. New York City, $2,400 studio apartment in New York City, all paying into it with their dog walking business. Okay, these people don't have fucking power. It like, grow up. They're annoying to me too. But it's not annoying enough for this to happen.
It'll be convoluted, so bear with me, gang. Bear with me, okay? Hold on to your horses because we're going on a journey. Today, ContraPoints on Reddit made her full take on Israel. Okay.
Oh, can someone link me the ContraPoints thing? Because I haven't read it. I just read the. She has like 3 sections. Despair, something else. I agreed with the 3 bullet points.
The genocide, says what Israel is doing is unacceptable. All the stuff that she needs to say. But then she also talks about what the pro-Palestine movement has done and how they have shrunk the coalition. They've turned Zionist into this insanely broad category and used it as a slur, basically, and basically says that it's really hurt the cause. It's made it electorally. I'll quote her here. It introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses.
Yes, yeah, you're right on that one.
Fairly reasonable stuff and fairly pro-Palestine stuff as well. The left is eating her alive. They're eating her alive. They are calling her Zionist with the hard R. Okay, right? They are castigating her. They are destroying her. They are calling her rabid, saying that she should just shut the fuck up about these issues if she's going to make these kinds of takes, etc. This is a one-to-one dynamic parallel of what happened in 2016 that allowed Trump and MAGA to rise. Because I saw so many of my family members be treated the same way by people on the left, by Democrats and things like that. Not the politicians, but the people. Whenever they slightly disagreed, right? On a single issue. Whenever they were slightly less left than everyone else, they were eaten alive. They were castigated, kicked out of their communities, lost friends, abused, and people called it good that they were being abused. And again, this isn't something that happened from all Democrats, but it happened from enough.
Or even to most people that voted for Trump. This didn't happen to a large amount of people that voted for Donald Trump. Hold on, I might need to recalibrate. I don't know. I might need to recalibrate. I might just be so angry that I don't give a fuck about optics anymore. But I don't think that's it. I think it's different.
That it allowed MAGA to point to them and says, don't you hate those guys and how they treated you? There's a tweet by Paul Meredith today.
I am sad.
On the ContraPoint saying, and I'm going to quote that, it says, it's honestly astonishing how many commentators' views are shaped by resentment towards the people they find annoying online. Why is that astonishing? And I don't get why people don't get this. If you treat someone like shit, they're going to resent you. They're going to hate you, and they're going to work against you. If you find that dynamic astonishing, I don't know what to tell you. You've never met a human being in your life. If you find that dynamic astonishing, you're retarded. That's all I got to say about that. Hey, I know that was long-winded, but yes. So the short answer, yes, absolutely, Democrats are to blame for the rise of MAGA because they prioritize being cruel over winning an election. I don't know. Thoughts? Open discussion.
I want to just comment on that final dynamic there quickly about like how many people's views are
You're retarded. That's all I got to say about that. Hey, I know that was long-winded, but yeah. And I don't get why people don't get this. If you treat someone like shit, they're going to resent you. They're going to hate you, and they're going to work against you. If you find that dynamic astonishing, I don't know what to tell you. You've never met a human being in your life. If you find that dynamic astonishing, you're retarded. That's all I got to say about that. Hey, I know that was long.
I don't disagree. My problem is most of this just didn't happen to most people. People will bring up this story, but most people didn't get harassed so much that they became Trump supporters. Does anybody fucking buy this?
Long-winded, but yes. So the short answer, yes, absolutely. Democrats are to blame for the rise of MAGA because they can't. They prioritize being cruel over winning an election. I don't know. Thoughts? Open
I
discussion.
want to just comment on that final dynamic there quickly about like how many people's views are changed based on the way that people online treat them or people in their real life treat them. And this is obviously a topical line of questioning for me. It's something that I'm accused of, and maybe fairly so. And I say all this to say that's not a fair accusation against ContraPoints because, like you said, she didn't say. She said all of the things. She called it genocide. You know, like she condemned every necessary aspect of it. She didn't say like this is. She didn't say this is why. I don't know. I guess it's like someone like me who actually changed my political affiliation to independent, not Republican, but like fully sort of disaffected from the left is very different from ContraPoints, right? Coming out and saying like, here's why I didn't give you guys a bread tube video on this, and just taking a nuanced view that took into consideration optics and I think the humanity of Jewish people who feel alienated by this movement, which that really is the bridge too far. But it's all of that to say, I think people are looking at it wrong, or people are too quick to say like, oh, someone hurts your feelings and you just change your entire worldview. Well, this may be true for some people, and we all know examples of grifters like this, right? Who were like in the public domain and they basically overnight switch to the opposite party. Their views change. But another way that I would like people to look at it, and this is sort of to your point, Wick, you could also just reframe that as people having dignity and refusing to subject themselves to that type of harassment and belittlement, right? And again, that doesn't mean that the person goes
Someone
and changes all
remind
of
me.
their
I'm
views or
not
all of
going to
their
write this down and remember it. Someone remind me tomorrow when we talk to the Tally Girl that to bring this up. No, this is not the typical or even a large percentage of Trump voters experience. They didn't get fucking harassed into being against the left.
values. But I think there's some dignity and self-respect to not allow yourself to be bullied, basically.
If I can, I think both of you guys have made great points. I do want to say I think that there has been, I don't think it's completely Democrats who started the cruelty, right? I think that there has been some blame on both sides when it comes to being cruel about things, right?
Just real quick.
Yeah.
If people are saying, well, Republicans and MAGA are doing this worse too. Yes, and that's why they're probably going to lose in the midterms, and that's why they're probably going to lose in 2028, right? Yes, you're correct. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I do think that there has been a shift. I think you're right.
Motherfucker. I might invite Whick to come on tomorrow too. Motherfucker, I gotta say, people are going to vote the Republicans out because they're fucking them. People are going to vote the Republicans out because Donald Trump lied. And the people are going to vote the Republicans out because they're doing fucking really evil shit. People aren't going to vote them out because they're breaking the rules. People aren't voting for the Republicans because they think that they follow the rules. They're voting for them because they think they break the rules. People aren't saying that they want the Democrats to do evil things once they have power. They're saying that they want them to act like the Republicans in the quest to seek power. Nobody gives a fuck when the Republicans say horrible, horrible fucking things because it's expected. We expect them to talk about like being super happy about the like brutal rape and like disembowelment of the nearest like trans child that lives in their neighborhood. We know that they're going to do that, and we don't get fucking upset about it. Like, people don't get the backlash to what's going on right now is not because of the mean words or the mean things that Republican voters are saying. It's because of the actions that they're doing. Because they give infinite passes to all of their rhetoric. Because they think that they're fucking joking. Why do we sit there and pretend like if we're just nicer, if we're just more principled, that we are more, men of honor, that suddenly people will care? Because they don't care about that stuff. They care about getting rid of the fucking Mexicans. And we care about having a fucking country that is functional and staying at the top of the fucking pecking order in the world. So I personally think that our claim for authoritarianism is probably better than theirs. Because that's just what it is. It's just... Oh, there's Nair. How's it going? I blame Democrats 100% for Trump. It is fun. We like to stop talking about bad things a few days after it happens. When is it going to be Republicans' responsibility for voting for Trump?
Right, Whick, about this whole thing about like, oh, if you disagree with me on anything.
It leads to radicalization, and it also is the main reason why the most extreme voices become the poster child of the broader left. It's not the liberals, it's not the Democrats, it's the tankies, it's the anarchists, it's the crazier, like tiny groups that are on the fringe of the left. They become what everyone sees, not like the more mainstream center-left people. And it's because
when do we start holding Republicans accountable for their voting patterns? Are they all just retarded fucking like children that need fucking handlers? Should they even be allowed to vote? Should they even be allowed to vote?
The left and the liberals are the same thing, and that's like a Rush Limbaugh thing from back in the 90s, I think. But they contributed a lot to that. But they didn't start that. That actually started on the left. That was a 1960s. That was a 1960s academia thing, where you had people who were legit Marxist Soviet Union simps in Western academia, and they said, well, it is the Cold War and it is the Red Scare times, so we're just going to call ourselves the liberals. And they kind of infiltrated in that sense, and then the right took it and ran with it. So there's plenty of blame to be spread around with regards to
that's
that
frustrating.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I didn't know that tidbit.
I want to see if anybody answers that one.
Very frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the two of you also mentioned cutting off family members, right? And I think that's almost become like a progressive like hallmark of life story almost. Every time you go online, you see like, this is my glow up. I grew up in a small town, a small conservative town. I moved away. I cut off my family. I chopped all my hair off. I became a lesbian, and now I'm an activist. And you hear that story a lot. And I mean, I'm sure some of them actually are lesbians. I'm sure some of them aren't, and they're going through a phase or something. But the point is that there's almost like I need to get out of the small town and move to the big city and have like this high powered
There's
career,
opportunity.
or not a high powered, like a creative career almost, and then I become more left wing as a result, right? And there's just like it is stereotypical, and it's probably a little bit mean of me to say, but I think it does happen at least sometimes in that way, and it's almost like it's promoted by some people, by some progressives. I don't know if you guys agree with me on this, but I think I've seen this happen enough now.
Yeah.
I think
That
some
was
of
like,
that is a reaction though to like so I think some of that though is a reaction to like how conservative families used to like cut off like you know LGBTQ
No
members
son
of
of
the
mine
family.
is gonna be a gay. Yeah, that kind of thing.
yeah, that
Yeah,
happens a
yeah.
lot too. Yeah, I think I did a video
Yeah,
back
so
in
now
December
you
on
have
that. Yeah.
now you have straight
Oh
people
wait.
cutting off their conservative
Yeah, out of
family
spite. Yeah.
in honor, in honor
Yes.
of the theoretical gay people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
And
been,
it's
there's
like
been a
that's
lot of
not how
cutting off on
family
both
I'm
sides.
not
Yeah.
trying to get on.
That's
I'm
not
not
how
trying to
family
interrupt
works,
their
right?
show.
People who do that to their LGBTQ family members are pieces of trash, but we shouldn't be like that, right? We, and if anything, I've been saying this for years, but we shouldn't have let the right run away with being like the, you know, the Republicans run away with being the party of family values, right? What kind of family values is cutting off your family members? But no, we decided to let them run away with it, and we decided to mimic the cruelty, right? So yeah, I just I've always been very frustrated by that.
That's absolutely true, and I think again we
Yeah.
see this, and not to bring too many like stuff in our sphere, but I criticized a Destiny joke, quote unquote, right, that he made about the dead kids in Texas, right, and saying, hey man, that's I was pretty critical of it, and the responses I got were like, well, they're doing it, so we have to do it too. Right? They are doing it. They are being mean. They're being cruel. They're being wicked. So we have to do it too. That's the only solution. We have to fight fire with fire. And I don't think we do. I think that makes us worse as people, right? Like just because they're doing a bad thing doesn't mean we should do it too. And I hate that kind of dynamic. And I do feel like that kind of
Who is saying that we need to make dead baby jokes? Who's saying this? People are saying, why do we care if he makes a fucking dead baby joke when they are doing it? We're not saying we need to. I just can't. I don't
It's
understand.
true. And yet, if you're confronted with somebody who, even if you approach them in good faith and you leave that particular tool out of your toolbox and you don't do that to them, and they still do it to you, then you haven't gained anything. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we disagree on this. I think that one of the problems that a lot of moderates are having, and a reason why a lot of moderates stayed home in 2024, is because they're having more and more trouble seeing the difference between the right and left. And I think that's frankly stupid. But it's hard not to kind of understand where they're coming from when you see a bunch of people on Democrats, a bunch of people on the left saying, no, we should actually do this too. Right? Like all the stuff that MAGA did, right? Cutting off their families, right? Or not MAGA, but like the Republicans, conservatives, cutting off their gay family members and things. We should do that too. That's good. And we should do it more, because if we don't do it, we'll lose. Yeah, it's just really hard to.
Well, I mean, there are some ways in which I agree and some ways in which I don't, because I think the last time we talked about it, it was in the context of the pardons, right? The Joe Biden pardons, when he pardoned his son and I think a few other people as well. And it's like, well, should we be as bad as them? And the answer ended up being, in that case, yes, because look at what Trump did with the pardon power when he got in.
I don't want to be
so
that guy.
There are going to be times when there is,
but they need someone
there is a path you could take that you really shouldn't take, and then you don't take it, and things are better. Then there are also times when you do actually have to fight fire with fire, and that's just kind of how it is.
Again, I don't necessarily disagree.
You probably
Go ahead.
You probably never have to fight fire with dead kid jokes, but I get the sentiment, and I think it's complicated by the fact that it sort of depends on what your goal is, and so I think the sort of maybe underhanded compliment that you were giving the right, Dev, about loyalty is something that the left or Democrats and liberals decry about the leftists. We heard it here on this show today, right? They don't even show up at the polls, whereas the right, they all fall in line, even if they'll talk a big game during the primaries, or when it wasn't clear that Trump was going to be the nominee again in 2024, but everyone falls in line. And again, that's what a lot of liberals and leftists currently are calling for on the left, to unite against Trump. And frankly, if your goal is political power, and I'm not trying to say that that's like a bad goal, that's it. in some senses the most important.
Is she a fucking
thing, right? If your
psyop?
goal
If
is
your
political
goal's
power, then it
political
does
power.
make sense to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, but if you want to fucking
if
sit there and
you're
get
a
raped, you can sit. You
boring
can just.
centrist who is concerned about the
I disagree.
negative
Holly.
polarization.
Holly,
What'd you say?
I think.
I'm also a voting centrist.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Me too.
Holly,
Me too.
You don't gain. Here's the thing. Like this presupposition that we have to fight
Not
fire
with
with fire.
cruelty. I don't think you. I don't think you gain. I don't think you gain power with cruelty. I'm not agreeing with that point. But
Okay.
with sort of the other like precedents that Dev was talking about, right? Yeah. Sometimes if like with with the filibuster and things like this, it's like if one side uses it to screw you, and then now they've left the tool open for everyone to use. If you use it, you could say that you're losing your moral standing at that point. But if your ultimate goal is power, and again, that's a fair, reasonable goal, then it makes sense to do some of these things.
So I was thinking and
Is that me
I was
or
thinking,
her?
No, that's her.
You're
You're
the
all
robot.
robot-y.
I'm robot.
Oh, your mic is. Ooh. Uh-oh.
Sorry, 1 second.
I wonder if it's on your stream too. Let me go see.
I'm gonna run and
I think too.
piss really
the
quick.
distinction
I
between
wanna
the
keep on
left and
listening.
liberals.
But
It was a fun fact, Dev, about the leftists doing that first. It was something that
I wanna keep
frustrated
on
me a lot when
listening.
I was
I
starting
might
my
get triggered
ideological
enough to ask
shift
to
away
come
from the
on.
left, was that the right
No, 'cause
painted
I'm
with such a
talking to
broad
her
brush, and they
tomorrow.
would call everyone
Hey.
liberals. And I was like, well, joke's on you, because the progressives view liberal as a dirty word. Like when I saw myself as a radical progressive, I was like, oh, liberals are basically just conservatives. How dare you call me a liberal? But there are so many people today, even like shockingly, even like politicians or like political commentators who basically use, progressive and liberal or liberal and leftist interchangeably, that are
Yeah.
still choosing. And I don't think it's even intentional. Aren't really
I agree, Nair.
invested in
But
what
like,
these particular terms mean. They all just mean like ultimately votes for Democrats. And while I do think that yes, the leftists are the big issue, and sure, they get outsized attention because they're so crazy, the liberals both have not effectively pushed back against the craziness, and they've absorbed a lot of the craziness, in my opinion. And so what I hope we'll get to in this conversation too, and maybe
compared
that's,
to the
more
Republicans, are we
controversial, is while I think
worried
there's
about them? Are
obviously
you
a
going to vote
messaging
for Trump
problem
again?
and like a
I'm sorry, I'm being
interpersonal
really
behavior
mean.
problem on the
And I'm
left,
gonna
that
talk to her
also
tomorrow.
exists on the right,
I
but
just
we're here to talk about Democrats, right? I think there's also, it's not just the messaging, it's what the message is, that I think is that the liberals have sort of, again, absorbed and maybe ceded ground to, that I think turns off a lot of normal people and builds the coalition on the right.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that. I know it was either Stardust or it was Tally who said that. Who talked about? I think it was you, Tally. You talked about my loyalty take. The thing is that the right is beginning to see some of that loyalty fray. Finally, this does happen a lot. I don't know if you guys remember in the run up to the 2020 election, the entire left united behind Biden because everyone wanted Trump out. So you had like bread tubers, and you had liberals, and you had anarchists, and you had tankies, and they were all coming together to, even though they hated it, they got behind Joe Biden. And then after 2020, the entire online left fractured and everyone started eating each other. And it's happening less, but it is happening with the online right. I don't know if you guys hang out in right-wing spaces like I do, but I've been watching the anti-woke cultural crowd versus the woke right stuff for like 6 months now, and it's been a blast to see that stuff.
We've had a few shows on that. We had Ryan Mullally and a couple other people. I'm trying to get James Lindsay himself on. I really want
James
that.
Lindsay.
Yes, I really want that.
Did someone just join my
We're
call?
working on it. We're working out. I got an
Oh,
insider
Tron.
edge. Okay, we're gonna
What's
get
up?
into and try to.
One really simple question that I feel like highlights everything is, imagine Trump never existed. And let's say Ted Cruz climbed to the top of the party. Would he have won harder?
Would Democrats have still had the kind of would people still be saying like, oh, I got bullied into voting for Ted Cruz?
Right, yeah. Like, it's just very fundamental. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, actually, you can go ahead and talk. I was about to run and pee, and I'm waiting on a DM. So, you can go ahead and just like lecture at me for a second while I run to pee.
Okay. Oh yeah. So it's very fundamental to like the Republican movement is fear. Almost every single issue breaks down to fear, mostly xenophobia. And that fear is the driving thing. And that's what makes Trump successful. He identifies their fear and he says he can protect them from the migrants, from the aliens, from the bankers, from the evil banks, the evil corporations. He identifies people's fear and then says he can protect you from it. I can protect you from the deep state. I can protect you from all the things you fear. And that fear was created by Fox News specifically. The Fox News ran 24-hour news cycles of just hyping up fear after fear after fear. I grew up in a Fox News household. I watched hours of Fox News every single day, and every single news story was about fear, about some white girl who went missing. I want to say there was like 3-4 months of nonstop coverage of some random white girl who went missing on some tropical island in the Caribbean. And I just remember thinking that they were like vultures picking at a corpse over and over and over. Because again, that fear is just intrinsic to their psychology, and the news is benefiting and profiting from it, which is then feeding into the population that's just racked with fear, to the point that they will support fascism because they think they need it. They think they need ICE busting down every door and saving all of us good white people from the scary Mexicans.
Yeah, I like it's. Here's. So you think it's more to do with Fox News and propaganda? I think that. Listen, here's what I think. I think that the internet has just like made everyone really fucking retarded, and they have like their retarded fucking friends that normally we would just like kind of say, yeah, he's kind of a retard. But then you get to see all of the fucking evidence instead of just blowing them off. You get to see all the evidence on your Facebook page. I think that everyone is just markedly more fucking stupid, you know?
I did maybe disagree in terms of the start of Trump. I think in the 2016 era, the population of people who got Trump elected were not the Facebook people. You know what I mean? Now, obviously they are, but I'd be curious to look at like usage of social media and the internet among Trump's primary voter base in 2016. But I guarantee it was Fox News was 90% of their media diet consumption back then. 90%, easy.
Yeah.
One last thing. Fear, Fox, Trump. Like listen to old interviews of Reagan talking about illegal immigrants. Do you remember those clips and videos?
I remember a clip
It was
of,
Reagan and Bush.
I remember seeing one of Bush, but not of Reagan.
I think that clip of Bush actually comes from a debate he was having with Ronald Reagan at that time. And they were both sounding immensely reasonable and intelligent and empathetic. That
I just remember I'm thinking of the same video. I just only remember the Bush half.
Yeah, that like we came from an era of where the news was like an hour-long broadcast that was like once a day, and we had people on the TV that people trusted, and they were calm, reasonable, masculine people who would assure the population of like what's reasonable to be scared about or not. You know, like nuclear weapons, that shit was scary.
Yeah.
People should have been scared of that, right? But like, yeah, but now we've switched to the 24-hour news cycle, and worse than that, the internet. Yeah, I think that was everything. But just try to remember to ask Whick and them that question, that like, if there was a more reasonable Republican, would he have gotten more or less votes, and then why? Because it's obvious that Trump tapped into something real and raw and racist about the American population.
Yeah.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Sorry, I was reading. Hey, really quick before you leave. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be dismissive there at the end. I was just reading a DM in case Whick wants me to jump on. So, hey, man, thank you for jumping on. I'll talk to you later, all right? Bye. Yeah, Fetterman needed to go long ago. Who's... No, I'm all aboard the abolish ICE train. They're a fucking secret police force. Fuck them. Like, the FBI is a bunch of trained professionals with masters and PhDs. The CIA is a bunch of people with postgraduate degrees. ICE is they're hiring people who don't even have a high school diploma, as long as they have 3 years of applicable job experience. His wife is literally a dreamer. Are you serious? Really? Fuck.
But a lot of the dissident right has just gone into being like post-democracy now, right?
I forgot how
and these
horrible
things
this shit is.
concern me. But another reason to listen to, a Trump voter or a Republican about Democratic Party or the left is because everyone's allowed to have opinions, and
So
B,
just
it actually can be helpful to listen to criticism from the outside.
If he
Right?
lets on
Anybody
soy
who
pill,
thinks
I'm
that they can
jumping
see
on.
everything
I will
perfectly from their
demand it.
perspective is arrogant.
So just
Yeah,
to let you guys know.
That's completely true. Yeah.
Yeah, just to let you guys know.
There's somebody in my chat who's like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just to let you guys know, Soy Pill wants on. Soy Pill's begging on. So if you guys are okay with that, we can bring him on, but it's up to you.
Yeah,
The
I'm fine
Stardust,
with
Here.
Dev and Stardust wants to go too, so go ahead.
Okay. Here,
But yeah,
I'll do my thing before he gets on, though. Okay.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
I
Soy
think
Pill
we should
jumped
go.
backstage.
I think we should go.
Open
little
up this
longer
pit,
with
motherfucker.
Us, just so that Dev and Stardust can really flesh out what they want to say and everything. And then I'm very happy to bring on Soy Pill
Sure.
and
Yeah.
opposition and
Well,
stuff.
how about this? Soy Pill. Give us about 10 minutes, and then jump in.
Let's say 15, I think. Yeah.
15 minutes. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I've had a couple of people even in my own chat be like, "Oh, like this person is this person is that," right? So just again to reiterate, like the point of this panel is we're talking about in what ways have we in what ways can we be better to not isolate people who decided to vote MAGA, right? Because again, I'm pretty sure there was polling that showed there were a lot of people who voted, or who were Bernie bros, who were Bernie supporters, who ended up voting for Trump, at least in 2016. And a lot of people, I think also even, there were people who were Obama supporters who voted for Trump, right? And while I don't agree with it, again, there are a lot of people, like the average person is not thinking that deeply about politics, right? I hate to say it, but like there are a lot of people who are just kind of skating by on vibes. And unfortunately, like we do have to, I do think it's effective to talk to even Republicans, to MAGA voters, and so they know we don't agree with the far left fringe. I certainly don't. I don't know. I would like it if the far left fringe had nothing to do with me. I have had nothing but I've gotten nothing but grief from them.
Pain and tears. But go ahead.
Yeah.
I know my whole thing is reaching
I
out to
think it's
Trump
an
voters.
effective
Okay, I get it,
strategy,
and
right?
I
I
want
think
to
there are a
reach
lot
out
of
to Trump
people who
voters,
would
but like
have
holy
voted,
shit, like their whole thing is like acting like they're these positions of like authority on like, well, what should the Democrats be doing? And it's like, well, guess what, motherfucker? Like, why should I take a single thing you're saying seriously? Like, what? Like you were able to be duped by all of the lies, and you're like, wait a minute, Trump's not nearly so like liberal as I thought he was, and now they're talking about like fucking like, oh yeah, vibes-based politics. Like, who here votes based on vibes? And one of them raises their hand, and I'm like, well, fucking, why are you here? Why am I taking you seriously? So I'm pissed. I'm amped. I have some caffeine in my system, so I'm gonna yell at these people for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go back to my editing, which is going pretty well, guys. I hope you guys like my Curtis Yarvin video. No spoilers, but I filmed a live
The Democrats, and
area
the
where he
left
might,
specifically,
but that'll be for the end.
have contributed to
You guys
that
are
by
doing okay.
things that do not
Times are
gain
tough, right?
any
Times are tough.
electoral value.
Let's
by
bring open
behaving
this. I think he said give me 10 to 15
behaving in
minutes, so
ways
I'm
that gain
going to
gain nothing
add
for
this
us
as a source
electorally,
so we can
right?
watch and
Making a
listen,
dead
and you
kid
can
joke
watch me get mad and mad
doesn't
and
bring
mad.
anyone on board. There's no one that wasn't going to vote
Window
that is now going to vote Democrat because we
Having
made fun of dead
source.
kids in Texas. There's not a single person, not a
uh,
soul. But there is more than one person who will see that and is like, fuck you. I'm never going to have anything to do with anything you have anything to do with. And just stay home
Is this good
or
volume?
do a protest vote.
One, if this is
or
good volume. Two, if it's not.
something like that. And especially in
good shit,
their
resident.
people's personal lives.
Email me with ladders.
As Stardust said, you've got nothing but grief from the left.
What's up, non-fun?
I would just posit that most people who interact with the left, the far left, the extreme left,
Thank you, guys.
there's nothing but grief there. They get nothing but grief there, and you don't want anything to do with that, so you're going to run to the other side. I don't know. Is it rational? No, but it's and
Tally
guess who
bottom
votes?
left is a Trump
Humans,
voter,
not AI, right?
Oh, I
Mecha
mean,
Hitler isn't voting yet, so I don't know. Rant,
If I can just add
blah blah
one more
blah.
thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I can just add one more thing. Again, I'm not saying that that the Dems are completely responsible for the rise of MAGA. As I said earlier in this stream, I think it's way more than that. I think the Dems are only a very small portion, if it even personally, right? I do think it's more of like progressive, like reactionaries, right? Far left reactionaries that are more responsible for that, and the rise of populist rhetoric and things like that, and like the rise of these certain types of thinking, like anti-establishment, anti-intellectualism, all of that, right? But again, like vibes matter, unfortunately. So vibes matter, and people are using politics as an aesthetic. So yeah.
So
Well, and culture matters.
Yeah, I do want to hear what Dev has to say. Go ahead.
Culture.
Yeah.
for
matters,
2016
guys.
for 2016 starters, I don't agree with you. I do think we can actually put more blame on the Democrats than Republicans for Trump's 2016 win. In 2024, it's a different story. But I'm actually willing to fully just put the majority of the blame on the Dems in 2016. And maybe I can refresh people on this.
Yeah, what's the difference? Can you elaborate on the difference? So
Sure,
I agree
curious
with
what
you
Dev has to say here.
mostly.
I think that,
but I want to hear you say it. All right, go ahead.
Dev is
So,
smart. I disagree
Iraq
with
War
him sometimes, but I think that
starts in 2003.
August,
Afghanistan
at
was
least.
2001. Iraq War was 2003. It was a complete fucking shit show. Everyone knows that. America shouldn't have been there.
Gross.
And I know Counterpoints has said a couple of reasons why, but overall it was more bad than good. And the zeitgeist in 2016 was a direct reaction to the zeitgeist of 2008, because the zeitgeist of 2008 was Obama's hope and change. We're actually going to change things. And after 8 years of George Bush, people actually wanted hope and change. When Obama came along, there wasn't actually all that much hope and change, it turns out. The critique of neoconservatism was blunted because the Dems are primarily neolibs, and neocons are like good friends. And by the time 2016 comes around, there's this sense of, among people who actually wanted change, there's this sense, and I remember it because I was one of those young student activists back then. There's at least during Obama's first term anyway. There was this sense that Obama was just George Bush again.
Just real quick, housekeeping. Stardust. Like on occasion, your mic is picking up what we're saying. Just on your camera.
Are we echoing through?
On
Okay.
stage, it's rare, but it happens.
Yeah,
It's
I'll try to
jolting
turn
me
it
each
down.
time. But go ahead. Sorry, Dev.
Her earphones.
Yeah. Basically, there was
hold
this just complete, and I
She's wearing earbuds, so that means that her earbuds are so fucking loud that she can't fucking the fucking microphone can pick it up, and the gain can't be that high because we can't hear her breathing. So that's a fucking loud ass earbud. Earbud. Oh god, if I'm gonna go on here, I'm gonna have to not talk shitty.
it on stream. I'll just share my
Grab a
screen.
bottle of water real
Click
quick.
Here it
and we
is.
can, watch.
Here, you guys can see
stream,
this, eh?
and we can see it. Yeah, and you can play it even, and we can hear it. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I dug this up. This is from early 2016 Republican primaries. Okay, so let's just listen in for a second.
Which is record in Iraq.
Oops, hold on. I got it on 2 times speed because I watch things like an autist.
Like...
Okay, here we go.
The war in Iraq was a big fat mistake. All right. Now you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes. But that one was a beauty. We should.
So this is the moment that Donald Trump won 2016. And it's very obvious going back and looking at it in hindsight that this was the moment. Because if you go back to like 2012 and you see Mitt Romney, he wasn't critiquing George Bush. No one was critiquing George Bush. George Bush was seen as this massive success story on the right. And then the left, yeah, they critiqued him, but like no establishment Democrat went, like Obama gets into power, nothing changes. So you have all these people who are these disaffected leftists, and they hear exactly two people on the campaign trail saying what everyone thought was the truth. That the establishment massively fucked up. The Iraq War was a complete fucking disaster. You have Bernie and you have Trump. Bernie lost his primary. Trump won his primary. They voted Trump. This seems like very, very simplistic, but I guarantee you, having been part of these movements back then, this is exactly what happened. It is what happened to Sargon. It is what happened to Tim Pool. It is what happened to all of my former right-wing friends who have now moved so far right that we're not friends anymore. It happened to all of them.
Crazy work. Let me read some super chats real quick. Make a little money. And then if anyone has any other thoughts before we kind of bring on, I know Soy Pill and Sondsol have issues with what we say, so I'm going to bring them on.
I might have something else.
We lost
you.
you.
Just check my notes here.
We lost you, Wick.
Hello?
Are
Can
you
you
back,
hear me?
Wick?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah,
no, I can hear you.
Because were
let
everyone
me
to stay
make a
in
little
and
money
have
first.
their
I also
distinguished
agree with nothing
platform,
changed, but yeah,
Bernie would have had a much better chance. But everyone
so gang,
worked together and
if
said, you
you're
know
enjoying
what?
the
We don't want
content,
Bernie. We
like
all
the
have
stream,
more
subscribe
similar
to the
goals
channel.
than he does. Let's
Wick and
coalesce
Paolo
around
show,
Biden.
right? We do this every week. It's great content. I hope you enjoy it.
Need help workshopping a name?
We
Let me
do.
know.
We do.
We
You know
do.
what?
Wick
You
and
know what?
Tally?
Let's do a group chat.
Okay,
Let's do
we'll
group
look at
chat
it. We'll look at
and
it.
I'll
But let me
apply.
read these super chats before anything else, right? Because again, money. $5 from Lawson Harrison to say, Wick, your uncle told me to move back to Brooklyn, so I think he is pretty racist. Well, thank you for the $5. Canadian dollars from Teskel Johnson to say, Stardust made you. You'd still be a cat boy without her. Look, I was a puppy boy before anything. Okay. And this is
The
old
most
lore.
iconic Wick moment was him dressing up as he dressed up as a cat, right? And
Really
a
quick,
dog
if you
now,
guys are
right?
watching on YouTube, please
kitty.
like the
There's puppy
stream.
Wick and kitty.
All right?
Dude, Wick will go next level. He will for
Subscribe
the
to the
content.
channel.
And nobody can take that away from
Exclamation
him.
point.
So,
Donate. Brings up the
iconic
donation link.
moments. And he got accused of doing blackface for dressing up as a
Speaking of
like,
the
not
left
even
losing
that
people,
either.
right? That was my moment. I was like, "Oh, you're gonna say I'm
No.
gonna be blackface?"
He's an animal.
Okay,
Wick's
$5.
even a booby streamer for $50.
True, $50. I'll take my shirt off, gang. $5 for beer water. Say, Wick, have you watched The Terrifier yet? I have not. This beer water keeps telling me to watch the Terrifier, and I just keep putting it off and forgetting about it. I apologize. $5 for the Daniel to say, I feel like we can't really mock Trumples for voting on vibes anymore after the 2024 Kamala campaign, to be honest. That was 100% vibes and little to no policy. Well, the 2024 campaign had a whole host of issues. We might go into that. We might not. Greg Yo for $10 to say, are we taking away too much agency?
Please play
from
a fucking
people whose
video game on
discussions?
Steam?
At the end of the day, people are responsible for who they chose to vote for. Putting it on the left is infantilizing them. A little bit, but I get what you're saying, Greg Yo. I do. I understand. And I'm not trying to take away the responsibility here, but I am simply saying there are influences that cause people to make decisions or influence them to make decisions. and we would be remiss not to at least discuss those influences. And then $50 from
Each
Audacity
person's
to say thanks for reminding me, Tally. So
Oh, I had
give me a second, but go
undeafened
ahead.
and Soy Pill was still talking about. Other than that, I don't know what you're talking
each
about, Tron.
person's responsibility. It comes down to them who they vote for, obviously. And if you care about not losing more voters, or if you care about
Whick, what
what
are
the
you
reasons
doing?
are for why people change their vote,
Why?
you can choose to listen. I think that's another one of the frustrations. Like
Why?
people are so angry about
The fuck is going on?
people like me being in these types of conversations. And
What's going to happen in the midterms? I
I
have no
think it's
fucking
okay
idea.
if the
Like right now,
Democrats choose to lean into the left instead of leaning away from it. But it's just sort of like, this is what it is. It's like, whether people like it or not, people do feel this way. People do behave this way. This is a human reaction that the left can either choose to deal with or to shame people for.
I remember the far left also are not like particularly effective. Like a lot of them don't. They'll just advocate to not even vote. So I mean, like, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for us to lean in and accept that. So yeah.
Okay. Well, if there's no more thoughts, if you do have something to say before
Well,
we
there is
go
actually,
ahead.
yes.
Yeah, go ahead,
I do
please,
have.
please.
I realized I didn't actually describe the difference between 2016 and 2024. 2016 was definitely the era of the disaffected center-left person who just felt not seen by politics. And then when Trump goes on stage and says,
I don't know
what
what you're
everyone's
talking about
thinking, the
then,
Iraq
Tron.
War was a mistake, everyone flocks to him. I really do think that that's what happened in 2016. But that is the planting of the seed, right? Because then as soon as you combine that with people getting expelled from polite society for having this feeling, then they start to radicalize because they don't disappear. They become more right wing, and then this is how Sargon goes from being a Bernie bro to being a full on actual right winger. So, these things do matter. You can't, if you like you can expel people from your movement if you want, but they don't, unless you're going to kill them. They don't vanish. They continue to radicalize. They continue to go their own way, and then they will come back with a vengeance in the next election. So it's as simple as that. In 2024. The movement around Trump morphed over those 8 years into something far worse than it initially was. And I think, and we can definitely blame them for a lot of that, because they are in fact the villains. But we can also blame, I think, the Democratic Party for being kind of weak in how they dealt with them. Because, man, they should not have waited until halfway through Biden's term to get those prosecutions going against Trump. Like, what a massive fucking misstep, dude. Like, he should have been in fucking handcuffs January 21st.
I also I do have to say, like, I think I really respect like Alan Lichtman's view on the whole thing with Biden and why he lost. I think that's his name. He was talking about well, personally, I still feel like I hate to say it, but I don't think America's going to vote for a woman president anytime soon, unless she's a Republican. But I do think that he was right on that. I think probably Biden still could have won if we didn't have so much of the Democrat Party, like talking shit on him for his bad debate performance. In my personal opinion, I think
100%.
we could. American. Like, again, American memories are very short term. I think we could have probably like, even though Kamala was in my opinion, I think she was a great candidate. I do think that we could have won with Biden if we just like.
You
stuck
think
it out
we
and
should
didn't
have?
I think so. Yeah, I think maybe we should have.
So,
Okay,
I mean, not
just-
to press you too much, but like,
Just
what do you
housekeeping
make of
thing.
like?
Just real housekeeping, then I'll let you ask a question. Then we do got to bring those other people on. If you guys want me to put my shirt back on, you got to pay me, okay? It's not going to be happening for free. $100.
Yeah, I'm
and I'll put
currently
my
in
shirt
a
back on. Okay, go
call with Soy Pill. I'm in the
Well,
backstage.
because I mean, I voted for
waiting to get
Biden in
dragged
2020, and early on, I want to say it was like 2022. By that point, that he had already indicated that he would be running again. And I was very frustrated by that because of what I saw as obvious cognitive decline already at that point. I already thought he was sort of too old and milquetoast in 2020, but I got behind the nominee. I was a Bernie supporter in the primary 2016 and 2020. But like, I guess there are a lot of people on the right who are, and centrists even, who like will recoil at you saying that you think it should have been Biden, because like, what do you make of even like the Jake Tapper and Alex Stein? Like, man, what if he was
Have you read the
actually
book?
not well?
I have the
So
book. I haven't read the
think
book.
I understand the concerns about him not being well. I do think that I have to look more into the Jake Tapper stuff, but Jake Tapper seemed a bit vindictive. I do think that it's possible that he did have signs of cognitive decline, but so does Trump, and I would rather
not on the same level though.
I would rather
No,
have
it's
like
worse.
Biden literally being like, Biden had way better advisors and way better cabinet and people in his administration. I would rather have Biden having signs of cognitive decline and running the country, because I think he did a good job, than I would have
Remind
Trump
me
doing
closer,
that,
or
honestly.
remind me on July
Gang,
17th,
with
Nair.
that,
I won't
they're
remember.
beating at the gates. They're beating at my DMs. Okay, they are not giving me any peace. Okay, they are
Oh, no.
angry. They are upset. They are
Tracking
man, the slurs that
Shitty
Soy Pill
pants.
specifically has been using. Right, you're
I
on. Can't
God.
read them on stream.
Hi.
But let's bring them.
Like, hey guys, give me a second here. I'm just setting
Yeah.
up.
I know Sondsol and Sondsol, you're the one who initially asked, so if I'm going to open it up, might as well.
Yeah,
bring
give me
you
just.
as well.
I'm just trying to make sure that you have good production quality. You have my pretty face up there. 1 second.
I want to give the mic first to Soy Pill and then to Sondsol to kind of what I'll say this. I feel that this conversation has been quite productive so far. I think it's been quite good so far. I think we've really kind of tackled what I feel are actual issues. But you guys aren't happy with the conversation. I just want to give you a chance to say why and to talk about it with us if you'd like. Because,
Yeah, so
Soy Pill, I guess.
in everyone here's defense, I have not watched the whole thing, but I'm frustrated listening to what is ostensibly a conversation coming from centrist, if not Trump supporters, telling the Democrats what they can do to win them over. I'm just like confused as to why I should be taking these people seriously whatsoever, when really all they need to be doing for the rest of their lives is atoning for their really fucking stupid decision, and like figuring out like, hey, how can I make this right? Instead of like, well, this was your fault, and this is what we need to do about it. Like, now, don't get me wrong, I haven't seen the Live and Learn where they roasted you, Tally, and I don't know everything you've said in this conversation, so maybe you have some really good responses, but just the concept of you being on this panel as an expert instead of someone who should be groveling
I'm
at
not
our
an
feet
expert. I'm
is
a
very
co-host.
annoying.
I'm a
Sure,
co-host
whatever.
to host the conversation.
Person that we should be listening to in any regard is very frustrating, just in concept. And this is nothing against you in slight. It's just the concept of anyone listening to you, period, as a former
It's
Trump
nothing
voter.
against me. Obviously, this is nothing.
Well, no. I'm sure you'll talk and I'll get more mad, but like this is just like
Here's why, dude. It's because she's correct factually.
About what?
Can I ask a question? Do you guys deny that I'm not disagreeing that Trump voters made a really dumb fucking mistake, but do you guys disagree that so many voters vote based on vibes?
No, I mean Tally raised her hand, but that's what I'm saying is like, why do we have the vibe-based voter up here and like, hey, what should the Democrats do to win your vibes over? When it's like this person doesn't have any like integrity to why they vote based on vibes, so why don't we do something more?
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually moderate here because I could tell already. I want to give it to Dev first, then we'll give it to Stardust, and then we'll
and
get
Dev, for the record, I don't hate you. I don't know. You said that earlier. I don't know you. Maybe I'll hate you once you talk though.
You maybe you didn't know it was me. You pinged me on Twitter and said something to that effect. So
you probably
just
said
didn't like
something
Twitter
really
account.
stupid then.
So when it comes to Trump voters, you know that they don't just disappear, right?
What?
Like they don't disappear when you deperson them, when you deplatform them, when you ban them from various things online. They don't vanish. They still
I didn't say
vote.
we should deperson them. My whole thing is reaching out to Trump supporters. I'm asking why Tali is up here like, well, Democrats, this is what you need to do, and it's like.
Because it is what
I was a Democrat.
But
because
is it what we need to do? This is the question.
Well, hold on.
Because when
Since
we
I
have,
haven't heard everything.
Wait.
At
Hold
the
on,
beginning
I'm
of
gonna say
this,
really
you guys were
quickly.
talking about how people are getting
I'm gonna
bullied. You were saying that people are getting bullied.
I'm gonna set this up for you. I'm gonna set this up for you.
Yeah. Tali, please.
So this is our opinion. of what the left should do. There are lots of opinions of liberals and leftists and center left people are talking about right now. And I think we've brought that up. People wondering which direction should, there are the people who say the left, the Democrats have been moving right and trying to appease centrists and Republicans for all these years. When are we going to make a change and just lean into the leftist policies that our base really wants to see? That's one school of thought. The other school of thought is wokeness, and a lot of these culture war issues and a lot of the toxicity among people on the left is pushing people away, people who were formerly allies, people who are now just disaffected, even if they don't turn into Republicans. And maybe
is
we
that
should
what
care
happened to
about
you?
that. That is the opinion.
My question is like, what
opinion.
switched you from Democrat to Trump? Like, because I haven't heard this. And I wanted
It didn't
to
happen overnight. It didn't happen overnight. This was an approximately 4-year process. So
Which years
I mean,
to which
it's
years?
Summer of 2021 up until November of 2024 when I voted for Trump.
Okay. And I don't know if you could summarize it in like 3 points. What would it be? big 3. Was it wokeness? Was that one of them?
Well, it's funny because we just had we've had like 3 conversations about this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the short version, just straight to the point, right?
Okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of issues that I see on the left. The first thing that triggered my alert to say, what's going on with my side was noticing the illiberalism of who I thought to be my liberal and progressive peers. Then I started changing the types of people that I was listening to, the types of reading that I was doing, and changed my mind about a lot of different cultural issues. Yeah, basically more or less that. And I now believe that the left is eating itself. And it makes me very sad because I see a lot of people on the right as super crazy. And I'm not a Republican.
Okay.
And I wish that we had
Trump
better options
in 2024, third term, like based on everything you're seeing happen today.
So this is respectfully, you should just go back and watch the Live and Learn. You should watch my
yes
Not
or
So
no.
Airy Day
Like,
conversation.
based on everything that's happening today, yes or no?
Listen to my
That's it.
Pisco
Yes or no?
conversation.
Just yes or no.
Well, I had a whole conversation about that I wouldn't vote for him moving forward in the future. It's like I don't see the value in asking me to regret my vote.
No,
or
it's
to
not
take
even
back
about
my vote
regret.
in
It's
some
like,
way
how
that I
can you look at everything going wrong today and say, well, the
Sure,
Democrats,
and you can-
for all the problems
here-
they have, which I
so
might agree
Sleep
with.
Hill, you can just disagree with what we're saying and think that we're ridiculous, and you can maybe you'll win, maybe you're right, or maybe you'll lose again. Maybe you will continue to lose, and
But
we'll
you just
find
said you
out.
wouldn't vote for him again, right? So why are you spending time up here saying like, well, here's what the Democrats need to do, and not, coming out of this platform saying, holy shit, I made a huge mistake. I'm voting for a guy who's dismantling our democracy and subverting all these congressional powers and like doing all these inhumane things with all these illegal immigrants in LA. And I think this is fucking insane, and I want to do something against this. Guys, is that what you're going to do? Or are you going to be like, well, this is why I was driven to the Democratic Party,
This is a good idea. Snip Hill, why don't you just type me out a script? I'll start every conversation that I have with that so that I'm then allowed to speak after that. If you could write something down, that would be helpful for me moving forward.
I think you should be like embarrassed for like making this big of a mistake. And the fact that you're like, well,
okay,
like,
and I think you're proving my point. I think you're proving my point.
Your point being what?
This type of toxicity pushes people away from the left.
That I say like, hey, you
away
should be
from the
embarrassed, and I accept that you have now come to the right conclusion that Trump is not a
you
good
jumping
president.
into the conversation and saying, why are we listening to somebody like this? Why are we listening to someone who voted Trump give criticism on the left? You mean somebody who spent her entire life on the left?
No,
Why
not
would we
just
care about
someone
what
who.
made someone who spent
There's
their
a very
entire
big
life
difference
on the
between saying like, all right,
change their
someone who
worldview
switched.
and even vote for Donald Trump?
Okay, hold on.
So
obviously,
curiosity would go really a long way.
Please,
So would
you're triggering
charity.
me.
No,
I'm
seriously.
triggered. No,
okay.
Okay, so first of all, you should go watch all of my videos where I'm
Really?
incredibly charitable to Trump supporters. First of all, second of all, the reason I'm coming on here
Sounds
mad
like
is
it.
not that I'm like, oh, like there's no reason to listen to a Trump supporter, because obviously there is. Like there is an entire swath of people that support this man. No matter how retarded the reasons are, we have to figure out how to switch them over. My question is, why are we having a panel with you coming on and saying, well, here's my advice on what the Democrats need to do?
I'm a
Doing me
co-host.
over
Hold on,
who,
Which
when you
panel?
self-admittedly
I'm Whick's
raise your
co-host.
hand and say, by the way, I'm just a vibes-based voter and I have absolutely no fucking
The reason
principles.
we're talking to Tali right now is because I asked her to be on. Like the reason anyone is on this panel right now, let's be real.
Let's be real, Wick. You platform a lot of retards,
I was
me
interested
included.
in what they had to say.
So,
frankly, okay. But this is a good example. I think this is a good example of what we're talking about, Soy Pill. And this is you. There is no value to asking her to have this kind of like genuflection before giving an opinion. And I understand you might not agree with her opinion or might not think it's valuable, and that's fair, but other people do. and simply coming on to kind of like scold her, I don't think it's helpful. But I want to get other people in the conversation.
Well, I'll scold you too, Whick.
I know
I
Sondsol
think
wants to go.
taking these people more seriously is silly.
Sure.
Go on.
We'll get to it. Well, you'll get more speaking time, but I want to get Sondsol, I want to get Stardust, and I want to get Dev again, and I want to hear their thoughts
I
on
just
this.
really quickly want to say, like, I'm sorry, but like so many people vote based on vibes. We can't just like ignore them.
And we should shame them absolutely into making better decisions. Not ignoring them, by the
Very
way,
effective.
but absolutely not
Very
platforming them as this like, well, what do you think we should do? It's like, hey, retard, why don't you actually research what you care about and actually vote based on policy instead of being like, well, Trump held up a rainbow flag.
If they voted for vibes,
Yeah,
but
hold on, no,
Stardust,
Soy Pill.
but if
I'm so glad you're right.
I
You
have
are
been
so
talked over
generous.
so
You
many
think
times.
that
I've
I
been
voted for
so
Trump?
patient, but
You
if
think
they
that I
vote, if you voted for
Trump?
vibes, if you voted for fucking vibes, if you voted for fucking vibes,
Soy Pill,
then why
you're
the fuck
so
would you
bad
not vote
faith.
for someone who is more like Soy Pill than someone who is more like Nancy Pelosi? Like, if you're voting for vibes, then the vibes that Soy Pill is giving is closer to the Trumpian stuff than the Nancy Pelosi. No, not to offend you, but it's more aggressive. It's showing strength. It's showing like, you know, I actually believe in something. I'm not entirely sure.
Sondsol, interestingly, it feels like
fucking kidding me?
It feels like there are a lot of people on the left who are sincerely just incurious.
I'm
Because
sorry,
Sondsol, you said that.
I literally can't understand a word you're saying. I'm trying. Sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not trying to say shut up.
Sorry.
But yeah.
You're just like it's just incurious. I didn't vote for Trump because I like his aggressive bullying demeanor. I've specifically said over and over again, and this is like people who are claiming to have watched what I said, that I have always been averse to Trump, that I was holding my nose to vote for Trump, that I was hoping that it would have been Nikki Haley, that I wish we could have gone back in time to 2016 and it would have been John Kasich, okay? That's how I was feeling in 2024, is that I really wanted to vote against the left, and guess what? It happened to be Trump. And even when Trump became the nominee, I still wasn't fully sold that I was going to vote for him. So no, it's not the Trump personality that won me over, certainly.
What's your number one Trump policy?
Respectfully, seriously, I mean this respectfully.
This is a super easy question. If you voted for it,
if you want to bring me on your show, so you can.
No, I don't want to bring you on my show.
That's fine.
I'm only here because you're here to be like, you should go away.
Conversation.
Here, I'll answer it. Deport the illegals. Get them the fuck up. Throw them over the border. Launch them over the wall with a trebuchet.
If that's your real position, that's like, okay, that's what he promised. And I can't be like, well, you were stupid for doing this. It's the people that come out and be like, well, I thought he was going to do all this stuff. And I just can't believe he's going in and deporting people from their workplaces. And when he was fucking holding up signs that said mass deportation. But yeah, if that was your policy, then it's hard for me to be like, well, you were duped or something, or I feel sorry for you for being deceived. Like, no, that's what he said. And you wanted that. That's why I'm asking, is that your number one policy? If that's Dev's, like, you know, as much as I say fuck you for voting for that, it's still like, well, at least you understood what you were doing.
Dev didn't vote for Trump. Again, you just like came in hot and made all these assumptions that at least half of this panel must have voted for
Dev
Trump
gave
because
a
there was
policy.
criticism
No, I know
of the
that
left.
Star didn't. I don't know what Dev did. I know that you did. You're the only person I know who voted for Trump.
That says a lot more about you. If I'm the only person
just to be clear,
who voted for Trump, that says
no on
a
this
lot of
panel, idiot. I know a lot of Trump voters.
So just to be clear, I did not vote for Trump. In fact, I made, I think, a 3-hour or 4-hour video on why Trump was absolutely fucking terrible.
Awesome, thanks.
So no, I am in no way a Trump supporter. Like even then, like I actually do. Okay, joking aside, I would like to see the illegals sent home. I don't like how Trump is doing it. I don't like how Trump's doing it, but sure, if possible. Like I don't like how he's doing it.
Why don't you like how he's doing it?
Hold on, Soy. Hold on, just a housekeeping thing. Soy, you gotta let people finish their fucking thought.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
I'm on
It's getting
caffeine.
really
People
frustrating.
have me riled up, but go on. Sorry.
Dev,
Wouldn't
please.
it be economically devastating, like to send every single illegal home?
Okay,
like,
we're not in the immigration debate. We can have another day, right?
Well,
But
it would be, but I do have a reason for it, but it's probably outside the scope of this conversation. But yeah, it's not based on economics. It's not based on racism. I genuinely think that you cannot have a functioning sovereign country if you don't control who comes in and who comes out legally. And my reasoning for this goes all the way back to the Treaty of Westphalia in the 1600s.
But you can make policies for stronger borders. Like you can be pro stronger borders without sending every illegal home to the
red flag on the play. We're not doing an immigration debate today. So Dev, though, you mentioned something that I think
I think Dev probably agrees with that, Stardust, if he really laid out his full.
He might. But again, we're not here to debate immigration. Dev, you said something that I think was interesting, and I wonder if you'd elaborate on that.
Well,
when soy
I can, but Sondsol is literally falling asleep. Shouldn't he have a shot first?
He should have a shot first, but Stardust is going to disrespect him and talk all over him. That's what Stardust does. To Sondsol specifically only. I've never seen Stardust act like that to anyone but Sondsol.
If you have something that's still on this train of thought, I have a different train of thought to go down, so I'll let you guys finish this one. I'll allow it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I
But Dev,
apologize,
you
Sondsol.
mentioned. Well, you mentioned that Tali was just correct in her assertion here. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I mean, part of that was just me memeing, to be honest. However, like there is some truth there for sure. Like, I think voting for Trump in 2024, especially if you are knowledgeable about his 2020 false elector plot, is completely unconscionable. Like, I would vote for a fucking bag of potatoes over
Dev,
Trump.
why are you shaming Trump supporters right now, dude? You know this is why Trump won, right?
Yes, but I'll still talk to them about it. However, voting for Trump in 2016, I think, is actually a lot more reasonable because there's a different political situation in 2016 versus 2024, and Trump is not the person that he was back then. So I think if someone came to me and said I voted for Trump in 2016, that's a much more reasonable take, in my opinion, than I voted for Trump in 2024.
I don't disagree with you.
Trump got more votes in 2024 than in 2016, correct?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, so this just goes back to what I was saying before, which is like people don't need to like this information, but the truth is there are more people motivated to either vote for Trump or to vote against the left now than there were then. This is a growing problem.
Yeah.
Democrats don't have to choose to focus on it. But it exists.
So here's the thing, right? Like if I was going to sit down and talk to somebody who voted for Trump and then they said, you know what, I don't regret it. Or if they said, you know what, I do actually kind of regret it. And they gave me reasons as to why for both of these things. I don't think I would attach all that much judgment to it necessarily, because what does that actually get me? Like what it seems like, Soy Pill, is that you're just looking to be virtue signaled to. You want somebody to express their remorse at having done a thing that you and I both agree is not a very good thing. And whether they regret it or not, or whether they virtue signal at you or not, doesn't actually matter, because they can just lie to you. Like Tali, if Tali wants to, she can right now completely kneel at your feet and apologize and not mean a single bit of it.
I don't care about people groveling towards me. That means very little, although it is funny. What I care about is that the person who we're listening to as to what should we do next is a person who is self-admittedly is going to vote based on vibes. You raised your hand when someone mentioned that. And someone who has done the dumbest thing ever, which is vote for Trump after his first term, after the elector scheme. And now seeing everything that's happening now, we're going to look at that and say like, hey, this is all terrible and I'm partly to blame because I voted for him. But you know what? Let's take me as the authority, and I'm going to speak as like an authority here, and not like, guys, I'm really sorry about this, but like, hey, this is why I did this. I'm like, this is how we can correct it, and then this is how I was shifted back this way. Like, other than that, it's like it's absolutely ridiculous that like anyone should be listening.
Hold on. So okay, I completely agree with everything you just said. Now, do you want Tali to vote for the left or the right in 2026 and 2028?
Well, obviously, I think she should vote for the left.
Yes. So perhaps listening to her a little bit and having a little bit of charitability is probably a good thing.
Why? She's doing everything I wanted to do. Now she can just stop talking.
Okay.
So now, if I were in her position, now I'd vote for the right out of spite. Because
and that would be my point, is like, if someone's going to switch votes because some guy came in and yelled at them, they're fucking retarded and we shouldn't take them seriously. And we've scolded them too long. Oh, is that your wife? Hi.
It is my wife, and she voted Trump too, guys. Don't cancel her.
Oh my God, the lesbians are voting Trump, guys. We got rid of lesbians now, I guess. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the interracial lesbians voting Trump. Everything's really fucked, guys. Maybe you should take a look at what's going on the left.
Yeah, that you guys are like too stupid to understand that Obergefell is being considered to be repealed. Like, do you ever worry about that?
You can.
I do want to give Sondsol a chance at some point. Right?
Yeah, just real quick, Soy Pill. This is.
And Sondsol,
You
accept
can-
the request that I just sent you. Just accept it.
Just real quick,
Where?
you can call them retarded, and maybe they even are retarded, but they still have votes, and it doesn't go away.
Right. Okay, so
listen,
here's the thing, Dev, listen to me. If I'm just saying go away, that's useless, right? But if I'm saying, hey, retard, the people that you voted for are going to try to get your marriage license revoked, and you should understand that, and they still are going to vote for Trump, then they're a lost cause, and they need to disappear, and don't platform them because they're fucking useless. Okay. Now, if you're going to say, whoops, I accidentally voted for the people that are going to try to overturn Obergefell, who have ostensibly said, hey, we're giving this to the Supreme Court. It's already coming out of Iowa. I really don't like the fact that my marriage license is going to be revoked, and I'm sorry, and I'm going to go tell all my gays about it. Cool. Awesome. Let's bring them up here and spread the word about how you fucked up. Otherwise, go the fuck away.
Here's a problem.
And this is what I mean about you wanting to be virtue signaled too, because that's all virtue signaling.
That's not virtue signaling. That's spreading message about a real policy that's going to happen based on the vote.
Oh my god.
Okay. Hold
Sondsol.
on. I got to get something out, and then we're going to go to Sondsol. I'm just going to say this, and then we're going to go directly to Sondsol. I want to make sure, right? If we want to win people back, we have to talk to the people that we lost. Tali is one of those people that we lost.
No, actually, Tali said she would vote for a Democrat next, so we don't have to talk to her anymore.
Sondsol, go ahead, please.
So, like, I want to say, like, up front, the questions I was going to ask here, my style is a little less aggressive than Soy Pills, but his sentiment is the same. I share the same sentiment. Here's my question. You talked a lot about at the beginning, this is what triggered me, about how, people get bullied. And, I know it's not like I get bullied and therefore I have to become a Nazi. You guys referenced that. But like, what do you think is the typical reason why people voted for Trump? Do you think that it is typical for people to be bullied into voting for Trump? Or do you think that it is typical for someone to vote for Trump for another reason?
Which year are you talking about?
I assumed that you guys were talking about 2024 when you guys were talking about this. 2016, I feel like probably didn't have the same vibes to it.
I think the bullying was more of a factor in 2016 than 2024. I think in 2024, if unaligned people started shifting rightward, it's because they ended up falling for the media line that there was lawfare happening against Trump. And that's why I believe that Biden should have been a lot stronger on going after Trump after 2020, legally.
So if that's the case, then why did we spend so much time on how mean the left is, and how, if it was more about like the ineffectual nature of the Democrats, or what they should have done, or what they did do or didn't do, then why did we spend so much time about how mean the left is?
I disagree slightly with Dev's take here. I think that in 2024, I think it was still a factor. I think it was a significant factor. I won't say it's a main factor. I wouldn't say most MAGA people voted this way because of this. But there is quite a bit of people that I know who either stayed home or voted for Trump as a protest vote because of what they saw as the excesses of the left, of how they were treated personally by people on the left. Because of course, again, I don't understand how people don't understand this.
No, because I was
if
you know
we
as
understand
well
this,
as
Wick.
anyone.
We
I
understand this.
argued that we should be.
If people are shitty to you, if people continually,
no one argues against that.
You're gonna vote against them.
But what we're talking about, what is the typical reason? Why are we spending so much time on that when the reasons that people are voting for fucking Trump is because
fixable
it's for
problem in a way that other issues are not. This is a fixable problem in a way that other issues are not.
Messaging on the economy isn't fixable.
Okay. Not when we have no political power. Hold on. Not when we have no political power. The Democrats don't own the House. They don't own the Senate. They don't own the White House. So what we can influence is the people who are the influencers and people on the left and the far left. We can excise them.
Hold on,
or
but you're now talking in the present. You're now talking in the present tense, Wick. When you guys were at that time talking about the 2024 election and the 2020 election. You can't talk about, well, we don't have power now. We did then. That's not what the issue is, right?
Sure.
I can't.
So I have an answer.
Sondsol.
I have an answer
today because I can. Going forward, what should we do?
I know. I don't disagree. I just want to say I don't disagree, and you guys all know, right? Like I don't like it when the left is like sitting there and shitting down the throat of people who might very well vote for us, right? Like, I'm on that train too, all right? I'm a little bit of a soy liberal, not leftist, all right? But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here at the moment that we're in right now and say, oh, well, it's because of the Democrats being too mean. Or I'm going to sit here, I'm going to be really mad about what Destiny said about the flood victims. It's not that I think that we need more of that, like you were saying, Whick. No, I don't think that, and maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't think that I've seen anybody say like, oh, we specifically need to make more fun of dead white babies. There might be a couple of like two Twitter posts out there, but by and large, it's why the fuck do I give a fuck what Destiny said here when I see, Studio Ghibli, anime or, AI generated abuelas getting arrested by ICE people and they're all saying they're jerking off. Fuck, what I was sent something to bring up for this. It was right here. Breaking. ICE will be removing Kilmar Abrego Garcia to a third-party country after an activist judge tries to put him on the streets of America. DHS promised he'll never be free in America again, so he's going to end up in a South Sudanese prison or somewhere similar. Crying, laughing emoji. He didn't want to be in El Salvador, so maybe he'll enjoy South Sudan. This is like what they're laughing about.
That's
right?
why I voted for the Dem in 2028 was that post, actually, because they bullied my people.
Hold on. This behavior is why I am bullish on the left winning in 2026 and 2028. I think that this is...
But people don't care about... People did not vote for the Republicans when they did that.
Oh my God.
They didn't... So it's not that people are voting for them for that. I don't think that that's the reason. But I don't...
Against them in 2020. They voted against them in 2022. The reason
not because of that.
Was because we pushed out Biden, Putin, basically, and also, right, decided to run Kamala. It was such a fucky-wucky situation that I don't think we could do, like this relevancy, a recency bias, I should say, this recency bias that you guys have, that, oh, they won once out of 5 elections, they won once, and that's, oh, then we should do everything they do. Their behavior that they're exuding and exhibiting is going to be the reason they lose in 2026.
It wasn't the reason they lost in 2020, though.
Behavior?
So why should we emulate that behavior?
You think? Well, no. Whick, what the fuck are you talking? You think that Biden
no one's saying
lost
to emulate the behavior.
Kamala,
they're saying that I don't care if someone does it.
Wait, San, do you think that Kamala lost because of her behavior? Not because of inflation, not because of like
3 months to run?
Yeah, but because of behavior, you're like, well, Trump's going to lose because of his behavior. No, Trump's going to lose if people feel the economy's bad enough. People are disgusted by his ICE policies. People don't like the fact that tariffs are going to like tank the economy into a recession. Like that's why people will vote. They're not going to vote because Trump is mean.
They will vote.
No, they fucking will not vote against him because Trump is mean. That is not the delimiting line.
Hold on,
that is not why people vote against
how
someone.
they are treated. And
yes,
if they are treated
physically because of policy, not because he's mean.
How is this so hard to grasp?
Being mean on Twitter is not why people are going to vote against Trump, dude.
Capability of grasping the situation.
Just a second ago,
vote on vibes, and most people, vote on vibes.
I asked you if it was typical.
Why not make vibes good?
I asked you if it was typical for people to be bullied into voting for Trump, and you said no. And now you're saying that is the case. So which is it, Whick? Or is the left, are Democrats just so fucking toxic and so fucking vile that we bully everyone into voting? Oh no, I'm so fucking like put down and about. Like, I don't think that we should be doing that, but I'm not going to cry if I see someone make an edgy joke. That's all I'm fucking saying. And you're saying here that we have to all be fucking saints and that like we all have to like rise above, when obviously that's not the case, because they voted for them despite doing this thing.
Why do we have to be better than them?
Okay.
They win a majority vote doing that.
Why would they care if
you won one election cycle? Oh my God.
They won 2 election cycles.
They won 2 of them.
Because of this, they lost in 2020 because of this.
They were doing that
They won 2022.
They were doing that, Whick, for 5 years, and Tolly voted for them. So clearly it's not a delimiting issue that's going to completely push people away, you know?
If I can, I do think that the vibes-based voting, like kind of conversation, I think is more relevant to specifically 2016 voters. But I would agree. I think that, I would agree that regarding like making dark jokes, I don't think any joke should be off topic. I just don't. Like, I think like if people, I understand like Whick, your concerns about like, you're going to isolate people if you are, if you're like if you're making jokes like that, but I do think like Yeah, the cruel jokes have already been kind of in circulation. I don't think jokes should be like off, off
I don't
limits.
think anyone should be canceled for that.
I think there's a difference between making jokes about things and like actually like cutting off people completely, right? So that's my main point is like I don't think we should be cutting off people completely necessarily for their political views. I think we should be engaging with people who have different views than us, but that's very different than police people for making dark jokes. So.
Okay, I want to raid some
saying
super
any
chats
of
and make
that
some money
here?
before I let anyone else in because money is more important than all of you.
other people.
But before you're reading, so I wanted to reply to something that Sondsol said like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so do that, and then we're gonna get to my money.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think I mostly agree with you, Sondsol. However, I want to point out that the title of the stream is, it's not, should we be mean to people and then therefore that pushes them away, or what does it do to them? The title of the stream is, are Democrats responsible for the rise of MAGA? I think in 2016, the vibe conversation makes a lot of sense, because we didn't have COVID yet, we didn't have lockdowns yet, we didn't have the crazy radicalization yet. In 2016, you're mean to somebody online, they go the other way. Like I said, we saw it with Sargon, we saw it with other people. I think that was definitely a factor. In 2024, like you said, Stardust, that wasn't a factor anymore, I don't think. However, I still think that Democrats are responsible for the rise of MAGA in a large part, because from 2020 to 2024, Democrats pretended like MAGA was vanquished, like they were gone, like it was over, and then they came back and they reconquered the kingdom. I cannot overstate this. The Democrats royally fucked up by not going after Trump 10 times harder.
I agree.
If we want to hold the Democrats responsible, that's how we hold them responsible. Like, if you win in 2028, don't take your eye off the ball. Like, you must rip MAGA out of your country.
We have
root
so
and stem.
much more power now. If the Democrats get into the presidency, there is so much power that they have at their disposal right now. I wholeheartedly agree.
hate this.
Now
I
you
hate
can
this.
say that you hate this, but I think that the Democrats in 28 should run on a platform of cutting the executive's power in good faith. But first, we should pack the fucking court because this shit's fucking crazy. We should absolutely annihilate all of MAGA's possibility of ever gaining power ever again. We should throw all the people who are involved in all of the money fucking grubbing weird bullshit that they're doing with the taxes, buying off and selling at certain points, and all the people involved in ICE straight to Alligator Alcatraz. After we put them there, and
Christ.
Then we can pass a couple of constitutional amendments.
Concentration camps are bad unless we use them on Republicans. That's what leftists to me.
Actually, no. Concentration camps were bad until they were made part of the conversation. And now, if you're going to throw our people in concentration camps, your people are going in concentration camps.
Okay. Just to be clear, I'm not that left. I'm not. I'm not doing that.
I'm a liberal. Okay, brother. I'm angry.
I'm just saying.
I'll be
This
right back.
is what like.
Just real quick. There's someone in the chat. There's people in your chat, Whick, who are saying, "LOL, Dev thinks that the Democrats aren't using power." Trump should have been fed into a fucking wood chipper at this point.
Jesus Christ, my monetization.
Why?
Gang,
Listen.
Monetization.
Why the fuck did Biden wait 2 fucking years to bring charges against Trump when all the evidence was there about the fucking false elector scheme? What the fuck? Maybe he was just like old and completely brain fucked. He just like sleptwalked through 4 years. Holy shit! Like. The only way that America saves itself right now is if MAGA is utterly and completely fucking destroyed, right? Like every single person who's complicit with this administration needs to basically be thrown in jail.
No,
like, it's fucking insane right now.
I gotta read these super chats.
We need to like also kind of mimic the right's strategies when it comes to grouping in undesirable groups into the right, because I fucking hate all these far leftists and being branded as liberals. I think we need to start branding all of these like super far right people
like MAGA soy porn,
as Republicans, and start evening out the playing field. Right now, again, I'm not saying don't I agree with the idea of like, don't disconnect from people, right? Don't isolate people. But yeah, I do think there's a difference between like not isolating people and like letting people get away with dirty tactics and not being dirty yourself. I think we do need to get a little bit dirty. So
You all are wrong and dumb, but let me read these super chats. Okay, $5 from Audacity to say soy never got scolded as a child, and it shows. $5 more from Audacity to say, hey Star, here's the non-critical thinker you were talking about, smiley face. $10 from Alexander Rin to say, who is this new idiot that helped Democrats lose the last election and will lose them the next one? He is the defining characteristic of why people hate Democrats. That's to you, Soapville. Greg Yo for $5. If someone is willing to vote for their exact opposite of their values because leftists were mean to them, that's a mindset I just can't understand. Thank you for the $5. $20 from Festiva to say, let me help, Soy. Just because guy who I voted for was not as good as I hoped does not mean your person you wanted on your side would not be worse. And you need to prove why you would be way better an option than what we have. 1 month membership from Adam Gadbaugh. Soy Pill's opening statement is why Dems will lose. $10 from Audacity to say, hey, behold the flavor of purity style. No one notices. LMAO. Ah ha ha ha. Holy shit. $2 from the Danielle to say, Soy Pill and Tolly, you guys should kiss and make up. I think Tolly's wife might have an issue with
a little bit inappropriate from that channel.
I will never date a Jewish woman after knowing my mom. Okay, so it's never happening.
$10. $10.
That doesn't surprise me. There's got to be some psychological things at play here.
Mommy issues. Okay, we'll explore that on another topic, right? $10 from Lawson Harrison to say, what would we guess is a percentage of Vibe voters if compared from right to left? I don't know off the top of my head. I just say most people vote on Vibes, just in general. Like most people are voting on Vibes. $5 from Tessicle Johnson to say, Soy came on specifically to derail the entire panel. What a waste of time. $10 from Audacity to say, I don't regret voting for Trump because now I get epic crash outs on Whick TV, which is live Monday through Friday from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on Twitch and YouTube. $5 from Greg Gio to say, if Trump values are your values, fine. But voting against your own beliefs out of spite is not a respectable position. It's short-sighted. $5 from Smokey D. Bandit to say, my 6-year-old granddaughter has better critical thinking skills than Soy Pill. Artemis Fowl, 7 months membership.
I'm making you lots of money. You should have me on more, Whick.
I'm having you
also
on
these
next
people
week.
have a lot of heat for Soy Pill. I literally talked about putting people in concentration
I'm gonna let you know,
camps.
we're
Not
gonna
giving
get
you any money for this
No,
shit. What the fuck?
To be clear, Sans, every single person right now, they're all making me vote for Kamala harder right now. Every single one, because they're being mean to me. They're being mean to me. I have no principles, and I'm vibe based, and I don't like when people are mean to me. So
I might listen. I'm a liberal. I might vote for fucking Zoe Mamdani at this point.
It's actually literally so bad faith, and I don't think Whick is helping in the way that he describes it either, because I don't actually think for most people it's that simple. So. Sondsol, you said
okay. You can take that, but I'm going to make a little money. I'm going to keep reading my super chats because we're not done, and then we'll get
sure,
there.
And then
I
I'll
promise.
pick up after.
$2. Or I'm sorry, I missed this. Artemis Fowl, members for 7 months, says, I am confident after seeing this stream. $2 from Hunter Young to say, would Biden have won if not for COVID? Yes or no? I think he would. Yeah. Smokey D. Bandit for $2. Soy is Trump's biggest propagandist. $10 from Audacity to say, I know he's being hyperbolic or whatever, but is Dev's magic number really 10 times harder? Seems like a gambit. Every time they fail, he gets stronger. And then $20 from Artemis Fowl to say the left has fundamentally learned nothing and doesn't understand why they lost if they think the bullying is why Trump won the popular vote. Also listen to Dev. 10 years of Trump is Giga Hitler. Stop.
Wait, to be fair, the only person who said that, Tolly said he got the most votes because of the left and implied it was like bullying essentially and not any of the policies that were put on the table.
Yeah.
So
that's why I came in.
Yeah, and finally, from Alexander Rin, who couldn't unfortunately afford to, the super chats ain't going through, but he's giving me so much money, so I'm just going to read what he DM'd me. He says, Soy's belief that shaming and bullying works is contrary to everything Democrats supposedly believe.
That's not even
Shame
what I
breeds
believe
resentment,
yet, so.
Bullying breeds defiance and spite. He and his methods are 100% the reason so many normal people won't vote for
What the
Democrats.
fuck does that person think that they're talking about? The right
can I
uses
make a clarifying
shame.
statement,
What do you
actually?
think when they talk about like the
quick.
cuckoldry of
Just
the
real quick.
white man and how the white man is getting outbred and how like we bring like it's like what the fuck? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Dave.
Whick, was that Artemis?
The one who just DM'd me? No.
Yeah.
That was Alexander Rin.
Why are we the only ones that have to introspect when we lose? Why does everyone else get to just like go on doing the same thing?
Yeah.
No.
Can I respond to the comment?
Sondsol, Sondsol, I can actually tell you this. So everyone should introspect.
Yeah.
But left-leaning people are more likely to do it than right-leaning people. Everyone should, but that's just kind of the reality is that only some people do it.
I know, but I feel like we're the only ones that are like being held like responsible to like it's not just the fact that like we do it, because obviously we do because we're fucking smarter, but it's the fact that people will sit there and castigate and fucking sit there and say how we need to do things. It's like, fuck you at that point.
Yeah, if anything, they're scolding us. Like, you guys are too mean, and that's why I'm not voting. And let me address this, Whick. I'm not saying... Wait. Can I please clarify? I want to clarify. I've not talked in a while. Let me clarify this, Tolly, please.
Hold on. Let Soy Pill go, and then I'll let Tolly respond. So Soy Pill...
If everyone goes to the Soy Pill channel and they check out my video on talking to Trump supporters, you'll see that I am very charitable and understand that there's value in understanding why people voted for this guy. Clearly, he won the majority vote. My problem is not understanding why people vote based on vibes, reaching out to these people and trying to change their minds. That's like literally my whole fucking thing. My problem is listening to people who are so stupid as to vote for Trump as to what the Democrats should do as some sort of like voice of authority. What you should be doing is saying I'm sorry and disappearing, because you have nothing to offer here. Your conversation here is, oh, I voted based on vibes. If a pigeon fucking shits on me tomorrow and I find out it was a Democrat, I'm going to vote for Trump again. So go the fuck away. No one cares.
Okay, this is what I want to say.
I care.
This is very helpful. You're doing great work for the left.
I'm pretty hyperbolic.
I'm waiting, Tolly, for you to say anything substantive, by the way.
Okay,
I'm supposed to, like, me and Tally are supposed to talk tomorrow. Hopefully that still happens. I'm pretty hyperbolic. I'll say some pretty like aggressive stuff. I said something about concentration camps a second ago. I don't actually want to throw people in concentration camps. Here's the thing, though.
Lying again.
Yeah, that's true. When you want to say that it's like this is why the left is losing or stuff like that, it feels like, as much as people want to say that the right has been like we're talking down to them and shit, like you can say that, but like we're literally seeing like people lie to us, sometimes mathematically provably lie to us, and then we're being told that like it's our fault that that's happening. That didn't happen under the Biden administration like that. Okay, like that's fucking crazy. So like the ultimate thing that I'm trying to say here is like I understand that there are reasons why people might vote for Trump. I understand that there are vibe-based reasons, there are policy-based reasons, and there are like conversations to have there. I don't know what use there is talking about the Democrats' behavior when I look at the Republicans' behavior, and that's what got them elected.
Yeah, exactly. No, Sans, you're hitting it perfectly. Like, Democrats have to be perfect. If we're even slightly mean, like, we lose the votes and we're going to get scolded for it for 4 years. But Donald Trump can come, do the most horrendous policies, to do awful, terrible things to like all these like demographics of people, repeal Roe v. Wade. And it's like, well, we expect him to be mean. And just so you know, like, whoever the last person who was mean to me the second I get into the voting booth was, I'm going to vote against that. Okay, cool. So I know that you have no principles or no values. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear what your like opinions or policy or anything is. It's useless.
Win. I get it. So I feel you'd rather
it doesn't matter if you're mean. Donald Trump is mean as fuck and he wins. The left has to be held to this ridiculous standard.
That is the result of your ways of thinking is like, well, nothing we do matters. So I like being mean.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing we do matters.
No, Whick, I just want to say this really quick. Nobody here is saying that we ought to be mean, that we ought to make fun of the dead little girls, that we ought to do this or that. It's just like, holy shit, why the fuck are you like sitting there focusing on that when it's such a like, I'm sorry.
Because it's the reason we're losing. It's one of the primary factors of why we keep losing.
I disagree. I disagree that that's the reason that we're fucking losing. Are you fucking kidding me? Every single fucking time that there's a trans girl that kills herself on fucking Twitter, there's a million people underneath that post posting the soy jack of a fucking like trans person fucking hanging themselves. And for some reason, they still want the fucking vote. For some reason, they still want the vote. For some reason, when people poll, when people are polled, they say, hey, the economy, the inflation was the primary reason why I voted for Trump this time instead of Kamala. But for some reason, I have to sit here and have another liberal tell me that I have to be nicer when I say, fuck Republicans, fuck these retards who are voting for people who are literally hunting people like rats and
I
jerking
want
off
to
with
win. I don't
sandpaper to
care
it.
about
Fuck
being
off with
soy
that.
or edgy or anything. I want to win. I want to
I
win.
don't care if people are.
Stardust,
I'm not going to fight them when they are. That's all I'm saying.
Stardust gets to go. Stardust gets to go.
I need to interject here. Okay. So I do think I agree with so my main thing is when I'm talking about like how we interact with like MAGA people and right wingers, right? My specific thing is like probably we should be willing to talk to them. We shouldn't be cutting them off out of our families. That's not a nice thing to do. We shouldn't be opposed to talking with people. But I don't know that I do think that the purity spiral of the far left, right? Since we have been grouped with the far left, the purity spiral that they do obviously affects us. But if you were to ask me again, like I said at the beginning of this panel, I don't think it's entirely the Democrats' fault. In fact, I think a lot of it boils down to specific movements within within the MAGA movement, and I think those movements you can see on the anti-intellectual left as well. And we need to actually combat those very aggressively. I think you can be aggressive as a liberal and be aggressive in your policies and aggressive in taking down the MAGA movement while still not cutting off people and still not I don't know how many times Tolly would have to apologize to make Soy Pill satisfied, right?
I don't need any amount of apologies. That's again, you're not listening if that's what you think you're saying. I'm not trying to be mean here. The point is that she has nothing to offer us right now. Not that she needs to apologize.
Shut up. I'm not finished. Okay. So anyways, so yes, like if we're gonna actually tackle like things that have directly led to this kind of like weird fucking movement crisis, right? We have like again the anti-intellectualism of both the far left and the far right, and which has now like it's holding hostage the Republican Party, anti-establishment, anti-interventionism, right? And a lot of these things are things that you see again in the left and in the right, and those are movements specifically that we need to like actually take down very, very aggressively. And we need to take down some of these policies that Trump is implementing and really combat why those things are really bad very aggressively. So yeah, my main advocacy here is like, I don't think we should be cutting people off or saying we can't work with them because they don't use the same exact verbiage as us.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
For the past 10 years.
Hold on. I do want to give a lot of people are talking shit on Tally. I want to give Tally a chance to respond. Tally, you have the chance to respond.
Okay. Maybe someone. Well, okay. I'm gonna preface this a little bit, and then maybe I'll get down into some criticisms that I have. But I'm not looking to be a political thought leader. The reason that all I've been talking about for the last 2 weeks is my vote for Trump is because I came on as a co-panelist to Whick TV when weeks went by chatting about different cultural topics when I mentioned that I voted for Trump. And people in the chat were shocked. They were surprised to hear that, okay? And they wanted to hear about the thought process and what happened on my ideological journey, for lack of better words, from the left to the right. Then we decided to go do it on Lib and Learn instead because Econo Boy was asked to join in on the conversation. And then that blew up and it turns into, why should we be listening to this disaffected liberal who this horrible person who voted for Trump, as some political thought leader? I'm not trying to be a political thought leader. I comment on politics and on culture and things that I'm interested in. And by the way, Whick chose the title and the topic for today's conversation, okay? So this is not something that I spend all of my time talking about or thinking about. I feel like people are really in bad faith. I raised my hand to vibes, and again, it's because at this point it's almost a joke. I'm acknowledging, yes, that I voted based on vibes. When I say vibes, no, I do not mean whether I had breakfast in the morning or which side of the pillow was facing up when I woke up. I'm talking about cultural things. Okay, I've talked about wokeness and this stuff, but there are lots of people. That's what I mean by vibes. They're voting based on the way that the culture feels, that the way that their side feels, that the other side feels, and whether people like it or not, there are a lot of people who are having similar reactions. You
Right,
can
no, I
see it in
understand that, Tully. That's why I asked you what your like number one policy was, and you were like, "Oh, this is why the left lost," and you won't answer the question. But Dev gave an answer.
No, I didn't say you asking me what my number one policy was is why the left lost.
Okay. Well, can you just answer it?
I'm
then?
saying it's no. Again, you can go watch the other conversation. This is not
Why is
what
it
this
so hard? It
conversation
should take
is
10
about.
seconds.
Listen,
Because if you had listened to any of the conversations, I was
Okay.
voting against the left. I was not voting
Okay.
for Donald Trump. I was voting
Okay.
against the left. I live in a blue state. It really is like
Okay,
the fact
cool.
that this
That's
is the
all you had to say.
interesting
There you
part
go.
of the
Well, it's not so hard.
conversation
I was
to
voting
you.
against the left. Like that's all you had to say.
Yes,
So thank you.
yes, it is so hard because I've talked about this so goddamn much, and for you to have
It's
this
one
much of an
sentence.
opinion, you would think that you would have listened to anything that I have said before. Okay.
Well, I didn't
But
listen because you had nothing
again,
substantive to say, and you just
the-
pointed out
I
again
don't
that you don't have
think-
anything
I don't
substantive to
think-
say because your view is
I
the
don't
woke
think-
culture is so much worse. By the way, woke culture, part of woke culture and everything that people hate about it is, oh, people police their own too much, and which is what you're asking us to do is, hey, tell everyone to stop being mean. Don't use mean words against the Trump voters and all that. But by the way, after he tries to fucking coup the government, I'll vote for the right because, well, the left is really woke and weird, and I think the trans stuff goes too far.
what
It's fucking
people mean.
ridiculous.
There are two different See, and this is the thing too. It's like, oh yeah, you just hate trans people. Like if that's gonna be your line. Oh, you're just racist. You're just a bigot. You just
Don't
hate trans
strawman me.
people.
Don't strawman me, or
okay?
I'm going to vote for the left. Do not strawman me. I said
Really
the
quick.
trans stuff went
Just
too
to
far, which
say
is what
where
you
I'm
said in our
coming
debate.
from. Okay, really
Hold
quick.
on,
This is why.
Sondsol, shut up. Sondsol, shut up.
Oh my
We're
God.
having a back and forth. Okay, Tolly, finish your thought.
I thought that she was done. So
No, Sondsol, she keeps getting interrupted, and that's why Dev's trying to get her in there.
Well, I don't honestly. It's like what Soypil it pauses, doesn't listen to anyone else speaking because he's talking to his stream to then jump in and interrupt and derail the conversation.
No,
Like,
I
what
can
is
hear
the point
two
of this
people at
even?
once. I
Again,
understand.
this is
Now,
a
I'm waiting for you to say
conversation. This
anything
conversation was
substantive.
supposed to- Okay. No, you're right. I have nothing substantive to say. No one should listen to me. Guess what? I'm not sure if you know this or not. No one is being forced to be here. Okay. There are people who are interested in the thought process who have similar critiques of the left. Okay.
Which
And that's
chat?
why
Give me
they're
Tolly's
listening to this
best
conversation and
recommendation. I want to hear
participating.
it.
Okay, Dev, please. Uh-oh.
So I do have a good faith question for you, okay? If you were just voting against the left and not for the right, why didn't you vote third party?
I mean, I wasn't going to vote for Jill Stein, first of all. Okay.
Why not?
I don't align with it. Well, number one, her entire platform was just being an anti-Zionist. Okay, so that's not a platform that I'm going to get behind. And because frankly, I wanted to accurately signify my move, which was directionally to the right. My ideological shift since 2021, when this started for me, has been to the right. Now that puts me firmly in the center. Depending on who I'm talking to, people say I'm either center left or center right, but I'm not all the way on the right. I am not a Republican. But my views have moved in the direction of the right. And yeah, I don't know. Like again, Jill
So
Stein
you've
was
moved
not an
right, but
appealing
you're going to
candidate
move.
for me
You're
at all.
going to vote left in the next election after you've moved right.
So I didn't say I was going to vote left in the next election. I said I would not vote for Trump again, which by the way doesn't matter because Trump is not going to be running again.
Well,
And,
you should listen to what
I
he's
am-
saying and what he said before the election about violating the 22nd Amendment and running for a third term. But maybe that didn't matter to you because the left was mean. Sorry.
So,
Yeah, see, again, it's like it is such a fucking straw man. Oh, because the left was me and you just change your entire worldview. That's not what happens for people. And this is again why I say I don't actually appreciate the way that Whick is describing it. I doubt that he's even giving his uncle a fair shake when he describes his uncle's transformation. And you're not going to like the answer to this because again, you think that anyone who's anti-woke is just a racist and a bigot and all of this stuff.
I don't think
But it's
that.
not
Don't straw
just,
man me,
oh,
please.
It's not just
I'm very anti-woke, actually. You can watch a couple of my videos on the soypillchannel.com.
you're super anti-woke. It's not just, oh, people on the left are interpersonally mean to me. It's also what the left is. So it's not just, oh, I'm a white guy and people, keep calling me racist. It's also a dogma of saying that white people are inherently evil, inherently racist, have to start out
Who's saying this that made you vote for the
atoning
right?
for their sins. Who's saying this?
Yeah, who's saying? I'm not saying no one says this, by the way. Because, by the way, I went to a very liberal college in 2016, so I'm very aware. But I also didn't like drop all of my like policies and vote for the right. So I'm just curious, who is saying this? That you're like, oh well, if I vote for the left, this will become more prominent, and they'll say that white people are inherently evil, and this is indicative of future things to come. So I got to vote for the guy who's threatening to run for a third term and is going to overturn my gay marriage.
This started out on the far left in academic spaces, and it has absolutely stretched into normal liberal discourse, where even if they're not saying, oh, white people are inherently evil, they are talking about whiteness as inherently oppressive. They are racializing in the way that they speak about the country and the policies that they implement. And there are a lot of people who feel like, I'm not going to vote for a party that hates me or that specifically wants to discriminate against me in some type of effort to atone for a history of racism or something like that.
So Tally, I completely agree with you, and I know exactly what you're getting at, but I still want to know why the right then? Like, why not vote at all? Why not vote independent? Why not write-in? Why not just why vote for Trump specifically?
Sure. So even since the election, I'm absorbing new information and my thinking, changes. Saipul, you are literally so aggravating. It's incredible.
Welcome to the club.
Because I had moved to the right. That's how I viewed myself. I viewed myself not just as
Kyle's
the
gonna
left
calm me
left
down,
me
okay?
and the left has gone too crazy.
Kyle's gonna say something
but
really
also
smart
I
and calm
viewed
me down.
myself as actually moving to the right. And again, I think part of this is because I was sort of looking at the left and the right in the way that Tim Pool does. I brought this up before, but I think Tim Pool is correct when he says. I think Tim Pool is correct.
See, this is all right. So just Whick, to be clear, self-admitted, I'm as fucking retarded as Tim Pool, and now listen to me, go the fuck away. Who gives a shit what you have to think? Jesus Christ.
Okay. So Paul, hold on. I do just here. I do have one question. One last question.
I didn't get to finish my thought though, so I don't really.
Your thoughts are 20 minutes long and irrelevant, as we have pointed out.
Hold on. Let Tully fucking finish her point, and then people can respond. I want to hear what.
You shouldn't tell me anything. You should disappear. You should hang up now and stop giving any opinions because they're fucking
useless. You should hang
useless.
up if you're triggered. You should hang up.
No, I'm trying to actually win the election. I'm trying to get people like you out of the conversation because you're useless.
Okay. I have a really important question for everyone.
Do we all losing the election for Democrats? This is correct.
Do we all believe in democracy here? Do we value democracy or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Radically.
Yeah.
Okay. If we value democracy, and sorry, my camera, I think it's working. Maybe it's not. Whatever.
We can see you.
If we value democracy, then if we disregard what 50% of the population says, how do we do democracy?
Kyla, I spoke so highly of you, and then you came in with that silly question. We're not saying disregard what they say. No one's saying that. No one is saying that.
You said literally shut up and go away.
No, you get off this panel. Let's not figure out why 50% of the people are voting for Trump. There's a very different.
How are you going to address?
Tally has already told us why she voted for Trump, because the left was too woke. Okay, that's the extent of which we need to listen to her, and now we can focus on messaging. But that's.
Well, hold on.
How are you going to address the large amount of people that, whether you like it or not, do vote based on vibes? And I'm not saying either about who was mean to me right before I went into the voting booth, but people vote based on vibes. We have to acknowledge that and address it.
Yes, I'm very aware, but we don't have to have them on the panels constantly saying the same things over and over and over. That's completely useless drivel.
Yeah, but then your criticism is just for Whick. It's not really for Tally. Tally's going to come on because Whick be telling Whick stop having MAGA voters.
My criticism is also for
Whick
for platforming people I don't think should be talking at all.
The next question is: does the system still work, and do we still believe in the system? Do we believe in the system as it exists, or do we think it's broken beyond repair and we have to engage in different types of tactics to win?
We obviously have to engage in different kinds of tactics to win because we lost in the last election.
Okay, when I ask different kind of tactics, I explicitly mean, should we engage in anti-democratic tactics in the way that the right is doing?
Example, what would be an example of
stacking the court.
Is that anti-democratic?
I would say to some degree, yeah, if you're like partisanly trying to stack the court in your favor, and then the court is ruling based on partisan politics instead of based on what the court is supposed to do, yeah, I would say that that's
Well, I didn't say any of that. I did say that we should probably pack the court because the Republicans have stolen, what, 2 court seats from us?
Sure.
They're
Okay, so we want the
actively
same
giving
return.
God powers to the president.
Yeah. I get it. So we should engage in stacking the court. Should we do misinformation and lie? Because that seems to be really effective for the Republicans.
No, I think that is
Why
coming
not?
to roost for them.
You say that.
I mean,
how
they're
many times did
now
Trump
having
lie
to
in
deal.
his
They're
first-
still having to deal with the. Right now, they're having to deal with the Epstein stuff. Maybe I'll change my opinion on the lying stuff in the future. Right now, I don't think that we have to lie. I don't think that that's going to have to happen at any point.
I would like to not go towards lying because I think already we live in a very post-truth like space, and I think we need to move away from that.
Sure. Okay.
Well,
so
not just that, but also history has shown that when you have just a regime of liars, it might take some time. It might take decades, but eventually reality snaps back. And the longer it takes, the worse the snapback. It's going to be fucking terrible, and it will inevitably happen. So
Yeah.
I don't think we should go down that road.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we should lie.
Okay, so then the next question would be, do you guys think that like shaming and bullying is an effective way to move people away from their position or towards your position?
I think I'm 60-40 on that being effective. I think that we obviously have that as a function in society. We don't, people feel shame when they walk outside and they're naked, right? So that is something that we have.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a good question, Rick. I've been waiting for someone to fucking donate.
Okay, so the question would be, should we shame fat people? Is that effective for getting them to change their lifestyle and lose weight? What's the data show?
I don't know the data on that.
The data shows it's not very effective, right? Like we've been bullying fat people forever. Nobody likes fat people. People always treat fat people terribly. Nobody likes to look at them. It's not very effective at getting people to lose weight.
Are you
Why is
telling me that I have a question for you? Are you telling me that I should not treat Trump supporters badly?
I'm asking you, what is the difference between getting people to move their position on different things, right? So shame, as you said, works really well for getting people to go inside and not be naked by and large. But it doesn't work very well for getting people to lose weight. So the question that's, I think, really important
Well, it used to be really helpful for getting
useful?
people. It used to be really helpful for people staying in the closet on being racist. Because if you were outwardly racist, people would not vote for you again, and people would, fire you from your job, like the Don Imus guy. Like
Yeah, it
that
made
was
everyone
something
more
that would
polite.
happen.
That's true. It made everyone more polite, and I'm sure black people
so
are super happy that we made everyone more polite, not made them less racist. Yeah, I'm sure
Do you
black
think
people.
that
And now
people-
there's
do
a
you think
segment.
that-
Now there's a segment
Do you
of
think
the
that
left
people
that's
would
probably
prefer
racist.
it? Do you think that
So,
people would
look where we
prefer
got
it
them.
if it was, more,
Yes,
in
black
society
people say all
shameful
the
to be
time that they
racist?
would absolutely prefer the racism to be explicit.
So what you're
it's a
saying
lot
to
less
me right
fucking
now is that
gaslighting.
what
and
you're telling me,
wait,
what you're telling me
what?
right now is that it would
This
be
is
a better
absolutely
world.
true.
No, hold on, Erudite. What you're telling me right now is that
Okay.
it would be a better world if we didn't shame people for being racist and that everyone just says the N-word because
at least
Is that
they're
what I
open
said?
about it. That's kind of what
well,
you're
that's
alluding to. That,
literally
like,
the argument that you were
Sondsol.
making at me.
That's not the argument that I was making. If you want to add new things to your delusion, don't interrupt me right now. I only have a little bit of time.
repeat
I'm just going to talk over you, Sondsol. I'm just going to talk over you. I've done that a million times before. If you want to add on new things to if you want to add on new things to what I said, sure, you can fight that ghost. But I'm over here. If you want to talk to me, you can talk to me.
Sure, repeat
Obviously,
the point.
What I'm not saying here is that we should just whatever fan fiction you just wrote. The actual thing that's important here is the data on the efficacy of shame. That's what matters here. So for example, is the world a better place when people are open about their racism versus inward about their racism? Well, it depends on what we mean by outward. But if you want to target racism, it's going to be a lot more effective to actually change hearts than to just make people polite, right? That's one thing that we could talk about. That's probably more important work than just making them polite. Although I agree, making them polite is nice, right? And so the question is, what is shame effective as? And the data shows us shame is really effective at getting people to change simple behaviors that don't cost too much. And it's extremely ineffective at making people do lifestyle and monumental shifts in perspective. This is why it's really not effective with overweight people, because it's a lifestyle change. It's not just like one thing. And it's also ineffective at making people not racist. Yeah, it makes them more polite, but it doesn't actually make them more racist. And so what we need to do on the left is have a nuanced attack where we go, how do we do multiple things at once, right? At what point in time should we shame people? Like, for example, when MAGA keeps losing to AI over and over and over again, I think that's a totally reasonable time to shame them, right? When they're just like spewing misinformation like Tucker Carlson was found to do, I think that's a completely reasonable time to shame them. However, when they're saying things like, I feel gross and disgusting when I'm around left people, they make me feel like I'm not worth being like a good human being, and I kind of hate them for their hypocrisy, we need to look at that and not go, you're right, I should stop being mean. We need to go, how do we change that perspective? Because shaming them to make them like us more isn't going to fucking work.
That. I don't think anyone here is arguing against that. I'm certainly not arguing against that.
Have you not been here? Hold on. Have we
I don't know what soy pill.
There
I
you
don't
go,
know if I heard soy pill say that we should just be shaming people for the fun of shaming people, because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy
just to clarify,
pills.
and I'll clarify again.
It did sound like Erudite was accurately describing soy pills to me.
Okay, well, let me clarify.
His demeanor maybe, but his points, no.
Okay, I gotta go. Peace and love. Thanks for letting me bum.
Drop the fucking retarded point and then fucking peace out. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's the whole point here. Demeanor matters.
Okay, real quick. Were you?
Well, first of all,
demeanor does not fucking matter.
No, it fucking doesn't.
Yes, it does. Oh my
God. Then why does
Oh,
Trump win? If demeanor matters, Whick.
Quick question.
If demeanor matters, why do any fucking conservative commentators have any fucking careers? If demeanor matters, if any of the shit that you're telling me that I fucking need to care about matters, then why the fuck do any of the people on the other side have careers, have fucking political jobs, have fucking appointed positions in the government?
If I won the lottery one time, why isn't it? Why are you telling me not to play the lottery?
Sorry.
Again,
let me say something.
I won the lottery once. It happened.
What is that?
Oh, what is going on? Because you're pointing to a single win. Once. One election.
Wait, it's not just that. It's not just that. There are different types of people voting for different reasons. So it was the same thing like your question, like how many people do you think voted because they were bullied into voted for Trump? Well, I think very, very few. I don't count myself in that group.
Well, yeah, that's the entire reason I wanted to be in here,
did.
because it felt like there was an outsized amount of the conversation added on or ascribed to that.
That's the conversation, but that is the conversation that we are having, right? And so, yeah, how should
it feels like there's an easy answer. You say no and then you move on.
Hold on.
Sorry, yeah, I'm triggered.
No,
I'm letting you talk.
Sorry,
yeah, I'm wrong.
To yell that at you.
I'm in the wrong. Go ahead.
Okay. You can make these Trump is so evil and he's a bully and stuff, and there are right-wing commentators who are so aggressive and cruel and all this. That doesn't mean that all of the people who voted for Trump are watching those people, are listening to those people, are attracted to that type of politicking or that personality. Okay, so there are people who voted for Trump who listen to centrists, who listen to heterodox people, who don't listen to Jack Posobiec, who think those people are fucking crazy freaks as well. Okay, so again, you're trying to group everyone in, and frankly, you shouldn't be Dems shouldn't be fighting to win over lifelong conservatives or conspiracy theorists. Populist right-wingers. They should be trying to win over the centrists and the disaffected liberals and the people who were formerly their allies and the people who still share values with them. And that is where this conversation, and that is where this conversation is most relevant. So comparing it to the extremes on the right, when that's not what attracted the.
Wait. Can I just say, okay, I just want to say something really quick, and then I want to ask a question. Okay, so. First off, the whole thing about these conservative commentators who are performatively cruel, their main purpose is not swaying their electorates. Their main purpose is to entertain. Like, of course they're going to be performatively cruel. That, like, people are paying to see that shit. They love that. It's entertainment.
The point is that clearly those people aren't causing these swaths of people to vote for the left. So why is this somehow a problem when the left does it?
Here's
I know. Hold on, just real quick. I know a ton of people who will never vote Republican because of how Tucker Carlson and etc.
Commentators are entertainment. They're not like the average people next to you.
Also, can I be mean then, Star? Am I allowed to be mean since I'm a commentator?
Yes, you can. You can be mean,
okay,
but
cool.
It also did work. Like, there's an entire industry of never Trump Republicans.
Well, there's a
the bulwark. I mean, like
you say it did work. We lost.
I'm still talking.
There are people
I'm still talking. I want to finish what I'm saying. Okay. Sorry to be obnoxious, but like unless I start doing it, like everybody's kind of talking over me.
Your mic is kind of bad, to be honest. But
It's really hard to hear you. I'm sorry.
You never win whenever you're talking at the same time as someone else. You lose every time because your mic is lower than the other person's. Just
Okay,
so
I
you
had
know.
no idea. I'm turning up my gain. So okay, like I'm sorry, but like the purpose of we're not
She's about
talking
to
about
sound like
what
fucking
commentators should be
Hawes.
doing, what entertainers should be doing. We're talking about like average people talking to other people. And secondly, like this claim that we're not doing, like we're not talking about shaming people here. That's absolutely not true. Like what was like Soy Pill doing as soon as he came in here, right? Like that was
Yeah, but did you hear me clarify that obviously you can reach out to these people, find out why they voted for Trump, and try to talk them out of it? But also, we shouldn't be listening to them as to what the Democratic strategy moving forward is, because clearly they vote based on fucking retarded policies, and they don't have good advice.
That's not what I'm talking
This is the
about.
problem. Soy Pill thinks you should only be talking people out of their vote. You shouldn't be curious about why they changed or what pushed them away.
I'm not saying that at all. Obviously, when you talk them out of their vote, you have to understand why they did it.
Okay, enough. Stardust has to finish her thought.
I'm going to drink bleach right now on camera. Okay, so that is not what I'm talking about, Soy Pill. Like what you're saying, fine, that's fine. You talk to people of all these different like leanings, but the point is, you did still come on here, and your first thing to do was to take Tali to task and shame her for like basically
right, because she's going on a media tour about, well, how do you win me over? I'm so important. Look, everybody.
People are asking. Yeah, I mean,
yes, and I'm mad at you too, Whick.
Including Sondsol, who I was
aware.
supposed to go on his channel yesterday. Had
You
to
are part of the
reschedule.
problem.
I mean,
including Erudite, including
Kyla. Kyla's
Live and learn.
Yes, you're all part of the problem.
Listen,
Okay,
this is
okay.
where I'm coming from.
I don't know what's going on here.
I do want to hold on. I do want to read some super
I
chats.
have no idea.
I do want to read some super chats, and I want to get Stardust. Stardust has to finish her thought, and then I'm going to read some super
I
chats.
finished my thought. I'm just asking, am I still quieter than everybody?
No, but you sound like Hawes.
You sound
It's just
completely
like
blown
it's a little
out.
blown out.
Here.
Yeah.
So turn down your gain and turn up your level.
Up my level.
Yeah, turn up your
That sounds
level,
better.
Star.
Do
Jesus
more
fucking
ASMR.
Christ.
Keep talking. Keep talking.
Stardust.
I don't know what my level is. Oh, how do I
That's
turn
whatever
it
you're doing
on?
now. Keep doing that. That's perfect.
It's better
Yeah, you
already.
sound pretty good now. Yeah.
I didn't do anything. I just turned my gain down.
That's
worked.
good.
So you're at the perfect point now.
I want to read some of these super
Yeah,
chats,
just
make a little more money.
Far away from my mic or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I want to read some of these super chats, make a little more money, and then we're gonna give it to Dev, then Sondsol, then yeah. $5 from Sneaky Skeleton to say, I voted for Kamala in 2024 and Biden in 2020 because Trump and the right made fun of them. This is a very valid viewpoint, and you should trust me. Thank you for $5. $5.
Bring him
from
on.
Greg
Bring him
Jones
on. I
to
want to hear what
say,
his strategy is.
At Dev, I agree about going after Trump, but Biden did that because he was trying to unify and appeal to the center and right. It got him nothing. $2 from Alexander Rin to say test. It worked. $10 from Artemis Fowl to say we are smarter. Also, we lost to literally Hitler, who wants to mass deport all brown people and wants to become king. Imagine holding these two positions simultaneously. $5 from AKA Batozai to say, Soy Pill, what's the most corrupt Democrat president you would still vote for? And is there any position on the right you support?
I support I don't support the completely let's not regulate guns at all. I think Democratic gun policy is ass backwards. Corrupt politician. I mean, I think Joe Biden did some corrupt stuff. I would still vote for him. So I don't know who the most corrupt Democrat is.
Sure. $10 from I'm the most corrupt Democrat. Okay. $10 from Audacity to say, if I go to Double Eagle, I expect the finest quality. If I go to the Dusty Dive Bar in West PA, I expect nothing. Dems are promising the finest quality and failing. That is why you introspect. $2 from Smokey D Bandit to say, Sondsol, we say fuck you too. $20 from Alexander Rin. Soy, you are not only bad faith idiot. His spelling, not mine. Says, you know nothing about people. Nobody cares that you're mean. They care if you act like you're better than them and spend your time shaming them for opinions you don't like.
I'm better than him because I didn't spend money to have to say my dumb fucking opinion. I just had to ask Whick.
$10 from DJ. No, everyone who spends money on Whick is the smartest, the best looking, Just the best people. DJ Monotonous for $10 says, Tolly, you're unironically worse than a Trump voter. If you knew how bad Trump was and would be and still voted for him, you don't deserve a platform. Just vote for what's better for the country, not you. Thank you for the
You left. You got to repeat it.
You got to say that one when she's back. Please read it
I'll
when
read
she's
it when
back.
she's back. I'll say that for when she's back. I didn't notice she left till just now. $5 for
she's back. Read it again.
I keep my headphone in. Of course, I heard everything. I didn't miss a beat.
$10. Okay. $10 from Artemis Fowl to say, Dev, these are your intellectual peers. $5.
I am a centrist, Artemis. Come on,
Wait,
you know that I'm
is
not
that
on the left.
disparaging to us or elevating to Dev?
It is
I don't think Artemis has any room to speak, by the way. I don't think Artemis has any room to speak when he literally acts like he's better than everybody. You think that helps? You think that helps you, Artemis? Nobody likes being around you, okay? Because you're insufferable.
Look,
So
everyone who spends money
my God,
on Whick TV is
Stardust.
special and
Sorry.
loved. Okay.
Wait, Stardust, this is just wait a second. Stardust, does this mean we're not playing any more Project Zomboid with Artemis? Is that done?
no, I'm a little bit joking, but it's true he does act like I'm a little bit joking. I'm not serious about like nobody wanting to be around him, but I'm not joking about him acting like he's better than everybody. Okay, like like you have no place to speak, Artemis. I'm sorry, you act like you're better than everybody, and it's so fucking annoying.
Okay, $5 from Smokey D Bandit to say, Soy, you don't realize we want you to keep being mean, keep being edgy, keep thinking you're superior. You guarantee our win, and it's funny, little man.
Okay.
Thank you for the $5. $10 from Audacity to say, if anyone here doesn't think they are as as Tim Pool, I wonder what it's like to live in a house with no mirrors. $5 from Artemis.
I never even got to finish my sentence about Tim Pool because that got derailed.
We'll get to it.
Making
Let me
fun
get
and
through
shaming
these.
too. Yeah.
People keep giving me money. Tolly, from Artemis Fowl, $5. Say, Tolly, the answer is simple. They tried to unalive Trump. You survive an attempt, you get the White House. Fair is fair. $2 from Hunter Rung. Is this for Collins? Kind of. We opened it up once, the thin end of the wedge. And
we got a lot of people backstage, huh?
We're not.
I don't like smug people in general. I just think it's fucking irritating, okay? And so when you guys come in here acting smug, aka soy pill over here, okay? Nobody fucking likes it. I don't like it from right wingers and I don't like it from left wingers. So yeah.
Are you gonna vote for Trump now?
Who, me?
Yeah, because I was smug.
No, fuck no.
Okay,
Are you
cool.
kidding me?
Just checking.
$50 from Alexander Wrin to say the Democrats weren't running a candidate that people wanted to vote for. They ran one assuming Trump would lose with the lawsuits and January 6th insurrection. They didn't care to do anything, just run with the status quo as usual. They never learn. $5 from Audacity to say Sondsol proving in real time he doesn't know any black people. $5 from Artemis Fowl
What was that?
to
in
say
regard to?
remember
What
all
are
the
we talking
KKK
about?
members Daryl Davis shamed publicly and made them less racist and leave the Klan. $5 from Jake and Bake.
That's true.
Wicks,
That's true.
both right and wrong. Demeanor matters, but only when you're Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and Mitch McConnell. Again, this idea. No, I got to read my super chats. But this idea that the Republicans aren't affected by this at all is silly. It's just it's not true. $5 from Artemis Fowl. I can answer why conservatives are popular, even though you hate them, but I want you people not to change anything, so you continue to lose. $50 from Audacity to say you have served penance to the Death Watch primaries. Okay, I get to put my shirt back on. Hell yeah. Okay, $5 from Deej Nuts to say everyone else is part of the problem except me. $5 from Non-Fawn to say, Tolly, have you heard of the Shrimp Welfare Project? $5 from Louis
Do you donate to it, Tolly? You should. I'm with Non-Fawn on this one.
I didn't hear it.
The shrimp.
So do you know what it is?
I still can't hear what welfare project?
The Shrimp Welfare Project is when you donate money to a project that will anesthesize shrimp before they kill them so they don't feel pain, maximizing utility of suffering. So you should donate.
Okay.
Probably not.
$5 from Louis to say the combos that Dems should be
right-winger.
having among each other are not and should not be the same as combos they should have with right-wing or undecided voters. Yes and no. I don't necessarily disagree with that. $10 from Landon Stewart to say, why reach across the aisle? Joe tried and they hate him. Why not just appeal to your base like conservatives? Because our base is smaller. Who's the last conservative to try to reach across the aisle and they win most elections? Look again, our base is smaller. And if we only go where our base, we'll lose every time. Our base is smaller than the Republicans.
What
It just is.
in what capacity? We lost the popular vote once, and like that's the one that you keep pointing to is like,
The
oh, this is a
two
lottery,
times
this is
we've
a
lost the
fluke.
popular vote.
Like, yeah, Ronald Reagan and that, like, right? So the base is bigger. Wick.
$2 from Glitterbell to say.
Are you not going to address that?
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm sorry,
If
like
we
Democrats
lived
have
in a-
more
hold on,
voters.
If
What
we
are you
lived in a
talking
system
about?
without the electoral college, you might be correct, but we do live in a system with the electoral college, and it doesn't matter.
Well, then
if
we
you
don't
have
talk about expanding
200
the
billion
base and then
people
like
in
act.
California.
Don't
it does not matter.
hold on. Don't fucking talk about expanding the base and then fucking talk down to us, explaining it away with the electoral college. Okay.
I'm not explaining. I'm explaining. Hold on.
If you're expanding the base,
okay, so
it's more
you
people
understand
voting for
that
you.
Even if you get 200 bazillion people in California to vote for the president,
It's
of the
not worth
United
fighting
States,
over. Never mind. It's
they
fine.
only get what 54 electoral votes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Sands knows how the electoral college works, Wick.
Certainly. So it doesn't matter how many people in California care. Or
Wait, hold
want
on.
to vote,
Actually,
as long as we
everybody
get
else.
them-
Am I having a stroke? Am I wrong for like that?
No. So the issue ultimately, Wick, is that when you say base, that implies raw numbers.
It does, but raw numbers as included in each state.
I don't think that when I hear the word base.
Yeah. Okay.
Republicans have more registered voters than Democrats.
True too. $2.
But we still win the
they don't
popular
matter.
vote every
Like
time.
all
That's
the
because
people
of
who
all the
are saying, "Oh,
illegals.
I'm a Democrat," but then never have seen the inside of a voting booth. Who fucking cares? $2 from Glitterbell to say, "What's Tolly's
We get
take on
more
traffic,
votes.
right?"
What are you talking about?
We
don't
had
dismiss
whole-
that as if we don't get more votes in almost every single fucking election, -2. From what was it?
But are
Bush
those
and then
voters?
Trump 4.
Are those voters
24,
all
or with you.
Democrats, or are they independents who side with Democrats?
That doesn't matter.
Yes,
for the
it does,
question,
because
not for the question that you was asked.
Are not part of our base. They are undecided voters that we appeal to beyond our base, that we reach above our base, right, to pull them in. And if
Do
we
you
don't
think
get
that we're
them, we
on
lose.
average appealing to it? Okay, never mind. Let's just keep
Okay.
going.
$5, yeah, because you're wrong. $5
Okay.
from Phil Marr, sorry to say, Soy Pill has bigger muscles than you. I bet you're jealous. It's true. I am jealous of Soy Pill's muscles. That is correct.
I told him he
$2.
doesn't. I don't have to ask. I know Wick compliments me. He's very nice about it. Thank you,
Yeah,
Wick.
$2 from Phil Marr to say, "Can you ask Soy to do a peck pop?" Not for $2. You're gonna.
He's
have
been
to give more money.
by the way, the reason I keep muting is because he's been spamming me $2, $5 donations to like flex and shit for him, and I'm
Oh,
like,
shit,
dude, I'm not performing for you on this. I want to have a conversation, but now he's doing it in your chat, so you have to say it out loud. But
Well,
here's
I will look
little
if
peck pop.
it's a problem, I can say, "Hey, Phil Marr, look, if you want me to talk, Phil Marr, you got a $10 minimum, okay?" AKA Batozai says Democrats are responsible for Mitch McConnell. Mantis for $5 New Zealand dollars. I don't know how much
Funny money.
it is.
Ugh.
Soy Pill makes me want to vomit. I hope Dems kick people like him out of the discussion.
I'm gonna vote even harder for Dem. I'm canvassing for 10 new homes because of that comment.
$5 from Audacity to say, talking about the popular vote when base is mentioned is hilarious. Thank you for the $5. Okay, that said, Dev, then Sondsol. Go ahead.
Was it my turn?
I
don't
don't
have
know.
anything.
Fuck. I don't know.
Okay.
Sondsol, go ahead. Sondsol, go ahead.
Listen, this is all I was going to say. Like I'll open the kimono here a little bit. My strategy coming in here is I was going to ask that one question. Yes, that's a saying, Soy Pill. All right. Maybe I'm old and I just am saying some old
I gotta
ass shit
Google it.
here.
I've never heard that. Is that like flashing someone?
It's revealing. Listen, so this is where I'm coming from. Okay. 2016 happened. It fucking was a massive shock to all liberals, right? From 2016 to the 2024 election, basically the underlying thought process for me was, why the fuck did people vote for him? Let me understand conservatives. I'm from the deep fucking South. I have family that voted for Trump who are Trump voters. I don't actually want to kill all of them, right? So that's like where I'm coming from. Also, where I'm coming from is I've seen Democrats try to reach out across the aisle who have made overtures, who have made, every effort in the world, not perfectly, because, they still want to pass bills that they want to pass, but they have made overtures to the right, and then the right makes no overtures to the left. The right is fucking going full demon mode right now, to a point that has made me like completely change my view
Stardust,
of
answer your
humanity.
DM real quick, please.
It's unfucking real. They've lost their fucking minds. And I'm super anti-lefty. I used to fight with them all the time, but it's not worth fighting with them right now because the right has lost their fucking mind. And that's where I'm coming from. And that's why I wanted to have that conversation. I admit I did not watch the conversation, the Live and Learn one, because I didn't want to get too poisoned one way or another. I watched like the first 10, 15 minutes of it to get an idea. So yeah, I didn't want to get poisoned against the idea of talking with you or anything. Oh, fuck.
And I didn't watch because I heard they weren't very mean to you. So I don't think they probably said anything good.
They weren't mean to her, but they should have been.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I recall what I was going to say before. I've got it.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I remember my point. Okay, so, Sondsol, I think this is where you might be wrong, okay?
Okay, tell me.
So this is something I mentioned earlier, but I think it went over everyone's head. The title of the stream is not, are the Democrats too mean to centrists or other Democrats, or is the left too mean to people and it drives them rightward? Because like I said before, that happened a bit in 2016. It's happening less now, I think. The title is, are the Democrats responsible for the rise of MAGA? And they can be responsible in multiple ways. Being mean is one way. Now, I think the way that they're responsible for it
really
is
quick,
they did not destroy. I want to finish this. They failed to destroy MAGA in 2021. That's how the Democrats are actually responsible for MAGA's current rise. Because they did not fucking destroy them, and they should have. And we can hold them accountable for that. Because I guess maybe, Biden thought, oh, I'm going to be this great reconciliator, and it just didn't fucking happen. So perhaps the Democrats next time around need to, be a little bit more, be a little bit less handshaking, a little bit more with a sword, basically.
Right, I say that, and then Whick starts screaming at me and saying that I'm too mean.
You are.
Can I ask something really quick?
Sure. What's up?
So, I just have a question. Soy Pill had a lot of issues with just even Tolly being on this panel. So Soy Pill, are you one of these people who's like very much for like you shouldn't platform so and so people, like that? Are you like very like?
No. Here, let me clarify one more time, okay? I don't think that talking to people like Tolly is useless. I don't think that Tolly's opinions are useless. I think understanding why Tolly voted is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. However, this is what Tolly has to offer us. Here's my dumb fucking reason I voted in 2020. Here's how you can win me back. Cool. Now go away forever. Because I need to actually appeal to voters who vote based on principle and policy, and not people who are going to look at all the horrible things that have been happening for the 8 years and say, well, I don't know, I'm still on the fence about this, because I honestly think you're fucking retarded. So let's get those sentences out and then disappear.
Okay, hold on. Soy Pill. I want to actually directly address this, okay? So I'm a voter. I am a voter who has absolutely zero principles, okay? No principles whatsoever.
I actually don't know. Like, are you
No, here. You know what? Whichever side gives me the most blowjobs, I'll vote for you. So, listen, you give me a blowjob right now, I'll vote Democrat. Will you do it?
No, because then some Trump voter will give you 2 blowjobs, and then I'm fucked, right? It's not worth the time.
Okay, fine. You know what? Fair enough.
Voting Republican.
First person to suck me off gets the vote.
Oh, then I'm on my knees already, buddy.
Okay, base, let's do it.
This is canvassing, right? Like, I'm going to go around, I'm going to suck so many dicks for the Democratic Party. I would lay down my life. I would guzzle buckets of cum, as they say. It would happen.
I'm just really curious.
like the
Lav,
type.
why are you here?
I
Is
saw.
that like a haha, you're gay? Like, good one, Lav.
Nothing gets past you. Nothing gets past you.
No, it's just a very
I
lame
saw the title and I was like, I think that I have a good opinion.
Can I just ask before you say your opinion? Is this like the crazy Destiny lady, or this is a different Lav?
It is.
Well, I'm actually completely vindicated, as you might have learned recently. But
I would rather not call her the crazy Destiny lady. She is her own person with her own
Well, that's
thoughts.
the only reason
right?
I know her. But anyway, go on. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm also I'm not just the crazy Destiny lady. I'm the crazy dog fucking girl. I'm the crazy Jewish Mexican girl. I'm the Kiwi Farms girl.
That's
Yeah,
quite the
yeah,
career.
I'm the crazy turd.
It's
I'm the
okay,
crazy
Lav. I'm
turd.
like the designated punching bag for everybody. So we have, that in common. So
Yeah. But just so you know, I was vindicated. Anyway, which actually goes along with what I was going to say. is that I think that Democrats have caused it only because they made the world such a awful, dangerous place recently, and everything is topsy-turvy and upside down. And people are saying, oh, I think actually you guys are fucking nuts. And I am actually seeking safety. I think one of the big I think that women are leaving the Democratic Party in hordes because of Democratic men. I think something that was really blackpilling for like a ton of women was just how see-through men are becoming. These liberal men who are actually predators are becoming in the media. I think that was like huge. I think that it's easy to see now that
are we doing the?
These
Are we going to like
wait,
sit
wait,
here
wait.
and just like?
Yeah, these
How
predator
many
men need
rage
to-
bait statements are we
Wait,
going to get through before we give her the attention she wants?
Can I strong
All
man
right,
her
she
point?
wants attention. She's given us every rage
Wait,
bait
wait,
fucking thing that she
wait.
could say. Are we going to
Wait.
give her the attention,
Wait.
or are we going
Irrelevant?
to have the conversation we were doing?
Can I strongman her
She's
point for a
genuinely that
second? Yeah.
retarded.
Can I strongman the point? Okay, from a feminist perspective, right? The one thing I would say is that this whole thing of not being tough on crime, I think it doesn't serve females very well, right? Now I don't know.
She
I
just
don't know
said that people were leaving the left because of predatory men, and then say, "Oh yeah," and they went and voted for Trump, the guy who bragged about groping women's fucking pussies. Like, yeah, if you
I
do
didn't
that,
say for
I'm not-
Trump.
yeah, that's fucking retarded.
That's not what the panel's about. It's not specifically for Trump.
It actually is about the MAGA movement and Democrats playing into it. So that is what the
it's
panel's
not
about.
specifically.
I don't know
for
what
Trump.
I don't know what her specific point is.
Okay,
and
but you're
there
coming
are-
in and probably giving
I
a
mean,
much better point, Star, to your credit, because you're not a stupid person. But that's not what she's saying. She's saying
You
something
don't.
much
You
stupider.
didn't. You actually
She's
didn't
not
even
saying
realize what I was
anything.
saying. You
She's
couldn't
just-
even. You couldn't even repeat it back to me.
Lav, you just said people are leaving the Democratic Party in droves
Right,
because
and
of
what
these
reasons?
predatory feminist liberal
That's one of them.
men.
What were the,
right?
what were the other things?
And
What was
that's
the other
a
thing I
stupid.
said?
Well, hold on. I
What's
got
the other
triggered
thing I
on that
said?
point because that's a stupid fucking retarded
Of course you did,
point,
because
just
you're
to say.
emotional and you're
because you
feminine.
said a dumb, stupid
But what was
point.
the first thing I
You're
said?
calling me feminine. It's like, oh, this is why the people are leaving the left. Anyway, I criticize people by saying
What was the
feminine
first
as a
thing I said?
derogatory
Sorry,
term.
I'm not
I don't
gonna
know.
let
You say a lot of retarded
finish
shit, but you can repeat
The
it.
first thing I said. Okay, I said that the Democratic Party has made the world an unsafe place.
Yeah, that's
The Democratic Party are making the world an unsafe
People
place.
are seeking
crime,
safety,
right?
and yes,
Policies
people are
and
seeking
crime.
safety, normalcy, even even if the identity politics are making people scared for their children. I think that
Yes,
we have
I'm
entered
aware of all this.
a very a free world. Thank God for freedom and thank God for liberty. But I think it's a bit.
Listen, folks. How can I still hear Soy Pill? Oh, because I muted her.
White, educated women and women in general vote Democrat far more than any other fucking demographic. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking
and I'm
about.
sorry,
And
the
I don't know why
the
anyone here is taking you seriously.
I disagree with the trad wife
You said
thing.
women are.
Okay, I'm muting. Why are we? What the fuck? Why are we doing this? Like, this is the definition. This is like the exact thing that I do not want to do anymore, is argue with people that don't actually believe. Someone muted Lav, I muted Lav. I deafened and I muted her. I was definitely and muting that shit. I'm not letting that shit seep in here. What the fuck? But like, Jesus Christ, like, it's the exact, like, she doesn't have any values. She doesn't have any true beliefs. She just argues shit because it gets her attention online. It's super, super, super fucking gay. And I don't care for it.
People feel unsafe with certain democratic policies, right? Being lax on crime is not going to win women over, right? The great equalizer for men and women is going to be being tough on crime. I'm sorry, men commit crime way more than women do, and even though men are the victims of crime, it is still something that women think about, right? If men are the victims of crime more than women are, it's still something that women overwhelmingly think about, and it loses moderate Democrat voters when we are not tough on crime. So
I agree with that completely, Star. And like I said, you're going to have a very good point. That is not what
But-
Laura's saying.
But specifically on the trad wife thing, that's just
Because I
vibes based.
said
I'm
it.
sorry. No,
Because you said a
that's-
bunch of stupid shit and then also kind of alluded to a smart point, which then Star elaborated on.
Yeah. And wait, so the trad wife thing is not that's just vibes based. If you look at like all the stats, like when it comes to stay at home moms are generally much more economically vulnerable. They're more unhappy. And I'm sorry, like being reliant on anybody. Being reliant on anybody for an income, you are putting yourself in a like. It's fine if you want to choose that life, but if you it's fine if you want to choose that life, but in general, like being reliant on somebody else for an income does put you in a more vulnerable position. And I do think that as women, you should advocate all women have education and have the skills necessary to provide for themselves if they need to.
I want to hear what Tali has to say. Go ahead, Tali, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I think I find personally a lot of the trad wife messaging very cringe and hollow, but I think there is a reaction that some segment of women are having, and it's a culture. I would call it again a sort of a culture war or a cultural issue, and not just a vibe. But it's there is a portion of women who feel like they were essentially lied to. Basically, that they were sold a bag of goods that is not working out for them in their lives. And the problem is that there is truth to this, right? It's not a prescriptive thing. And that's where I really resent where the right, especially people on the far right, the extreme right, whatever you want to call it, the alt-right, they take this to a prescriptive level and say, well, women should have to stay home. Women shouldn't be able to vote. Women should only do X, Y, or Z. That is obviously overcompensation in the wrong direction. But there are actual differences between men and women on average. We should recognize these things. We shouldn't shame women for wanting some of these things. And we shouldn't set women up with unrealistic expectations of how their life is going to go when they actually exist on a real biological clock. So there are women who are resentful about the society that they find themselves in that doesn't make them alt-right or even want to be trad wives.
What percentage difference in women vote from 2020 to 2024 do you guys think it was? It droves, by the way.
You're per capita?
I've actually got it right here. I
No,
looked it
not
up,
per capita. No.
Okay,
just
so
percentage.
let me.
Hold on. Here.
Well, right, but
No, it's a very simple question.
more people are voting than ever before.
Well,
so
I looked
that has nothing to do with what I just said.
I want to hear the actual stat. Yeah, please.
It's 3% more. It's 3% more people,
Trump
and you can attribute that to a million things that are liberal men.
Oh my God, nobody listens to me on my own goddamn panel.
The liberal men thing was
not Lav on here. Did you really think that you were going to get control of the fucking panel?
Lav is the one that's speaking over me right now.
I would also argue.
I'm being respectful.
Am
I would argue.
Well, for now, we got our. Okay,
please,
I'm good.
Please.
Hold on.
I would argue. Hold on,
sorry.
please let me just get this out. I would argue that Trump is such an odious figure that there are lots of women who are of the mindset that I just described who did not vote for Trump, refused to vote for Trump because they find him such a horrible, sexist, whatever else.
Yep.
But they are disaffected in the way that I just described. And with a less odious figure, they may go over and vote for the right or stop voting for the left in order to prevent Donald Trump. So this population exists even if they didn't show up to vote for Donald Trump in 2024.
Okay,
I'm one of them.
How do you know that they exist? Like, how do you know that number exists?
I want to hear.
They do exist because I live in the world. They literally exist.
Do you have any idea on how to arrive at the number where that comes from?
Oh my God.
I've got the stat. Okay, I've got the stat.
Yeah, get the stat, please.
So in 2016, women broke for Trump at a rate of plus 15. In 2020, it was plus 11, and in 2024, it's plus 7. So in all three elections, they are proportionally voting more for Trump, but that proportion's narrowing each time.
So it's the opposite, actually. Fewer people, because that's not the stat I read.
No,
but
so what Tali actually just said is that, especially now as time has gone on, it would make sense that women would turn their backs on Trump. I'm someone who is a Republican now. I would never in a million years vote for Trump. Never in a million years would I vote for someone who has like a credible rape allegation in my fucking life. And there are so many women like me who feel that exact same way. And what that stat actually suggests is that she's right. So.
Well, just to be clear, women still vote for Trump. Or sorry, voted for Harris more than Trump, but the margin is getting smaller.
I mean, if that's the stat, that's the stat.
Dev, can you send me the stat? Because I wasn't.
We already said. No, I didn't even disagree. I said there was a 3% increase in women voting for Trump from 2020 to 2024, which I was using to demonstrate that droves of people aren't abandoning the Democrats because of Democratic Party policy on women. Do I know what
I have to ask
that it's
this.
not nothing? Yes, it fucking matters.
What are the stats on
Yes.
switching?
Do you mean like, did they cite why? Well, if you look at the top like 3 things that people were worried about, it was like the economy, like wars, and not wars, fucking, what was the other one? I don't remember. It doesn't matter anymore. The point is, it's not fucking like liberal men or policies about like how the
Doesn't sound like
left
you're
is
too
treating
sure the
women.
reason either.
Well, first of all, I'll just give you the number 1 reason, which was the economy. You have no fucking idea. You're just like, oh, it's
Show
because
me.
of this bullshit. Okay, I will.
Show me.
This
It
is
sounds like
very
you're
easily.
spitballing
Yeah.
too, bud.
I said one thing, you completely disregarded it. It's the number 1 thing everyone voted on. It's the economy, and it has nothing to do with gender politics. But let's see what the other reasons are. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, everything.
Well, the economy still affects women in a gendered way, right? So
Yes,
Because of all the pink tax. True.
Right.
Yeah, more than that, but yeah.
Okay.
You know, Andrea Dworkin has a fabulous quote about this specifically, and I can read it if anyone's interested, but
Go ahead, read your
I have to ask a question because my chat is going to riot if I don't. They want me to specifically ask Tali what her thoughts are on trans rights. So,
oh God,
they asked that in Wick's chat too. Can I read the quote really quickly and then you can say?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, right-wing women. This is very true. This is what's happening right now culturally on Twitter, on social media. This is what they're trying to get women on TikTok with the trad wife shit. Right-wing women have surveyed the world. They find it a dangerous place. They see that work subjects them to more danger from more men. It increases the risk of sexual exploitation. They see that creativity and originality in their kind are ridiculed. They see women thrown out of the circle of male civilization for having ideas, plans, visions, ambitions. They see that traditional marriage means selling to one man, not hundreds. That's the better deal. They see that the streets are cold and that the women on them are tired, sick, and bruised. They see that the money they can earn will not make them independent of men, and that they will have to play the sex game of their kind at home and work too. They see no way to make their bodies authentically their own and to survive in the world around men. They know too that the left has nothing better to offer. Leftist men also want wives and whores. Leftist men value whores too much and wives too little. Right-wing women are not wrong. They fear that the left, in stressing impersonal sex and promiscuity as values, will make them more vulnerable to male sexual aggression, and that they will be despised for not liking it. They are not wrong. Right-wing women see that within the system in which they live, they cannot make their bodies their own, but they can agree to privatized male ownership. Keep it one-on-one, as it were.
What year was this written?
Can I interject here? Can I interject here? So I will say,
It was written in the 80s. Okay.
I want to say something. So I understand the perspective of this quote, right? But when you actually look at like how these things bear out, I think that it actually ends up being that a lot of women are in more danger in their own home than they are when they are, going to work. Right? Like, what is the rate of domestic violence? Right? I'm sorry, how many women are killed by their partners? Right? And that poses a, they say that like, you can look at all these things, and obviously safety is a huge issue for women in general, right? That's why we can't be lax on punishing crime. But at the same time, this idea that being stay at home or staying in your home is going to be safer is not necessarily true, because a lot of women encounter their first instance of domestic violence when they get pregnant. Right. A lot of women just end up dying from it. So it's not true.
That's necessarily
right?
the lesson. Yeah. I think that the lesson.
Hold on, just laptop. We gotta let Tali go. Right. We do. She was asked a question, and everyone keeps like, we will never get to the question unless we give mic to Tali. Tali, you were asked about trans rights. We did a whole show on this, by the way. There's a whole show that you can go and look, but I guess people want the TLDR right now. So go ahead.
I think trans people should have rights. I abhor the bullying and cruelty that a lot of people target against trans people, especially on the basis of their appearance. I don't know.
I want to pivot off of
Anyone have a
Tali
more
saying that,
specific
just to be
question?
clear, because I've been really hard on you, Tali. I think you're ultimately probably a good person, and I don't hate you. It is this specific topic of which I am triggered, just so you know. And I wish the best for you and your wife. I hope that Obergefell does not get overturned. Yeah. And I will have Gavin Newsom illegally marry you at the San Francisco courthouse if it is.
Very kind. Thank you.
Okay. Well, gang, I don't know where we're going from here. Lav, finish up your thought, and then we might just kind of.
I was just saying I don't necessarily think that that was the lesson in that is that like to stay home, but I do believe that there is a passion of men of the right wing where they feel more protected, and I feel like in a post sexually open society, post birth control pill, post you know, free sex, free love of the 2000s, women are getting tired and they're getting weathered, and they see men who are ready to take care of them with very pretty words. It doesn't even necessarily need to be true, and I think that women ultimately prefer that because we are just animals after all.
I think
but yeah, that was just
sexism
speaking to women.
sure.
But I think overall,
Sure.
there's more democratic issues that are turning people to MAGA. And I also would like to clarify: I don't think that MAGA. I think that MAGA has become bigger than just Donald Trump at this point. It's a movement.
Yeah,
on its
sure.
own.
I think the best policy for women is to be cynical when it comes to any man talking. I'm sorry to say, but you have to be cynical when it comes to any man talking, whether they're right wing or left wing.
George Floyd.
Because
Even George
I'm
Floyd?
sorry.
Even George Floyd?
Even George Floyd, because you know, men generally are the same, like across the political spectrum. I'm sorry, they commit more crime. Every man is
no,
like
sorry, that's
horny
gonna
as
have an
fuck
issue if we keep
at
going.
every stage of life. Men are their libido is higher than women, even when at the point where women are at their highest in libido. Men still have a much higher libido at every stage in their life than women. And men are not, I guess, not taught to have any self-control. So, you know, I mean, yeah, that's just.
So one of my frustrations, general cultural observation and frustration, is that it does seem like in some ways the left only acknowledges, and I'm not saying you, Stardust, in particular, I don't know your views on these things, but you seem pretty based from what I can gather, but the left seems to only acknowledge these sex differences in these cases, in a case where they can make a case for sexism against women. So if they're trying to prove that women are earning less, right, in the market, or if they're trying to show how women are literally vulnerable in comparison to men in a physical way, they then pretend that men and women are completely equal in their desires and their abilities and in their preferences and all of these things. And that's a frustration that a lot of people, again, there's a lot of people who just who resent the hypocrisy, and it doesn't make them
one of the
enthusiastic Republicans necessarily.
One of the
Can I real quick clarify just the top five things? Because I did look this up and we're going to move on from this week. But the economy, democracy in the U.S., terrorism and national security, Supreme Court picks, and then fifth is immigration, which is like the only one you might be able to spin into maybe it's crime, and then kind of turn that into do I feel safe as a woman? So no, it was none of the things that Lab brought up, just to be 100% clear.
Fair enough, but
No, I heard that women are actually terrified.
I also
of
think that
walking
you're
around
being
cities.
like extremely autistic about this. I think that there are plenty of ways that people vote for things and don't necessarily like track it. What's on the ticket? Are they writing in the reason why they've switched parties? Are they writing in the reason why they're voting?
You would have to even know what
I'm
what
sorry,
they're
are we now
asking.
just
You don't even
all polling isn't valid because we haven't asked every single person about
it's
their
not
opinions.
polling.
Statistics,
No,
we can just throw it out
you
the
are
fucking
acting
window.
like you know. That's the problem. You are acting like you know more than I do, and you don't. You are guessing
I'm
just
going
as I am.
on polling data, and you're going on, well, we can't
I'm
know because we
asking
didn't
you
ask
about the
everyone on their
data.
fucking what do
Listen,
you
I'm
want to do? Do you want
asking
me to
you
send you
about
our
the
links?
data.
What are you
No, I
talking
want
about?
I want to know how they're asking these questions. This
we
is
gotta
not
dive deep into the
they rate
into the
things based
fucking
on
methodology, my
extremely
guy.
important, very important, somewhat important, not important. This is how most polls are done. You can rank topics. You can pick which are your top five. This
So
is a thing.
what topics are on the questionnaire? Can you write it in?
Do you want me to explain
is
to you how
is there
like
any
a
question that
community
hold on
YouGov,
really
like,
quick?
does?
Is there any question that you're
Yes, I
looking
want to
for
explain to me
specifically?
how you're getting
is
this
there
data.
one specifically one specific question that you're looking for to be on there that will satisfy you, or will you hear the list of questions and then after that like ask for the next thing until you can find
Okay, so the
one specific
problem-
thing to get really fucking mad about and then dismiss the entire thing instead of presenting counter counter data or something.
Right. I have a feeling that you're just going to repeat that 3 more times if I don't stop you.
I
so
actually finished
what I
and
was
let you
saying-
speak, you dumb bitch.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay. So the problem
I'll allow it.
that I'm speaking
Thank you,
to,
Whick.
the problem that I'm speaking to with this polling is that I don't think that it's impossible. First of all, polling at all for opinion-based thing is social sciences. You can't really trust it, right? We all know that. We all know that there are hidden
Wick,
motivations.
we know that you have the mental
I'm gonna catch you
fortitude of a
later,
5-year-old.
okay? Fucking what? I'm sorry. That shit's so fucking retarded, dude. I can't. That shit's so fucking stupid. I'm really fucking speechless. Oh, they're saying insanity, making me side with Sondsol. What's going on now? Bullied off the panel by Lav? Yeah, that's what happened. Fucking Jesus Christ, dude. I don't care. I'll care later. I need to talk about this panel. Jump in. Fine. Hey.
Holy fuck. I am so pissed. I've never been so fucking pissed off at these vibe-based fucking people at any point up until today. Like, holy fuck. Your biggest, I'm going to fucking rant real quick. Talia's biggest topic is, Kamala was too mean to Israel. Oh my God. Like,
I haven't even watched her. Like, I watched like the first 15 minutes of their discussion on the Live and Learn.
She mentioned it on the panel that was like it was her moving right on like Israel, or Kamala being too far to the left on Israel.
Jesus.
And like, that's it. That's your fucking like magnum opus fucking policy. Is Kamala too mean? I can't take these people seriously. I can't.
But like here's the thing. I had a whole strategy to go in there and have like a whole conversation. Oh shit, I just realized I haven't turned my camera back on. I had a whole strategy going in there, what I was gonna do and all that shit. But like, man, I'll tell you something. Once Soy Pill started going off, it was my strategy was no longer going to work. So fuck me, dude. Like I think I understand what she's trying to get across, but like it's not any more respectable than the straw man like half exact that we're, like I don't it is vibes based. She admits that, and I wanted to talk to her about it. We'll see if she still wants to talk to me about it tomorrow, but fuck, dude. Like, why are we in one breath going to be saying the Democrats can't act like this, right? Like, look how mean the Republicans were, right? And we did better. But then, love you, miss you. Hey, Jeb, how's it going? You're welcome to jump on here too. You're the only, you're one of two conservatives on Twitter that I see that I still respect. But, like, I don't even know what to say about that fucking panel, dude. I don't even know what to fucking say about it. It was just that fucking stupid. And then Erudite's final point. What was the final point that she made? It made me want to kill myself.
It was about fucking like vote shaming, like that, like, and how it's like not effective. And like, here's the fucking thing. We're not shaming her, or you guys aren't shaming her because like she holds like some bad political like policies or like whatever the fuck her positions. It's because she doesn't have any. She doesn't have anything to speak for. She is just working off pure vibes. And like this whole like, oh, like because like we can't shame fat people into becoming skinny, we also can't fucking like shame like MAGA voters into like becoming liberals. No one's arguing that point, Erudite. No one's fucking arguing
here's
that.
The thing.
She has she has no fucking points.
I didn't want to. I'm trying to still have that conversation tomorrow if she's willing. We'll see when she jumps off of this if she wants to still. But like Not So Erudite was there. Like that's not my point, right? It's not Soy Pill's point. He's making it seem like it's his point though. But also I don't care that he's that mean.
Kind of playing it up a little.
Yeah, I don't care that he's that mean is the thing. I don't care. I can't criticize someone for being that mean because that's how that's how the other side is. And that's how they now they aren't that way to centrists maybe that's the problem, but fuck me, dude. How can they look at that behavior and say that it is worse? Just say it's on par. But to say that
they only
worse,
appeal to the, I'm going to be honest, they only appeal to the centrists who are also like vibes based. Like the fucking, I'm going to sit on the fence. I'm going to fucking ride that shit. Anus perked. I'm going to fucking like sit on that fence right in between. And then, whereas you got some people on the left are like, yo, like that's really stupid. You're just going to sit there and like do nothing. And then you got the Trump voters like, yo, look, those guys they're being really mean for you for sitting on that fence right there. I think you should just sit even farther onto that fence. Come to our side. We love you for doing that. Good job.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand that, but like also, I don't know. There's just like there are key words that she used that like bug the fuck out of me, like dignity, right? Like they don't vote for Democrats because they have dignity, because they're being talked down to like that. And it's like, motherfucker, I'm sorry. These people don't have any dignity because they voted for Trump. They know, like, it is so blatant in your face. They even say it that they're lying to you. And you fucking
the problem is they don't care.
Yeah, they don't.
They don't care. They've
the things that they've
fed them.
Yeah.
Sorry,
go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
They've been fed certain like problems, or they've been fed a certain like sources to problems. They've been told for however long that they've been a Trump supporter, this is who we should be talking about. We should be talking about the stinky immigrants that are taking all the fucking jobs away from you. The reason why you don't have your fucking like coal plant job out in the middle of fucking, or not coal plant, but coal mine job in like fucking West Virginia is because some stinky immigrant took it, or because of like the fucking like trade deals that we've made. Or the reason why like everything looks so crazy to you is because the far left is going really crazy about fucking LGBTQ issues, or like DEI, CRT, like all this. Like they're just being fed these fucking sources right there, and it sounds very appealing. It sounds very simple, very like, oh look, I can point to these guys right there and what they're doing or what they're supposedly doing. And like I can be really mad at that, and I can fight for something right there. And that's like the entire point of like a populist movement right there, is to like kind of on one part simplify the issues and rally people against those issues.
What I need to do is I need to find some of my college papers I've written about, because populism is actually, if you can believe it, in political science, a very big topic, especially right now.
Yeah.
And I like. Every paper I've ever written on populism, I get a straight fucking 100 on. And this is why. Because it is so easy to describe populism. It is the us versus them. It doesn't matter what the us and the them is. It just matters that there is an us and there is a them. And that's what populism is. That's what
it's
it
a
fucking
tool.
is. Yes.
It is a political tool.
And I think it's a bad political tool. I think it's bad. I think it's something that we have to engage with, right now in the world that we live in.
I agree. It's effective though. That's the crazy thing. It's a bad tool insofar as it can be heavily weaponized, like fucking rally
if we
people
threatened to rape
really
everyone
shitty
that
things.
walked across the street without the fucking signal, I mean, I'm sure there would be a lot less jaywalking. But like, but really quick, just Fishy Pod in chat. She thinks of shaming from the individual person being shamed's perspective, and not everyone seeing the culture around it. Like shaming a fat person won't make them skinny, but a fat shaming culture absolutely led to people watching their weight and never getting overweight in the first place. Look at every fucking Asian country fucking ever. Look at every
True.
They don't sit, like they will sit there and they will shame individual fat people. Yeah, they will do that, but they will sit there like there's stores that sell large, there's extra small, small, medium, and then there's large and extra large. The stores that sell large, they call them like Moo Fat Girls and shit like that. That's the name of the stores over there.
Yeah.
Not
to mention that their sizing conventions
works.
Not to mention that those size conventions too, like their large is like our fucking like size 2 for women's. Like,
yeah.
It is like the way that they describe things, they're fucking their Overton window for things is crazy. And also like I know this a little bit because I had personal experience with an ex of mine, you know her or knew her. But like her like extended family and her family for like the longest time like would just fucking they would be on her about her like fucking weight, and she wasn't even like particularly like terrible like either. She's just like above like what would be like a really skinny girl's fucking weight.
Yeah.
And like that fucking like it contributed a lot to like some of her like personal like image issues and all that. Like
I mean, like, listen,
it hurts.
Yeah, I mean, fat shaming is like I think that like obviously there's nicer ways to do things. I feel like I think that fat shaming is mean. It's not something that I'm like super concerned about, right? Like so like that's why when she brought up the fat shaming thing, I was a little taken aback. But that's finally someone else says they're gonna fuck someone else's mom, not mine. Let me see here.
That was me to whoever the fuck's mom.
No, I knew once Lav joined that I had to leave, but I
was like trying to fucking get Whick to put me on there because I was rage baited so hard. I was like, I'm ready to fucking fight.
Yeah, I knew that I wasn't gonna talk to fucking Lav, but fuck me. All right, anything else?
I don't know. Maybe no, never mind. I was gonna say something really stupid.
All right. Hey, are you streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys?
I was like, wait, I'm also streaming. I nuke myself too.
Wait, are you streaming for a long time?
I'm gonna be streaming for a long time. Yeah.
Okay,
At
I'll
least,
probably
like, 4
raid into
hours.
you. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm definitely raiding into you then, because I'm not gonna last that long. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just surf the web, and then I'll catch you later, buddy. All right.
All right. Take care.
Bye bye. Well, she was comparing someone's fat lifestyle with someone being racist as a lifestyle. Yeah, like I didn't want to be like she was coming off a little condescending. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it's just like the inner misogyny in me. I could be, but yeah, I like the way she was like talking, and I don't know why I was having to answer for Soy Pill, right? But like she wasn't. I don't feel like she was responding to anybody on that panel, even though I think that Soy Pill was not in the right with the way that I'm not even gonna say that. Let me walk back that soy bullshit. I don't care what a fucking leftist or a liberal fucking does. I don't give a fuck. All right, if they want to be edgy, if they want to be fucking mean, like fucking look at all of the fucking shit that the conservatives are posting. I don't give a fuck. It's not what I was gonna do when I went in there. So hopefully we don't, lose the opportunity to talk to Tally tomorrow, but if we do, that's fine. I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck was that? Like, what the fuck are they, like, are they still going? Erudite wants you to coddle Republicans because coddling, like, I can't coddle them, man. I can't. And people want people to be nice, but they're not nice. Why would I be nice to people who are just not nice people? Star just quit. Is it that fucking stupid?
Worth listening to, giving advice on how to shift the vibes longer than 10 seconds.
Let's go back a little bit. Let's see Star leave. I don't know why YouTube decides to get super slow on me. Who the fuck is that guy?
Tell people to be nice,
Jonah?
but it is.
Oh my god, there's so many people who want to fight with Lav in there, I think.
It is. It's effective.
Is it?
I think it is. I think
It depends.
Wait a minute. What am I doing? You guys want me to still go? $100. $100 and I'll go another hour. What am I doing? Like $5 from Groter Bell to say, Whick, dude, everyone talked through my questions both times. You half read it. Please ask Tali her position on trans rights. We did.
Wait, we definitely let her.
We had a whole
And there's a whole
gang. If
debate
you
on
want to
it.
see a whole show, a whole debate on trans rights with Tali, we hosted one. I think Soy Pill was actually on that one. You can go and
It
look
was,
at
and
it.
Tali was great.
Yeah.
That was Tali's my favorite
Wow.
debate opponent ever, I will say. Because she was so kind and good faith and everyone heard each other out. It was amazing.
Okay.
That's why when she brought that
I
up, it
am super
reminded
good
me
faith.
I'm only mad at her for this specific topic right now, not in general.
Okay.
It's interesting you value that in a person.
Okay. $5.
What? Good faith? I do. I really do.
No, I think that-
I'm not
that's
done with my
something
money.
that's
See you guys soon.
$5 from Sarcastic
Bye.
Warlock to say there's
Oh, she just.
buy
I thought that there was
Stardust.
something that happened.
Okay, bye.
Okay, you can find Stardust. I got a link to her channel in my.
Move them back.
I
What's
use the
the point?
restroom. You guys continue and
That's
be good.
politics,
I'm
I mean,
done.
yeah, that's the electorate, right? The
Yeah.
No,
the
it's-
best way to
it's-
determine whether or not a Republican is going to win the next election is if a Democrat just served 2 terms. The electorate moves back and forth.
Yeah, people vote reactionary based on how bad things are in the previous term, 100%. And the idea of, well, clearly this person is not going to vote based on any policy that I reach out to them for. I just have to be nice to them last, or they have to be happy about it last. Okay, so why
Well,
are we
it's
listening
not-
to them?
it's not that
Their
they
opinions
don't-
on it don't matter. It doesn't
It's not
matter.
about
That's what's
not
frustrating
caring
about it.
about
Soy Pill is pretty based. I don't think I really disagreed with anything that he said the entire fucking time. You know what? I'm pretty fucking tired. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna rate out amazing meme. It better be amazing.
And then I helped China.
So
by reducing it.
we still don't know. We don't have the clarity on what you're going to do with these expiration of these pauses. July 9th.
No, I think I
And
thought I
August
just
12th
said
with
it. No,
China.
I thought I just said it. You ready?
You're going to send the letters.
I'm going to send letters. That's the end of the trade deal. I could send one to Japan. Dear Mr. Japan, here's the story. You're going to pay a 25% tariff on your cars, so
They're still doing Japan's gonna pay the tariff. You know what? Let them. I'm unironically becoming an accelerationist. I just think that things got to be really fucking bad. I don't want to be an accelerationist, but like, if this point hasn't turned every single fucking person in the country against Trump, then we need a fucking Great Depression. We need conservatives to be confronted with the consequences of their actions. Like, bro, this shit's like, I hate the way I'm talking. I do. Like, it's blackpilling to me. But man, this is. And then, like, to be fucking attacked from your own side for saying, hey, these people are demons for voting for this is just too much for me. Anyways, let's finish this.
tariff on your cars, So we give Japan no cars. They won't take our cars, right? And then
He's just so stupid, dude. Okay, let's see here. All right, everyone, pile into the raid. We're going to raid into Bones. He's a good dude. We love Bones. All right, everyone should follow him immediately. I love you guys very much. I'll catch you guys later. If you're watching on YouTube, well, that's a